game had you been fit and not finishing your period of isolation. And his response was, well, I think you can be sure he's playing the next game. Yes, I mean, he was a replacement. He was a replacement for Mitchell Santner. But that's got to hurt Ireland, hasn't it? I mean, what were they, 4-0 up? It was a football game. They're 4-0 up with 15 minutes to go and they lost 5-4.
Yeah, they've been watching too much of Tottenham manners, I think. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, massively disappointing for Ireland. They were in the ascendancy for a long time during that game. I know it ebbed and flowed at times, but you always felt that there was no way that New Zealand were going to chase that many wickets down late on in the game. And what a knock that was by Bracewell. However, saying that, Ireland didn't bowl particularly well at the back end. I think they lost the ability to bowl a Yorker. He was moving across his stumps, Bracewell, and targeting the leg side boundary. This morning we saw a graphic earlier on where he didn't really hit any boundaries on the offside. They were pretty much all leg side boundaries, and Ireland didn't have a game plan to come back at that. They just kept bowling the same delivery outside off stump, playing into his arc, and had they gone for something else like a Yorker or maybe even a bouncer, a quick bouncer, it might have just changed, or a slow ball bouncer, it could have changed the game. That one wicket would have changed the game, and as I said on air during that game, 10 runs was the difference between the two sides.
Ian, it's interesting that they're very fine cricketers in the Irish team, and we talk about a lack of high-end exposure, a lack of experience against quality opposition, and it's more, as Kath says, not that they don't have the skills, it's just the experience of when to implement them and decision making.
You look at I think the Irish team will have more international experience in this New Zealand team than this New Zealand squad at the moment in this series. In terms of international games played, I think Ireland would probably cover New Zealand reasonably well.
Yes, but against
and this is that bit where I'm going. But there's still the volume of cricket and the volume of quality cricket that makes that little bit of difference. The day in, day out being put under pressure by quality players. Not saying that New Zealand had a genuine quality tail in terms of batting experience, but being able to get into those situations and get yourself out of them as a player, as a bowler, get yourself in a mess. I've got to find a way to get out of this over. How do I get out of this over without getting hurt? And having that ability, knowing how to do that as a bowler, they didn't adjust to how Michael Bracewell was hitting him. They were trying to bowl and what happens when you don't fully commit in your action because there's a little bit of nerves and tentativity. When you don't commit on the Yorker, its length and it's a half volley, it doesn't come out of those fingers with the force you expect, thus it's a little bit shorter, and that played right into Michael Bracewell's length. Kath was saying slow balls and slow ball bounces, etc. He was going across the stump so often that it should have been slower balls outside off stump and asking him to hit slower balls over the leg side. He was going so far outside that they could have hit the wide line with the slow balls, and that's hard to hit through the offside full stop. So the lessons, it's yuck. It's yuck learning lessons when you lose like that. But it's just that day in, day out cricket, and I just don't think they have enough of that pressure cooker environment, and it's hard to replicate. Nets is one thing, and playing against some of the lower down, they're not an associate now, but they do still play a lot of games against associate nations. They just don't get put under the pressure against teams that will push on for as long as New Zealand could hold in for. They will. Other teams typically would in those scenarios would have fallen over because they would have chased 10 and over. In which New Zealand were just happy sitting at sort of 5.5 and 6s for quite a long time, and then made it up at the end. So it's tough on those Irish bowlers, and they'll still be hurting, and I dare say they'll still be physically and mentally tired. Like warming up this morning will be hard work. It'll be really hard on the body. The calves just won't move, just on the back of how much a loss like that takes out of you. Yes, physically, but mentally, it just saps you. It just kills you for a couple of days. So it's going to be a tough one, I think, for Ireland today.
So, Kath, what do the Irish do? Bring in some fresh faces. They've got. I mean, what do you do with Craig Young? I mean, he's seriously experienced player, and that's the most runs ever conceded in the 50th over of an ODI to lose it, or it's the most runs scored in the 50th over.
In a men's one, I think that was classified.
In a men's ODI.
I did see it was a men's one, and I'm not sure about the other side of the ODI. Anyway, what do you do with Craig Young, apart from put your arms around him and give him a big hug?
Oh, I mean, for him it is going to be difficult to pick himself up. However, saying that, I do think Ireland were ahead of the game. A lot of that 50 over game, they were actually the ones you felt were going to go on and win comfortably. So, do you take heart from that? Yes, I understand what Ian's saying. It's difficult to pick yourself up after a game you should have won. But you only grow as a team if you play games like that and you learn from them. You've got to learn from your mistakes as a player and go, right, what did I do wrong there? They would have sat down with the analysts and coaches and they would have looked at where they bowled, what happened. We can take the Ben Stokes over in 2016 against Carlos Brathwaite. Is he a better cricketer after that? I'd argue yes. He came back from that and we know what Ben Stokes is like now. Maybe not as a bowler, but certainly as a captain and as a player, he's probably mentally stronger for that experience. So it is a quick turnaround. It is a bounce back after a couple of days out. They probably would have had one training session between and maybe a couple of meetings and a review. Craig Young, he needs an arm around his shoulder, and knowing Andy Balbirnie, he would certainly have done that and made sure that he knows exactly what his game plan is if that was to happen again.
And Ian O'Brien, as far as the Black Caps are concerned, they're the only team with a 100% record in the World Cup Super League. I don't think that, yes, of course they want to pick up all 30 points from this tour, but they're not under pressure to qualify for the World Cup. I mean, they surely won't have any problems with that. So what are their objectives now? There are 4 players on the bench who didn't make the starting 11 a couple of days ago. Adam Milne, Jacob Duffy, Dylan Cleaver and Mitch Santner. Presumably Santner will play. He said yesterday that Bracewell would also play, so they've got 2 left-arm spinners there. What did they do with Blair Tickner?
They're my notes that I've got down here. I have a feeling Ish might miss out. Sodhi may miss this one just to get Santner in the team, and that's the Bracewell conundrum solved, if that makes sense, because he has to play, and so it may be Ish. And then I don't think they'll play Ferguson again. I think I mentioned this the other day that Ferguson might go have a game on, game off sort of scenario, getting back into one day international, getting back into that the ligaments of it. Duffy may come back in, and so Tickner may play. Tough to. He went at 7s in a game that was scored at 6s. If that's not the end of the world, and it wasn't. And he took a couple of wickets towards the end, but his last over, he actually got out of it. And this is that thing that I was talking about for Craig Young. In his last over, towards the death, he got in some trouble early, but then managed to get out of the over without too much harm.
His last over cost 2.
Okay, thank you. So this must have been his penultimate over then. He got into and then got out of that over without too much trouble. And then his last over, he gets out of trouble and does something that assures him of a doesn't assure him of a game, but I don't think you leave him out, because it wasn't all bad. It wasn't in such a bad overall, and he was part of a 25-run last wicket partnership as well. He didn't face a ball, but I think it would be very difficult to leave Tickner out. He was certainly the bowler that looked like could miss out, but I think he'll play, and it will be probably Duffy. We still don't know how Milne's calf or Achilles or hamstrings. I think it was Achilles, wasn't it? Whatever it was, his leg injury. So I think Milne will possibly still miss just on that injury, and there may be just the 2 changes, Duffy for Ferguson and Santner coming in for Sodhi, which I feel bad for Sodhi, but that's how Santner's got to play. He's captain.
Unless. I don't know. I mean,
not enough batting towards the top. They won't leave out Glenn Phillips. He scored some runs and he's a bowling option. The only other player that didn't score any, Finn Allen at the top is on debut. You don't drop a guy after his second international game. So there's not enough batting either. Henry Nicholls, there's not enough batting through the middle order for them to be dropping for them to be replacing those guys. So, yeah, just two changes.
And it's a fresh pitch. It's not they're not using the same pitch. And it should be a fresh pitch. There's not that much cricket played at Malahide, and it's got a bit of grass on it. Looks fairly green.
Yeah, we've seen that, and a classic roller is going on it right now, and the groundsman's waving as he's rolling the pitch. But yeah, I mean, it has rained this morning, so the toss will be interesting. Who would like to bowl first? I don't know. I think the toss will be key to this game. I really do. Maybe Ireland might want to bowl first. Who knows?
I was slightly intrigued with Tom Latham's answer in the post match. He's saying that we've seen that defending here has been very difficult. The team batting first in the previous times New Zealand's played Ireland has demolished the game. So it was sort of they've played Ireland twice here, and they've batted first and demolished. So defending doesn't seem that hard yet. Yeah, they chose to bowl first for the first time and made it hard on themselves. But interesting. Yeah, I look forward to seeing the toss here and seeing if New Zealand want to bowl first again. I think that's they bowled first in the previous game just based on experience. They wanted to use the conditions first.
Do you play on the pitch or do you play the opposition? That's the thing, isn't it?
I wanted to ask you, Kath, how much does emotion come into the decision to bat or bowl? The Irish know the conditions really well. They regard that as an asset. But is the decision to bat or bowl based purely on the resources and the pitch, or emotionally after what happened 48 hours ago? Do they want to bat first again, or put themselves through defending again, second innings?
Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, they didn't defend well, as we saw, so that makes it a challenge. And yeah, but I do think you play on what the surface conditions are doing. Is it a pitch that you want to bat first on, or is it a pitch you want to bowl first on? You have to back your skills, no matter what you're doing. I truly believe you have to back your skills. You let emotion take too much control, it's not good. Ireland need to just put that game behind them and reset and go again.
I think Ireland will want to bowl first. They typically want to bowl first in international games, and that's normally what the weaker team wants to do. You get a chance to use the facilities first, and you get two chances if you bowl first, because you can chase down something ridiculous. You can get lucky and chase down, but it's very, very rarely will you defend something ridiculous. So as a team that bowls first and goes for plenty, you still got a chance of chasing it down. But if you bat first and you don't get enough, there's almost no chance of defending it against a decent team. So the weaker team typically bowls first. I hate saying that when we're looking at two teams. And especially when we see the first game and how the first game went. But I certainly see if Ireland have any opportunity to bowl first, they will do, and they have to.
So, if New Zealand bat first,
I think you win the toss, you bowl first.
But both teams, okay.
But Ireland more so requiring it if they want to get in front of New Zealand to win this one. Their first win. Be their first win against New Zealand. So.
Yeah, in 5 games, and they've lost heavily. That was comfortably the closest game 48 hours ago. Comfortably. Right, okay, obviously Ireland will remain underdogs in the second of these 3 World Cup Super League one-day internationals. How much are they underdogs? Will their odds have improved after making 300 for 9 in the first game? It is now time to get the latest odds on this game with 888 Sport.
Form focus on talkSPORT 2 with 888 Sport. Made to challenge, made to debate.
Odds, Ireland against New Zealand, second one-day international from 888 Sport. Here's Dougie Keane.
Yes, good morning, Neil. New Zealand, the clear favourites to win today's match. They're 9-2 on to win, with Ireland at 4-1. In the top run scorer markets for Ireland, Paul Sterling, he leads the way at 3-1. Andrew Balbirnie and Harry Tekter, they're both at 7-2, with Gareth Delaney at 5-1. The New Zealand top run scorer market, 5-2, Martin Guptill, he leads the way. Tom Latham next at 7-2, alongside Henry Nicholls. Finn Allen at 4-1. In the Ireland top wicket taker market, Joshua Little, Curtis Campher, Craig Young, and Mark Adair. They're all at the top of the market, joint at the top of the market, priced at 7-2. With the New Zealand top wicket taker, Lockie Ferguson at 3-1 with Adam Milne. Ish Sodhi comes next at 7-2 alongside Matt Henry.
Thank you very much indeed to Dougie Keane. And those were the latest odds with 888 Sport. Gamble responsibly, 18+, begambleaware.org.
Form focus on talkSPORT 2 with 888 Sport. Made to challenge, made to debate, made to play. 18+, begambleaware.org.
All right, Ian O'Brien, Kath Dalton, former New Zealand and Ireland internationals. There are a couple of players I'd like to talk about. We've got 3 minutes to go before the toss, and then we'll find out who will be batting and bowling first. But the two players are Harry Tekter and Martin Guptill, for very, very different reasons. I'd like to listen to you talk about them. So Martin Guptill's 36. It was a peculiar innings in the sense that he stuttered and stumbled along and seemed to spend ages where it took him 17 balls to score his first 3 runs, and then there were a flurry of boundaries, a couple off the edge. Not his most convincing innings by a very long way. And while you tell us about Martin Guptill, Ian O'Brien, Kath Dalton will think about what she's going to say about Harry Tekter.
That was an innings that has been through his career reasonably familiar sort of scene. Seeing him take a little bit of time. He will go keep that head down and bang it straight if their ball is in that right spot early in his innings. But more recently, maybe in the last 4 or 5 years, I think he started playing in 2009 for New Zealand in one-day cricket, I think it was. So in the more recent years, in sort of the last 5 years, he's more so struck at 50 early in his strike rate of 50, and even less in his early innings, with the knowledge that he catches up, he can catch up, and he did, and he got his strike rate up to just under that 100 mark when he got out. But it was an innings for him that he had to spend time in the middle, and he will be better for it. And we did see we did see the Guptill. We saw some Guptill shots and some Guptill patience of, I don't want to say of old, but we saw some quality. He scored 200 in a one-day game. He scored 170 in a one-day game. He can do it. He can score runs as he wants to at the strike rates that they need to be. And losing the 2 wickets early for New Zealand meant that Guptill had to sit in that little bit longer, and he did, and ended up creating partnerships. It wasn't as flowing, I don't think. It wasn't as classical, and he hates it when he mishits a cricket ball, even if he mishits it through the covers, and gets 2 through mid-wicket, like that kind of a mishit. You push through the covers and you get 2 through mid-wicket. Hates it. Whereas, yes, I should put it, he hates ugly runs. And I think ugly runs are the basis of most people's batting. They welcome them, they all take them, and then they earn the right to hit the lovely ones. But Guptill hates the ugly runs, only enjoys hitting it crisply out the middle of the bat. And it wasn't one of those innings, but he has to accept it that it's his first bat in a big game for a long time. And I thought it was pretty good. And I enjoyed watching it. There's a few little front foot, how he places his front foot when he's batting, but I enjoyed it.
Okay, Craig McMillan is conducting the toss. Let's go there.
Malahide. Got the 2 captains alongside me, Tom Latham from New Zealand, Andy Balbirnie from Ireland, and David Boone is the match referee. Andy, you've got the coin. Away we go. Heads is the call. Tom won the toss. What are you going to do and why?
We're going to have a bowl again. Obviously with the overheads with a little bit of rain about this morning. Pitch has been under covers, so it looks a little bit soft, but hopefully we can make some inroads into that top order early on.
New Zealand got out of jail in the first match. How did you reflect on that win?
Yeah, obviously Michael Prater, an unbelievable innings, and at that time we needed someone to step up, and Braces did that really nicely. I think from a batting point of view, it was just the partnerships that we needed to put together. We didn't really have anything of significance, and if we're able to do that this game, then hopefully we can put some pressure on in that back 10.
Looking for perhaps a more complete performance from New Zealand today?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, first game back, just making those subtle improvements in each area. I think with the ball, we weren't too far away. It's obviously a small ground and a quick outfield, which makes it hard to defend. So, obviously, take a lot of learnings from that first game, and I'm sure the guys will make that step up again.
Team news, any changes?
We've got 2 changes. So, Mitch Satner comes in for Ish Sodhi, and another special day for Jacob Duffy, who makes his debut, coming in for Lockie Ferguson. So, very exciting for him.
Okay, good luck today.
Cheers. Thanks, Matt.
Andy, come on in. Any issues with that? I'm guessing you probably would have preferred to bowl as well?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously a bit of rain around this morning, overcast, and the wicket's been under the cover, but I think I played pretty well the other day. We got a decent score on the board, so hopefully we can do something similar today. Quick
turnaround between matches. I guess, that's a good thing for the team after the disappointment of the loss in that first match?
I think so. I think you've got to park it as soon as possible, take the learnings from it and where we can do better. But the beauty of this format and getting 3 games at the world's number 1 team is that you don't have too much time to settle or relax, so you get to go with them again. So hopefully we can do that today.
Well, Ireland did so many things well in game 1, probably 90% really good, 10% you'd say, okay, need to improve. What has been the focus? Has it been the 90% or the 10?
I think the 10. It's always going to be the stuff you can work on. We know that we're playing pretty good 50-over cricket, but we've also got to win matches if we want to qualify for this World Cup. So hopefully we have 2 cracks at it now over the next week.
Tell us your team news. Any changes?
Same team.
Okay, good luck today.
Thanks, Craig.
So the news from the middle is New Zealand have won the toss and they've decided to bowl first.
Thanks, Macca. Looking great in his hat, as always. IB, he feels uncomfortable, Craig McMillan, when he doesn't wear a hat. That's what he told me.
So, I don't know. I mean, he's not like he's got a big nose and he has to hide his hair, hide his nose with a hat. It's not. He's a decent looking fella. Maybe he's just a little bit ashamed of going a bit thin. Just grow it out, Mac. Sorry. Good, Matt. I enjoy Craig McMillan. I debuted my test, and he was in the team. We scored 400 we scored 450 in our first innings against Australia, and we didn't score all that in one day. I got up off the couch at the end of day 1 and I said to Craig, if this is test match cricket, I love it. I sat on the couch all of day 1 drinking coffees and eating a few muffins. Wonderful man, and batting coach for New Zealand at times, and commentator. Enjoy.
Can you please tell me everything you know about Jacob Duffy?
Otago born and bred, basically. Has represented New Zealand going back 3 or 4 years in T20 cricket, maybe a little bit more. Is a big, tall, when I say big and tall, probably 6'3", tall action, swings it away, reasonably quick, and does swing it. What else have I got? Nips it back in, obviously, because that's one of those outswingers sort of attributes. What else have I got for you? Yeah, nice guy, lovely guy. I've had the opportunity to, when I was back in New Zealand, have a couple of chats to him. He's been a guy who I didn't play against. I can't remember playing against him going back before I finished. But has certainly been around the New Zealand circuit, if you like, been around as a New Zealand cricketer, contracted cricketer for quite some time now. And had a really good season this season just gone for Otago.
So he's replacing Lockie Ferguson. Lockie Ferguson obviously will bowl generally bowls in the middle overs. So he opened the other day though, didn't he? But generally bowls that enforcer role in the middle. Is that something that Duffy is made for?
Not as I see it. I think New Zealand used Ferguson at the top because they didn't have Milne, and they would normally use Milne, and so they went quick, and I think they went quick to try and blow Ireland away a little bit. They both got a wicket, the 2 opening bowlers, Ferguson and I've gone blank. Who was the other opening bowler for New Zealand? Not Tekter, the other one.
It's a very good question.
It was Milne.
Matt Henry.
Matt Henry, thank you. So they went quick. Matt Henry wouldn't normally open the bowling for New Zealand. If Tim and Trent are both playing, Matt Henry would play in third seamer, and Lockie, if he is also playing, they would both play that middle of the order, keep taking wickets kind of bowlers, and that's been a bit of New Zealand's sort of Tim and Trent, Southey and Bolt at the top, and then use pace and bounce to take and keep pressure on through the middle order to then take away the death hitting, the last 10 overs of hitting, and so had to sort of rejig that order. Ferguson bowled well through the game. It was good to see him. Good to see him back in it, bowling 146. Was it 92? Don't mind the shoes. Whatever works for him. Whatever works for him. But it was good to see him bowling quick, and he bowled quick throughout his spell, which is always pleasing. But it's definitely not like for like. Duffy coming in for Ferguson. So I see probably Tekter opening the bowling with Matt Henry, and then Duffy. Oh, actually no, it could be I see Tekter probably opening, and Duffy coming in behind, and then the two spinners of Santner and Bracewell, and then maybe a little bit of Glenn Phillips. But yeah, I've not seen him play for New Zealand, Jacob Duffy, so I've seen him play for Otago, and it's always different. You're a completely different person when you, especially with new back into the team, you're a completely different person going from domestic for Otago into an international game on TV in another country when you haven't played for New Zealand for a long time. So big nerves, but he plays with that. You can see him play with that smile, with that sort of not childish joy, but you can see him play with that love of cricket, as opposed to hating being a bowler, which is often what you see across bowlers' faces. Certainly Tekter at stages in that first game. And
Ishodi's obviously been left out, and they've brought Santner in. Is that as much for the batting? Because they found themselves like Ishodi saved them with the bat, but we can't expect that to happen that often.
No, Santner's supposed to be captain of this team in this competition. Santner was named the captain before they left. Tom Latham has been certainly captaining New Zealand in test matches and in multiple formats. Santner was the captain for this tour. Picked up COVID, is now clean and clear. So to leave your tour captain out of the game, I think is almost, well, you can't. He's been given that opportunity to play as captain. He's not like he's injured. And
Latham is captaining today still, on the team sheet anyway.
Sure,
the team sheet I saw.
No, well, but that also makes sense. So again, it would be workloads and getting guys games and getting those things, but to not have the tour captain, the team captain playing, I think would be it's tough on Ish though as well. Ish, I feel really bad, and that this is part of his lot. And I think that's part of your lot as a spinner in New Zealand as well. You don't get to play very much. Jeetan Patel comes to mind. Once he got playing day in, day out for Warwickshire over here, he was a much better bowler and ended up coming back and playing for New Zealand on the back of that. But you just don't get day in, day out games for New Zealand as a spinner. And with Bracewell's batting, yeah, it's tough. I didn't think Bracewell bowled that badly as well. I think his figures were all right, and his variation, his pace, and etc. was lovely. Again, Santner has plenty of wickets against Ireland. It's the left armers that have taken 10 of the 14 spinning wickets. Daniel Vittori and Santner against Ireland in previous games. So good to see him. Look, I enjoy watching him bowl. But they couldn't. There were no other options for bringing people in and out, because New Zealand are still batting light for me. With Bracewell at 7, I thought that's a bit high. So yeah, Santner may bat in front of him, and that puts Bracewell back to 8, which I think is a bit more appropriate. Although, on the back of.
I'm not sure they're going to demote him after the other game, but I do understand what you mean. The final 11 is quite interesting. And also, how many overs they try and get out of Glenn Phillips as well. But talking about Santner, that was former Kiwi international Ian O'Brien. But now let's hear from the New Zealand all-rounder Mitchell Santner, who returns today to the side after recovering from COVID-19, as we said. And he will captain New Zealand in the upcoming T20 series against Ireland, which is live and exclusive on talkSPORT too, by the way. But ahead of today's game, he's been speaking with our very own Neil Manthorpe.
I guess it's something pretty new to me, and I'm still, very early in I think I've only done three or so games. We had a series in India after the World Cup, which was obviously a bit more of a challenge because we got met a lot in every game. But yeah, it's obviously something, it's always on the radar of, if you're trying to progress your career a bit further. And so definitely looking forward to it, and for a couple of series as well.
Let's be honest, Darren, there are some very, very fine cricketers who run a mile from T20 captaincy. I mean, it's not for everybody. You have to think on your feet and be adaptable.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit different, Like, you just get thrown the ball on and you bowl, but you obviously got to think about a few more things, especially being a bowler. You're trying to juggle when to bowl yourself, which can be challenging at times. You don't want to be seen to, I guess, do the easy things, bowl the 7th over or something. But yeah, it's obviously, you got to think a little bit more. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it, no doubt.
Is it fair to say that Michael Bracewell might not have played the first one-day international against Ireland if you'd been arrived on time and were not down with COVID?
Yeah, well, he's definitely going to be playing the next one, I'd imagine. Yeah, I guess that's it's credit to Mike. He's obviously a very good player, and he's taken his opportunities, and when they've come. So, and he's obviously his bowling's come on a long way as well. So it adds another string to his bow, and kind of balances the squad out a little bit nicer, which is good.
There's the playing side of things and preparing for World Cups, as you say, and player rotation, but it's also based very much in New Zealand cricket's case on player welfare, isn't it? Do you feel looked after? I mean, is the harmony that we sense looking from outside the camp actually a reality?
Yeah, no, it's obviously we were pretty quick to, there was obviously a massive part of it, especially the last few years, obviously with quarantine aspects of tours and stuff like that. They wanted to make sure guys weren't away for a long time, and obviously the playing side of it's different. It's just the time in your room, either side of tours, when you had to do, I guess you do a week isolation when you get to a place, 2 weeks when you get back. That's adding another 3 weeks onto a tour. But obviously now with the COVID's kind of gone through, it might be a little bit less of that, and trying to get, I guess, guys into the, they're playing 11 that might be potentially in the World Cup or something like that, some game time as well. So obviously this is a good tour where we can still rotate and play different guys looking into that World Cup.
That was Mitch Antner there talking to Neil Manthorpe. You'll be able to hear, Neil Manthorpe a lot today, but also Mitch Antner will be back at lunch for the full interview. I'm Jared Kimbrough here on talkSPORT 2 with Ian O'Brien. And obviously, IOB, you're not an expert on the Ireland team, although you probably played a little bit with Ed Joyce. But you didn't play with Ed Joyce?
Last wicket. He was playing for Sussex.
Oh, he might have gone to Sussex by then.
Yeah, he was at Sussex before I played for Middlesex. Pretty sure it was a beauty as well.
I mean, it definitely was.
It was my last one, so I got to remember it, and I'm pretty sure it was.
But you played with Paul Stirling. He would have been very young, and I don't want to age you at all, but he would have been very young when you crossed paths with him.
Played against him in 2009. I was at Leicestershire. He was at Middlesex, so played against him back then. Hasn't changed a lot, except his beard's. He's got a lot thicker facial growth, and then played facial growth, and then played with him at Middlesex in 2010. First impressions of him playing against him was all he had was a cut shot, and so just don't bowl to this cut, just keep it tight into the stumps. I worked that out pretty quick in that initial game, and we didn't let him cut, and he didn't score a lot of runs. Then playing with him for Middlesex, and then talking to people that knew him quite well. David Townsend commentated a bit for Radio London and around, and very much Irish, loves his Ireland cricket, and spoke to him about it, and he took umbrage with me for saying all that Paul Stirling had was a cut shot, and he has got better, but there is still an element that if you keep him closed down, keep him close to him, not even giving him that length, it's harder for him. He's certainly a lot better player now, and he's certainly carved out a very good international career and domestic career. But yeah, quiet, pretty good around the field as well. Pretty quick around the field for a guy that doesn't look as athletic as some. and handy with the ball. You know, bowls some very handy sort of spin. So good player, and I'm when there's a thing about playing with and coaching people, you get that little sort of special pride that you can't really tell too many people about, where you're just like, he's done some really good things, and that kind of warms you as a you see them, you see their name pop up, and it's like, cool, yeah, he's still going good, and that's I don't know if it's ego or whatever, but it's like, I know him, and he's still going really good, and that makes me feel really good that he's still going and he's still playing some decent cricket, because he's such a long time retired, and it's good that he's still playing.
Yeah, well, hopefully he can remember his last wicket the same way that you remember yours, which is awesome.
Hopefully his last wickets will be way away.
I think we're only going to get one rain break today. So I thought that we would just briefly go to, I think, one of the greatest news stories in the history of mankind, but it may just be one of the best ones in cricket. Kath, I know you're obsessed with this, so tell me what you know about the fake IPL league. Let me just read you the headline. Scammers arrested after live streaming fake IPL from Farmers Field to con gamblers in Russia. I think that was the BBC. No, that's the Sky one, but it's all over everywhere you can find your news if you want to look it up. What was your first thought when you saw some of the footage from the game that actually scammed Russian gamblers?
I genuinely thought it was a club game that had been...
It's not even a good club game.
No. It's not, and it's got... The best part is they've got cones for the wide lines, which just makes it sensational. I believe it was by a local guy in Gujarat, and it was 21 farmers posing to be cricketers. And to be fair, they were posing quite well. It wasn't too bad a cricket.
They looked like very good third-grade club cricketers. I think that's fair to say. The whole thing was so bizarre because I can understand... So me and IOB talked about this off-air before, and I was saying to him, if you look at the European Cricket League, if that's all they'd seen before, I could very easily understand why the Russian gamblers were conned. I'm not sure why you would be betting on something that looked like that. I mean, they had the multiple balls on the ground, Kath, like you have at training, because they didn't want to go and chase the balls out into the outfield. There's a brilliant moment on one of the shots where a guy just hits the ball straight up in the air, and they just sort of jog through like you do at training, like nothing is happening. The whole thing is so surreal, isn't it?
They've not heard of running the first one hard, have they yet? No, it just looks bizarre, to be honest with you. When I saw the footage, I couldn't quite believe what I was seeing. I think one of the teams is called Chennai Fighters, or it's not even a proper IPL team name.
They're all made up. They're all slightly different. The whole thing feels a little bit like. Have you ever seen one of those like great 80s movies when it's remade by kids like 20 years later?
Yeah.
It feels a little bit like that, where like all the kids have got together to make this movie, and it's like, this is what it would be like if you made it on a VHS recorder, a VHS camera at home. The whole thing is so bizarre. The 4 people involved have been arrested because, of course, gambling is illegal in India.
Absolutely, yeah.
So that's actually what they got. They didn't get done for scamming the Russians. They got done for actually setting up a league that could have gambling on it. But it's the whole thing. If you get a chance to Google it later on, I certainly think it is worth having a look at it. They created sound effects as well, and they hired a commentator and asked him to imitate Harsha Bhogle.
Did you not get asked?
Well, look, I reached out to Harsha and I said, we can just commentate this fake game. I can get the real Harsha Bhogle on. I'm not sure if he hasn't quite committed yet. He did say he wasn't sure if he was good enough, and I said that he's the best Harsha Bhogle impersonator I've ever come across. So the whole thing is absolutely bizarre. But we'll get back to this game. We've got, about 10 minutes to go. No changes for Ireland? I think that's right, isn't it?
That's correct, yeah. Unchanged team.
Would you have made a change?
I wouldn't have done, actually. I think they all performed, apart from the last kind of 10 overs. Everyone performed very well. There isn't anyone you'd say that game, because of their performance, they should be dropped. They lost that game because of that person. Harry Tekter is probably the most exciting young player in Irish cricket at the moment, and funnily enough, he has not played any county cricket at all. So he's not played over here in England at all. He's literally come from the Irish system, which is exciting for Ireland. If you're a small nation, I suppose New Zealand is a country that have done this traditionally very well, is developing your players with a population that's not massive. So Ireland could definitely learn something from that, and Harry Tekter is an example of how they're doing that at the moment.
Yeah, I remember talking to Warren Dutram in 2012, must have been at one of the early T20 World Cups, and I thought the best way for Irish cricket going forward was to get a team into county cricket, to do it that way, and they very much wanted to go the other way and have 4 very strong teams domestically. This is the first generation that we're seeing those come through. We already know that they're not going to be as well-rounded as players like, Gary Wilson and Ed Joyce and all those sorts of players, George Dockrell, who came through the other system. But if they can develop their own talent, that's actually better for them going forward than having to rely on someone else's system, isn't it?
Absolutely. At the end of the day, you have to produce players within your own system, and I know that even from an Irish women's perspective, that's what they're doing as well now. They're trying not to, I suppose, recruit people from other countries. They're trying to make sure that their system is good enough, and that comes down to a coaching perspective. As a coach myself, if you're developing your own talent, there's something quite nice about that. And it does breed a really good culture within a team if you've got players that have played Irish domestic cricket and then go on. And also it's exposure, isn't it? If they've got a really good tournament, like a county cricket version of cricket in Ireland, then you attract more people to watch that cricket, hopefully play it, and it's just a nice cycle. It's a virtuous cycle.
I talked to Andy Balboni a couple of months ago. They had a very weird year of cricket last year. They lost to the USA, beat South Africa, beat West Indies, and had a horrendous World T20 where they embarrassed themselves. They were really upset at that. I think that a lot of their results, if you pick back through it, is basically they're very good at one-day cricket. They're not so good at T20 cricket. The interesting thing about that is that's what Bracewell actually did. He turned the game into a T20 game. They didn't have the skills maybe to close it out because of that.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, one-day cricket and T20 cricket are almost becoming the same thing, I think, at the moment. You see how many runs that teams are now producing. We saw England in the Netherlands hit a higher score, and the type of cricket, the style of cricket has become a lot more aggressive, and Ireland will need to learn from it. There haven't been a full nation for a long time. They've been an associate nation for a long time, and I think when you play against Netherlands, Scotland, is very different to playing India and New Zealand. It's just a completely different thing. And no, cricket's not massive in Ireland. It probably never will be. But if they can really squeeze every inch out of what talent they have, and they have talented players, it's not like we're talking and saying that there's no talent in Ireland. There's huge amounts of talent in Ireland, but it's just how do they develop it, and how do they produce another couple of Harry Tekters? That's going to be the key for them going forward, I feel.
What about today? They're going to be bowling again in the death. We saw, I don't know if you saw it come up on the screen, but Bracewell's wagon wheel, and Ivy already talked about it briefly before. I felt that Josh Little is still very young. Mark Adair's a very skillful bowler, but I think he's a very skillful bowler probably earlier in the game than he is late in the game. And Craig Young is a very good, solid pair of hands, but he's not on the circuit as a T20 death bowler or whatever. I think the problem there was communication from off the field to say he's hitting everything between mid-on and deep backward square leg. What you need to do is change this. I don't think you can expect those three bowlers particularly to work that out on the field every time.
Do you not?
Well, no, because I think if they were better at doing that, they would already be playing T20. Like Josh Little in 2 years' time probably works that on his own. I think Adair is probably ill-suited to being a death bowler against someone like Bracewell in that kind of move.
Yeah, well, we saw Mark Adair trying to bowl his Yorkers, but actually bowling quite a lot of low full tosses. So I don't know. There's only so much that a coach can say and do. Speaking from experience here, you want your players to think for themselves, ultimately. And you do see some players who need constant instruction from a captain or a coach, and I don't think that's a good thing. You need to be a self-starter as a cricketer. You need to assess the situation and calm down. I mean, Andy Balboni's played enough cricket. He would have gone up to Craig Young and said, look, take a breath. This guy's hitting you in these areas. What do we bowl? What's your best delivery against this? And you need to think like that under pressure, and that's not easy. I'm not saying, I mean, we're sitting in a commentary box and saying he should have done something differently.
I don't understand why he didn't just bowl 7 consecutive wide Yorkers.
Exactly. But the fact that he didn't look like he was trying to bowl something differently was probably the most disheartening thing as an Irish fan and a former Irish player. I was thinking, come on, just think a little bit about this.
So I think if that was players who were better death bowlers, I think they work it out on their own. They might still get hit because Bracewell was in that mood. I felt that he had to massage them through a little bit more. And I'm not having a go at Balbirnie because they have a very good backroom staff there. They have Scott Irvine who works for them as their analyst, and obviously have really good coaching staff and everything. I just felt that they were left a little bit high and dry because they don't have that. Again, though, that comes back to they're very good pretty much between overs 1 and 40 with the ball. I'm not sure that they have a really strong plan when it comes to the end. So even when you see them so that game they beat South Africa in Malahide. I think it was in Malahide. Rabada started hitting them everywhere. And Rabada's not a great batter, but he can hit. And they didn't know what to do against him. And the only reason they ended up getting him out is that he was run out off that no ball, which he actually shouldn't have been out. The umpires gave him out incorrectly on. Again and again, I've seen when the West Indies went at them as well. In the middle overs, they completely strangle the West Indies. The minute it gets to the end, they just don't seem to have that. They don't seem to have a banker bowler at the moment, I suppose is the best way of putting it. And they want Little to be that guy, don't they? But he's very young.
Yeah, they do. They certainly do. And like a Chris Jordan type who comes on and can close out the death overs very easily. That's a massive skill. I mean, under pressure, I think the hardest place to bowl is at the death because it's the time that the batters have the most freedom. You're not expected to chase. They weren't expected to chase that New Zealand, so they had a certain amount of freedom, and it was a free run for them. They just had to just go for it. Whereas for Ireland, they were expected to defend that, to close that game out, and when you don't, that's so disappointing. But it's definitely something they can work on. If they can get a death bowler and maybe another really good batter, Ireland, I think, would be a very, very good side.
Neil Manthorpe is about to take over, but I'm just having a look. I don't know some of these players. Obviously, Gareth Delaney's not a death bowler. No. They've got Graham Hume and Steve Doheny. I don't know either of those players. Are they potential death bowlers? One of them must be a batter, I assume, as well. But
yeah, Gareth Delaney's a batter.
Yeah.
His sister is actually Ireland women's captain, Laura Delaney, so there you go. But
don't get me started on the fact that New Zealand playing Ireland is basically just a bunch of people related to each other playing. But is there anyone out there that you think that they can look towards the future?
I think that Josh Little will be the guy eventually when he gets more experience and he tries different things. Maybe he tries to work on a Yorker, he tries to work on his slow balls. He might be the man for them in the future, but we'll have to see.
Thank you, Kath Dalton. I am going to pass over the mic to the Golden Tonsils of Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you very much indeed, Jared Kimberg. Graham Hume bowls at the death domestically. He hasn't played for Ireland yet. 31-year-old South African. And the other man, Stephen Doheny, is actually an opening batter. Okay, players are on their way out to the middle. Paul Stirling and Captain Andy Balbirnie. I must say neither side seemed particularly unhappy or didn't let on that they were disappointed at losing the toss. I think Ireland are pretty happy to bat first, having made 300 for 9 the first time around. But it must be said that the skies were a lot clearer 48 hours ago on Sunday. Just a few wispy white clouds, a bit more overcast today, and unscheduled, unforecast rain this morning. At least that's what we're told, Kath. Is rain ever unforecast or unexpected in Ireland?
Never. If you're in Ireland, you expect rain, and if it doesn't rain, it's a nice surprise.
Indeed. Okay, Balbirnie and Stirling at the crease. Stirling, fabulous record, it's averaging almost 40 at a strike rate of 86. Andy Balbirnie hasn't played quite as much. Matt Henry's going to bowl the first over in his 59th match, taken 104 wickets. Really good strike rate, that. Almost 2 wickets a game in one-day international cricket is outstanding. And he bowled with good pace. So still no sign of Adam Milne. who's struggling with a calf injury. Here is Matt Henry running away from us up to the crease now. Ball's first delivery outside the off stump, and Sterling leaves this one alone. He looked. We noted it. I mean, he only faced 10 balls. Paul Sterling, but he looked anything but his usual bristling self.
He did. And I think today he needs to just go out and be aggressive, particularly against this new ball. It is swinging already. We've just seen Matt Henry bowl a wonderful delivery outside off stump, swinging away.
First slip and a third slip, probably. It's pushed away out towards Will Young at mid-wicket by Sterling. I think he just does seem to be a sort of a two-gear man. You know, he's either in first or fifth. And he just... I think he needs to perhaps, why not trust himself, trust his skills. He's 7,000 runs. Runs down the wicket now to Matt Henry and then leaves it alone. There's good delivery outside the off stump, but peculiar. Took a step and a half down the pitch and left it.
Doesn't happen too often. I actually know somebody who ran down the pitch to a spinner once and left it to get stumped, which was quite funny. That didn't happen there, of course, to Paul Sterling, but that aggressive intent is good. He's trying to get at Matt Henry's length, try and force him to change that back of the length. So yeah, good stop.
Henry, big appeal for leg before wicket, up goes the finger. I have to say that looked very straight, and umpire Paul Reynolds didn't have to do a great deal of thinking about that. I mean, it was hit him on the back leg. All I can think is no, he hasn't reviewed it. So Matt Henry makes the early breakthrough, and Paul Sterling has gone for a 4-ball duck. And Ireland unfortunately lose their big start. They are 0-for-1.
That was wonderfully bowled by Matt Henry, really well bowled. Paul Sterling didn't even look at his partner for a review there. He walked off pretty much straight away. It hits you on your back leg like that, you just know it's about to be gone. So great start from New Zealand. Ball shaping around, it's going to be a difficult spell for Ireland.
How long is today going to be for Paul Sterling?
Plenty of cups of tea, I think.
Poor man. He's got 50 overs to sit and watch now, and then I guess he'll be standing at slip for certainly the first few overs of New Zealand's innings. So if he didn't do too much carbo loading, because he might go for a run now. He's got the next 3.5 hours followed by lunch.
You would go for a run.
You bet I would. Absolutely. No, there was absolutely no question about that. Hit him in front of middle, crashing into middle leg. And Matt Henry with the early breakthroughs, you just know as a batter, don't you? Unless you're Steve Smith, of course, then you never know. He reviewed in ODI the last Test match against Sri Lanka, which pitch middle was hitting halfway up middle, and he reviewed it. This time it's pushed firmly by the new batsman Andy McBride up towards mid-on. There's no run.
It's difficult for Ireland now because this is another rebuild. We saw it in the first game, first ODI. They had to rebuild. They're going to have to do that here. Matt Henry's bowling beautifully. Ball to Sterling, nick back, so he's shaping both ways at the moment.
Henry into McBride. Goodness me, that's good lead. Very good lead. Just outside the off stump, and I mean just outside the off stump. So wicket made for Matt Henry first up. And not only Ireland going in with an unchanged 11 from the first game 48 hours ago, but clearly the decision to promote Andy McBride up to number 3 from his usual number 8 is not just a one-off experiment.
No, not at all, and he proved that in the last game, Andy McBride, that he can bat and he can actually just protect the other batters like Harry Tekter from the new ball for a few overs. If he can do that here, that will be massively helpful for Ireland. We know Harry Tekter's in great form, so just whether he can produce another knock like that, they can't keep relying on him. Andy Balbirnie is going to have to step up today, I feel.
Jacob Duffy is going to bowl the second over. One-day international debut for Jacob Duffy. It's a very impressive List A career for Otago. 2 slips for Duffy. The first delivery is good length, a little wide, outside the off stump, wide enough for Balbirnie to leave alone. 2 orthodox slips for Jacob Duffy. On the subject of Harry Tekter, he's surely the age of 22, and given his recent run of form against India and the century against New Zealand, and I think he scored 6 50s in his last 7 innings, can't be long surely before a county is interested in him as an overseas player. Outside the off stump from Duffy, little closer, but once again it is left alone. I mean, there were some people that thought Hardik Pandya was had his tongue in his cheek when he gave Harry Tekter one of his bats and said hopefully he'll be the first Irishman to play in the IPL. But he keeps up the current form and his current strike rate. It can't be a pipe dream. Duffy in straight this time. He's gone wide, a little less wide, and then straight. And Balbirnie plays defensively. 0 for 1 Ireland.
No, I don't think it's a pipe dream at all. I think Harry Tekter, from what we've seen of him, looks a very, very competent batter. He looks like exactly knows what he's doing. He knows how to pace an innings as well, and he's got great shots all round the ground. So why not dream big? Is what I would say to Harry Tekter.
At the same time, keep your eye on the ball, keep your feet on the ground.
Keep watching the ball.
Yes, that's right. Here's Duffy once again to the crease, bowls, and Balbirnie comes forward and guides that one out to Glenn Phillips at cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, Duffy's getting wonderful shape on this ball at the moment. The pitch is slightly green. It is swinging. His seam position is absolutely immaculate, pointing towards first, second slip, and it's just shaping beautifully. So this will be a challenge.
Runless for the first 10 balls, Ireland. The second time asked to bat first. And this time just back of a length and pushed out towards Phillips once again at cover. And there's no run. Ireland paced their innings really well on Sunday, finishing with 300 for 9. But it's all in conditions like this, it's sort of fairly grey, overcast skies, new, fresh pitch, live green grass on it. I think the power play is almost irrelevant as far as the batters are concerned. Duffy is in again, banged in short, and it's blocked defensively straight back to the bowler. So a maiden for Jacob Duffy on his one-day international debut. 2 overs gone, both of them maidens, and a wicket as well for Matt Henry. Paul Sterling trapped LBW for a 4-ball duck. I mean, on a flat, grassless, shiny clay pitch in the subcontinent. Well, they
yes,
are.
Very shiny. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, there are some pitches in the subcontinent, so they've rolled so heavily and they're so grassless. So the sun reflects off them. You can get
you can see your face in it, man.
Almost. Yeah. But then sure, with the field in, the power play becomes a scoring option, and you can go just like Ramesh Kalawitharana and Sanath Jayasuriya did. They were the first team to really do it, to go huge in the power play, and that was back in the 96 World Cup. Here's Matt Henry, second over. Again, he's gone for the slip and the wide slip, or narrow gully, and this one is played defensively by McBride. But as far as Ireland are concerned here, I have to say that it's the power play is more about wicket preservation than it is about scoring quick runs.
Yeah, and I think that's the disappointing thing with losing Sterling early on, because he would probably be the batter, a bit like a Jason Roy, who would go for it during this early power play spell.
McBride plays defensively once again as Henry drops short in at the body.
Do you want to know how old I was in 96, Manners?
I can tell you where I was when Ramesh. You might have seen highlights then of the 96 World Cup.
No, I was 4.
You were 5. Oh, okay. All right. Here's Matt Henry, good Yorker, right up in the block hole, nicely defended by Andy McBride. But you know all about Ramesh Kalawitharana and Sanath Jayasuriya. You know that.
Of course.
It was like, it was like moon landing stuff. They were scoring 100 in the first 15 overs. Nobody had ever conceived of such a thing before. And Kalawitharana sort of set the tone as well. He was the first wicketkeeper to open the batting on a regular basis at international level. It's chopped away off the bottom edge out towards Phillips. But none of us had ever seen anything like it before. And now, of course, it's just usual. Tee off in the power play.
Yeah, and we're seeing something similar now in Test cricket with this New England side. Do you think that will be something that will last? Or do you feel like that's just a bit of flash in the pan stuff?
I think it's a... Well, here's Henry again, bowls. McBride drives up towards mid-off, and it's fielded by Michael Bracewell, hero 48 hours ago. I think it was a conflagration of circumstances that allowed England to play in that way. I mean, 4 successful chases in excess of 270. It was unprecedented in Test cricket. And there were 4 pitches that got flatter as the game went on. Matt Henry in once again. McBride once more plays defensively. And there's no run. Another maiden comes to an end. 3 in a row now. Ireland runless after 3 overs. So the answer is no. I don't think it can be replicated around the world and in different circumstances and different pitches against different bowlers. No.
In Australia, we saw them in the Ashes just get blown away. Had they played with that mindset, do you think it would have been a closer game or not really?
Not really.
Oh, that was a manners pause there as well.
Well, see, I mean,
I'm getting used to them now.
I said there was no chance at all of England chasing down 378 against India, and they got them with 7 wickets to spare. Duffy in again outside the off stump. That one is left alone by Andy Balbirnie once more, and there's no run. What's the most number of consecutive overs, maiden overs, you've ever seen at the beginning of a one-day international?
I don't know. This must be getting close. I've not seen this before, actually. I don't think, Manners. I've never seen no runs scored in the first 3.
19 balls.
Yeah.
Here's Duffy once again, and this one is clipped away off his hip out towards Mitchell Santner at mid-on, and there's no run. It was a one-day international between South Africa and India, in which India won the toss and batted first, and in their first 10 overs they scored 10 runs. 10 for none in 10 overs. I think it was Sanjay Mandrekar and W.V. Rahman, perhaps. That's a half volley leg stump, clipped away out towards Santner, and the first run, and there's an ironic cheer from a small but enthusiastic, loyal crowd, and a run finally after 21 deliveries, 1 for 1 Ireland.
That was the first one that Duffy's actually got 2 full. Leg stump half volley should have actually been pierced the gap and hit for 4. But they've hit the top of off stump, just outside off stump, hard back of a length, with the ball shaping around, and Ireland haven't had an answer to it so far.
Yeah, you can see why Tom Latham decided to bowl first. Very friendly conditions for the bowlers, and McBride now pushes firmly out towards cover once again, and it's Phillips who does the tidying up.
This is the devil and angel on your shoulder moment for these Irish players. Do you just run down the pitch and hoy one because you want to get off the mark and it's feeling increasingly frustrating, or do you just keep sitting in and waiting for this new ball just to get a little bit older?
Sit and wait. Here's Duffy again. Good delivery, past the inside edge, back of a length. Good pace too there from Jacob Duffy. And that one has nipped back, gone past the inside edge, and that was a challenge for Tom Latham, having to dive to his right.
Yeah, that nipped back quite a long way. Cut him in half. And he fell over at the end of the delivery just to make it even more dramatic. But I think it's looking a little bit difficult for the bowlers to get a grip. We've seen Duffy scratching the crease quite a lot, trying to get a little bit more grip on his front foot and finding it hard.
Little pile of sawdust at the top of his run-up, just in case it's required. The crease there is definitely... Oh, that's good Yorker length delivery, outside leg stump, and McBride gets into a bit of a tangle as he digs it out, and again fielded at square leg. So there seems to be quite a bit of moisture in the pitch, given how quickly those footmarks are developing.
Yeah. Is that a front foot no ball?
They're having a look at it, aren't they? The third umpire, Jareth McCready, to set.
But given that was a wide, this will also be a free hit now.
Well, Andy Bryan, none off 11 balls. Duffy in again bowls. He blocks it defensively up towards mid-off. I'm not sure that the communication...
That couldn't have been a free hit if he just played a poor defensive
I'm not sure the communications have been all that swish, to be honest. I don't know that the players were aware that the third umpire did actually confirm that that was a no ball from Jacob Duffy. The wide should then have meant that the next ball was also a free hit, but Andy McBride blocked it resolutely, and he's now had a dozen deliveries and he's yet to score. Andy Balbirnie 1 off 9 balls, and this is certainly one of the slowest, quietest, gentlest starts that I've experienced at the beginning of a one-day international. 4 overs gone, Ireland 3 for 1.
I was going to say it's not dissimilar to the first ODI, but it has been. The run rate is so low. But McBride there, if he knew that was a free hit, I'm sure he would have charged down the track and tried to have a big swing at it after playing so many forward defensive shots. Ireland need to look to rotate the strike here. They need to do something different. They can't just keep allowing New Zealand to bowl at them like this. They need to try and throw them off their length somehow. Do something different. Make them bowl to a different game plan. I know easy to say from here, difficult to do, but they can't just keep defending.
Tell you what, I'm a huge fan of Aleem Dar's, and he's a terrific man. I think, you know, as a person as well as an umpire, and I've been on various tours around the world in which he's, you know, turned up at net practice and has asked if he could stand, you know, because umpires need to have a net as well. So, you know, he just got off a 18-hour long-haul flight with a couple of changes, you know, a night in Dubai, and so just to get the cobwebs out of the system, he often turns up at the nets, not only to stand there and adjudicate, but also to have a bowl. There's a problem with the stumps at the moment. So I'll tell you what I think has happened is I was talking about how much moisture there was in the pitch, and I think that the stump holes are often watered. More often than not, they're watered so that the stumps can actually fit into a pitch which is hard, bully clay. And I think that they may have been overwatered. And the middle stump, which is the one that contains the stump microphone, I think is a little bit loose. And the umpire, Aleem Dar, is now actually just having a push and a prod with his fingers. And the technology, the microphone and its transmitter is housed in a plastic bag, particularly important in Ireland to protect it against unforeseen rainfall and showers. But I think that the hole for the middle stump, which contains the stump microphone, is too moist, and I think that the problem here is that it's a bit loose. And the umpires have just noticed that it's not standing upright and as rigid in the ground in its stump hole as it should. That's my interpretation of what's going on. Kath, what do you make of this stoppage?
That sounds about right. I think I overheard somebody saying that it wasn't sitting correctly in place. It was leaning a little bit, and that's when the hole gets a little bit bigger, isn't it? Or there is a huge amount of moisture on this surface. We can see how much green is on the pitch, so it's obviously just come a little bit too loose.
And now
you wouldn't want to be bowled when that's happened, would you? And the stump's at the wrong angle.
I'm assuming it's the head groundsman who's come out purely on the basis that he looks like he's spent 60 years at sea. He's got a grizzled grey beard and leathery skin, and he looks like
you know how to make friends.
He should be a captain of a trawler.
He certainly looks like he is.
with his woolly beanie.
He came out with a large bottle of water. I'm not sure what that was for.
So it's not the water we need. He also came out with a bucket of soil. So he's put some extra soil in the stump hole just to try and make the stump stand up a little bit more rigidly. I think problem is solved. I'm assuming the problem is solved because play is about to get underway again. Tell you what, we've had some stoppages for various things over the years, but not for a flaccid stump before. That's a first in my career. And next delivery from Matt Henry is pushed away out towards mid-wicket, and they go through for a quick single. Well, actually, it was a very gentle single. Strolled single.
Sunday afternoon stroll, that was. That one.
I'm just going through my favourite list of unusual stoppages of play. Bees. We've had a few of those.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. With swarm of bees, and the players all have to lie on the umpires screaming out, "Lie down, everyone, lie down." That's a thick outside edge. Matt Henry finds the outside edge of Andy McBride's bat and flies away down towards wide third or squarish deep backward point. They go through for a single. McBride's off the mark to his 13th delivery.
Yeah, finally off the mark. It's taken him a while, and it comes through his thick outside edge, so not the control he'd be wanting to have on that shot.
Here's Matt Henry again to the crease now, bowls, and it's played defensively by Balbirnie up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Bomb scare?
Yeah, absolutely.
No, there was play was stopped because of a bomb scare. Oh,
because of a bomb scare. Wow. Where were you?
Sri Lanka.
Oh.
Bowled him. He's left that one alone, Andy Balbirnie, and Matt Henry clips the top of off stump, and Balbirnie has gone, and Ireland in all sorts of trouble at 5 for 2. The captain's gone. Matt Henry, I have to say, has looked a real handful under grey leaden skies and a helpful seaming pitch. And Ireland have been very defensive anyway. That was a cracking delivery, wasn't it?
That was an absolutely beautiful delivery. Starting fifth stump line, he rolled his fingers on it, like an off cutter, and it's just cut back in. And Balbirnie looking to leave that ball outside off stump, and it's cut back so far it's hit the top of off. That is perfect as a fast bowler. That's a wonderful delivery by Matt Henry.
Well, Harry Tekter, the man in form, the man that has been the subject of conversation not just amongst Irish cricket followers and cricket lovers, but tell you what, there's a few people around the world have noticed the form of Harry Tekter. And Andy McBride walks out to greet him, having faced 13 balls for his one run, and has quite a bit to say to him, presumably based along the lines of, "It's doing a bit, Harry."
It's doing a lot. The worst is when your batting partner comes up to you and tells you something completely wrong. I've had that before.
Or completely unhelpful, like, it's moving about all over the place. Good luck, mate.
Yes, have fun. Enjoy this. I've had it before where someone's told me, the ball's swinging out, it's swinging out, every ball she's bowled is swinging out. First ball, in swinger. Never trust your teammates.
Possibly the bowler heard the conversation. Flipped it round. And, Matt Henry's a very, very fine bowler. And, you know what, so that will go down as an unforced error, I assume, amongst the statos. Here's Matt Henry, bowls to Tekter, and that's a beauty. Just back of drivable, and then shapes away. Nicely played, actually nicely not played by Harry Tekter, who did leave it alone. But it's a real handful for the batters at the moment.
And he's bowling beautifully. He looks in really good rhythm here as well. He's bouncing around in his action, bouncing through his action, and he's got that rhythm. It just looks wonderful to watch, this is.
Andy McBride watching on at the non-striker's end as Harry Tekter faces up to his second delivery, and that one is defended, blocked up towards mid-off, and there's no run. 5 for 2 from 5 overs. Ireland losing the toss for the second time in a row. New Zealand choosing to bowl first for the second time in a row. And, I mean, it's a long way to go, and hopefully the pitch flattens out and the two new balls become a little less dangerous. But, gosh, these troubling times for Ireland at the moment.
It certainly is. And when the ball's nipping around as it is off this surface, the green pitch, and it's just not easy. When you've got world-class bowlers bowling at you, Matt Henry just looks in wonderful form here. Really good rhythm, hitting his areas pretty much every ball. And
Jacob Duffy begins a new over. There's an appeal for leg before wicket on the basis that the ball was going to hit the stumps, no question, but it clearly pitched outside leg stump. So you've toured South Africa, or in fact you've toured Potchefstroom.
I have.
You had a whole tour to South Africa in which you stayed in Potchefstroom. Oh no, you went to Benoni.
No, just Potch.
Was it just Potch?
For a whole month.
Well, the sporting facilities are amazing in Potchefstroom. Here's Duffy once again, and this one steered very nicely down towards wide third, and they go through for the first run. There's a loud scream of no from McBride as Harry Tekter wanted to come back for the second run. The reason I ask is you'll know exactly what a braai is then.
I do indeed.
In South Africa. Otherwise known in most of the rest of the world as a barbecue. And the most unusual stoppage in play that I've ever had was at a ground in South Africa in the days when braaiing was not only permitted but encouraged. And you would get quite literally thousands of people who would go to watch a day-night game and take their own braai, their own gas braai with them. In fact, many grounds. Here's Duffy again, good delivery, full and wide outside the off stump, left alone by Tekter. Many grounds actually had braai facilities, so you just turn up with your kilograms and kilograms of meat, and you'd literally build a braai with wood and watch the game while you braaied. And there's one particularly still evening. There was hardly a breath of wind, and the braai smoke built up, and it didn't leave. Here's Duffy again, and that one steered away down towards third man and goes through for a single. Blair Tickner does the tidying up, and eventually visibility was so poor that the game had to be stopped.
No.
And the public address announcer came on and said, and disappointing as this may be, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to ask you to turn your braais off or pour water on them.
That's why a cucumber sandwich doesn't go amiss.
There's been a few anyway. So we had a stoppage in play here because of an overwatered stump ball. Here's Duffy again to Andy McBride on the back foot, playing it away out towards backward point, and there's no run once again. Look, conditions are really tough, Kath, and sometimes it happens. You find that the ball is seaming around and it's moving, and then it gets into your head, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And the best thing to do when these conditions are on is actually just look to take singles.
Duffy in once again and pushed by McBride, back past the bowler, nicely fielded by Michael Bracewell, diving to his right. That's exactly my point. Don't let it get into your head. You just get something on it and rotate the strike. You can't just play out 6 overs now, 7 for 2 Ireland.
If the big booming drive is not on, or you can't look to be aggressive, we've seen, in the past, Paul Sterling's MO is to go for it at the start. These conditions are not conducive to that, so you have to work out a different game plan. You can't just stick to the same game plan and hope after 6 overs it might suddenly start working. So drop it by your feet, look for a single, make the inner ring fielders on their toes a little bit more, look to push the gaps, and then you start to get a bit of a flow. If you're just stuck playing the same shot, defensive, then you feel stuck as a batter, your partner feels stuck, and the scoreboard just goes nowhere and the pressure builds, and then you have to play an expansive shot to get yourself out of a situation that you've got in. So they need to look to push singles, I think.
Matt Henry begins another over, the 7th of the innings, his 4th. He's got figures of 2 for 2 in the beginning of his fourth over. That one is left alone by Harry Tekter. Exactly right. I mean, nobody is suggesting that you launch a counter attack and look to start crunching boundaries. You just need to make sure you don't get into an overly defensive mindset. Here's Henry again, and this one is played defensively by Tekter. Talk about the array of strokes that he has, and that fabulous unbeaten 63 from 36 balls and a T20 against India. And he does have some wonderful scoring shots, but you don't get to score as many 50s and 100 as he does in consecutive innings without a
the connection he wants. It just shows Henry that he's looking to score now, and that's a different mindset. So difficult when the ball's shaping around like this. Very, very, very challenging.
It's too early to speculate about what might be a good score, but because conditions can change. we're only in the 7th over. The sun might come out and everything could become a lot more batting friendly, but at this stage you'd have to say that 220 might not be a bad effort. Oh, there's a big appeal inside edge. That would have been very, very perilous for Harry Tekter, but he's got an inside edge, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got a massive inside edge on that, and that saved him there. Yeah, as you said, you've got to have a good defence against this sort of attack where the ball is nipping around. That nip back, you have to trust your defensive shot. I just think this is going to be so challenging for Ireland. I think they're just hoping the spin will come on soon.
Here is New Zealand opening bowler Matt Henry, and final delivery of the over. In fact, 5th delivery of the over, once again pushed defensively out on the offside. I mean, how are New Zealand thinking now about playing 2 left-arm spinners when they another seamer, another frontline seamer here? Oh.
Yeah, the conditions are just so different to the other day. Same ground.
Again, forward comes Tekter, pushing that one out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run once more. 7 overs gone. Ireland losing the toss, batting first, 7 for 2.
You would think this is the same ground. You honestly wouldn't. The way this pitch is behaving, and the way that these New Zealand bowlers have got the ball to shape around this morning, I do think Ireland will be disappointed about the toss now. They'll be thinking, oh, we would rather New Zealand have batted first on this deck. Yeah, it can dry out. The outfield can get a little bit quicker as well. They'll have to bowl spin at some point, so it's just whether they just sit in and wait for that. That's going to be the challenge, but New Zealand bowled beautifully, really, really well.
Jacob Duffy continues. That's down the leg side. Hits McBrien on the pad, on the thigh pad. They momentarily they did run a leg by.
They did.
But it was a leg by, wasn't it? I mean, didn't seem to me like he was playing a shot. It really did not look like he was playing a shot at that. But the umpires have allowed. What do you think?
It was a late shot.
He's just let it hit him on the thigh pad.
Pretty much, and then played a shot after it.
Exactly. Exactly. Ball's hit him on the thigh pad, deflected away for a leg by. They've run it, and he's then thought, I ought to make it look like I played a shot at that one. Duffy in once more. Beauty, absolute snorter. Harry Tekter just looks away. He's comprehensively beaten by a huge leg cutter, and he just turns and walks away. What can you do?
And Guptill shouting from second slip because he felt he might have got something on there. I've been really impressed with Duffy's lengths. That was an absolute seed of delivery, which some people call it. That was a really, really great delivery. Angled in, nipped away. Oh, unplayable. How do you play that, Harry Tekter? It's difficult.
Thick outside edge, runs away down towards third, beats second slip, but it will be intercepted by Blair Tickner. And, well, that's an event. That's 2 off 1 ball. for Ireland. They did come back for the second, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
They did, yeah. So Ireland into double figures. 10 for 2 now. Harry Tekter on 3 off 12. Seed of Doom.
Seed of Doom. I like that.
They goodness me.
Seed of Despair.
Yeah, well, you just hope you miss it, don't
That's
you?
it,
Really?
yeah.
Just absolutely.
Don't be good enough to nick it.
Ireland. You've got to feel sorry for them. You'd feel sorry for any team that has to bat first in these conditions against two quality seamers. Duffy in once more, back of a length, pushed away defensively on the offside. And there's no run. So, I mean, these are unusual conditions, even for Ireland.
Yeah, this is an unusual pitch, definitely, for sure. It's not a pitch that you'd pick to bat on first. Harry Tekter, I feel like he'll just have to bide his time here. He'll just have to bat time and wait because he's good enough to catch up. We saw that in the first ODI.
Duffy in once again, back of a length, bounces, hits Tekter on the bottom hand, and he rings it now. It's amazing, isn't it? All the years that batting glove technology has improved and advanced, and but he's yet to the batting glove that prevents pain or indeed broken fingers is still yet to be created. That one hurt.
Yeah, that did look like it hurt. Bounced a lot. Bounced a huge amount off back of the length.
Outside the off stump, and Tekter has the relief of leaving this one alone. And the over comes to an end. 8 gone. Ireland losing the toss, batting first. 10 for 2.
The problem is when you see a back of a length delivery that wouldn't normally behave like that, and when it does bounce at you and hit you on the thumb of your bottom hand, you start to not trust the pitch as much. You start to think, what's this pitch doing now? It's bouncing more than it normally would. It's seaming huge amounts and it's swinging, but when it hits you on that glove, you get a little bit shaken as a batter. You think, I'm not really too sure whether this pitch is going to be playing true. Not only is it swinging, it's also bouncing. So take credit to Henry and Duffy for bowling how they've been bowling. Bowled beautiful length so far, and Ireland just haven't been able to score anything off it.
Matt Henry figures of 2 for 2 from 4 overs. He's into his fifth over outside the off stump, left alone. And on that note, Jacob Duffy having figures of none for 7 off 4. Matt Henry 2 for 2 off 4. I'll see what Jared Kimber can make of the next 8 overs, because at this rate, Ireland, I don't know. I mean, it's too early to call, but my goodness me, every run seems like a rare thing at the moment, Jared.
Henry McBrien missed that ball by about 9 inches. As Henry comes in again, it's full and straight and clubbed down. Miss hit to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, McBrien's going to have to do something here. I feel, he normally bats at 8, so he may as well go for it at some stage. Tekter can just sit in and bat time. But McBrien there, he looks like he's starting to try to do something, I guess.
Yeah, he certainly attacked that one and hit it, which was much better than the previous one. Here again, he tries to force the ball, takes his bottom hand off the bat, and he opens up his bottom feet a little bit, loses his balance, and he knocks out to mid-wicket. There's no run there. He just doesn't have a lot of scoring options.
No, this is true. Especially when New Zealand are bowling like this. Did you expect the pitch to behave like this morning?
No, but I wonder how much this has to do with the weather conditions as well. Because a little bit of this has been the ball swinging, hasn't it? But yeah, no, I didn't expect it to rain either, and it's Ireland. He comes down the wicket to McBrien there. That's a length ball. He gets halfway down and then thinks to himself, I should play a shot. He hasn't decided what shot to play as the ball goes past him outside off stump and is taken by Latham. Hasn't missed the stumps by that much. How would you describe that shot? Is it a running block push?
I think you described it perfectly, actually. A running block push.
It's a cross-batted block push as well. This one's outside of stump. He's been beaten by several inches again here. A little bit of bounce here. It does seam away massively, but he's nowhere near the delivery.
I think I might start teaching that, actually. New to the coaching manual. Running block push.
I reckon it was Ian O'Brien who I first heard use the term strapple for straight pull. McBride is 2 of 23. There's one slip in place, and he hits this into the covers. This is good, actually. Better timing, and they're going to get a couple as the beast Bracewell comes out. They might get a third, because Bracewell has just thrown the ball past the guy who came to help him, but they're just going to get 2. So good from McBride there. He timed that. He also held his shape a little bit more. Before then, he's been kind of all over the place.
Yeah, it's the first time he's held a proper looking cover drive and actually pierced the gap. So shows you if you do play more of a traditional shot rather than the running block push that we have seen, that you can score. And it's about picking gaps. They've just not picked any gaps so far this morning at all, really. Even when they've gone for it or used their feet, they've not got a bat on it. So yeah, it's been a challenge.
Yeah, it's interesting because they had one slip in place there for McBride, and you could easily have 2 slips for McBride, I believe. But I think what they're thinking is, if we can if we could have 2 slips in place, then there's maybe slightly more gaps, so they might be able to chip the ball around. Whereas, so that's a tactic. To be fair, I don't think he got one edge that I think went past Gully maybe earlier, but they got 3 slips in for Duffy, however. And they get a single into that gap. Was his back grounded? That was brilliant work. That was Guptill coming around from point there, I think. Ball set up perfectly for him. I mean, Harry Tekter should have been in easily. Just wonder if he grounded his bat properly. Assuming he did.
Yeah, you'd hope he did.
He really has hit that straight to the right hand of one of the... Oh, it's Phillips, not Guptill. I know, his bat's fine.
Long way in.
But again, hitting the ball directly to the right of a fielder.
That's better. I prefer to see that. I prefer to see Ireland push the inner ring fielders and look for singles rather than just playing pretty traditional test match cricket, really, so far.
Duffy to McBride. This swings back in. It's a good ball. McBride hits it straight back to him with sort of a push, a check drive. And there's no run again there. 13 for 2. McBride on 4 from 25 deliveries. Harry Tekter from 4 from 16. Duffy is into his 5th over, none for 8. Duffy certainly missed the right game the other day, didn't he?
Yeah, that was not a pitch you would want to bowl on.
He's like, can you just pick me when it's swinging, everyone? And this one does swing, but into the middle of McBride's bat. Again, he just holds his toes a little bit better, and that's going to go for 4. Good timing. He doesn't really lean into them. He almost leans back, but when he keeps his shape, he can play a decent cover drive, and that one is raced off the middle of the bat, and it's gone for 4.
Yeah, shot of the innings so far. Lovely shot. Almost a punch drive. As you said, yeah, weight slightly backwards, but still managed to get full face of the bat through the ball, and a deserved 4. The first boundary, I think, of the innings.
Yeah. And it's interesting because he was playing, he's messing around in his crease a minute ago, but just going back to batting normally seems to help him a little bit more. Duffy comes in. He defends this one as it shapes back into middle and off. He ends up outside almost at short point, watching it very, very carefully. It's 17 for 2 here on talkSPORT 2 with Jared Kimber and Kath Dalton. 2 balls to come in for the first power play, in fact. And it has been incredibly slow start if you're just joining us here. Ireland well on top. The ball has been swinging and seaming for them. And Andy McBride, the pitch blocker, up again. 8 of 27. Gets his ball down the leg side, gets his body out the way of it, and it's given as a wide. Yeah, okay, that's fair. I think Andy McBride made it look like it was closer to the stumps than it was, and it probably was a wide, but it wasn't that far away from the hip. Interesting not to play a shot to that ball.
Yeah, you think he'd try to flick that down to fine leg, but he didn't. Good decision in the end because he gets the wide, but there's not been too many loose deliveries so far by these New Zealand bowlers.
Probably trying to capitalise on this. This is another good ball on off stump. Drops his hands on it to short cover, and they take a single. Had to hurry through there, but I think there was always a run. 19 for 2, and McBride moves to 9.
Yeah, much better intent by McBride. He's hit 4. He's taken a single. That's what he needs to do. Just keep his shape on his shots, look to pierce the gap, and take runs in the ring. And then the scoreboard starts to look a little bit healthier.
That was Glenn Phillips there, who threw that left-handed. So he threw the last one right-handed and this one left-handed. That's, I was saying the other day, when he gets bored, he probably picks up a new skill. That's probably one of the things he's just like one day, I've gone out early, I might as well just learn how to throw left-handed today. Duffy to finish his 5th over. He's gone for 14 so far, hasn't taken a wicket, and Harry Tekter gets on top of this outside off stump, back for length, shapes away, and it's just pushed to short cover, and there is no run. So at the end of the 10th over, New Zealand have Ireland 19 for 2 here on talkSPORT 2. Kath Dalton is going to take a break, and Ian O'Brien will join me in a moment. Remember, you can get in touch with us at cricket_TS or at talkSPORT2. And a reminder that we'll bring you more live cricket on talkSPORT 2 later this month with Ireland's T20 straight away. It's full just outside off stump. He tries to drive this Tekter. He ends up at mid-wicket for no run. Blair Tickner can't believe that he didn't bowl him there. Blair Tickner must have been sitting back for the first 11 overs going, come on, guys. You made me bowl on the other pitch. At least let me have a go here.
Yeah, quite a different surface in the sense where the lateral. I think the pitch for the first game, there certainly was a little bit of kick. There was a little bit of extra bounce, and on those ones where it did bounce, a little nibble, like a hint of movement. Today, it's a little bit more exaggerated.
Tekter comes in. There's a lot of moving parts, big elbows as he bowls a length ball outside off stump, and it is left alone by Tekter.
Nice. Tic-tac.
I was like, which one am I saying?
We got back to, so good follow-up delivery there, just in terms of the first one. Looked to be a deliberate sort of push in swing towards knee roll. And that is often the early over plan to try and hit knee roll, pushing back in, and then he's gone back to that channel outside off stump, waiting for a nick.
Tekter. Intentional mullet, intentional mustache comes in, back of a length, is pushed into point, and there is no run.
And banging away there, a fraction short, fraction wide in terms of that one-day line. This was something that I thought he struggled with in the first game, was that 4-day length, the red ball line, the red ball length, and that's what he spent most of his career playing, is the red ball stuff, and that's where he's had a lot of his success. Had a very good season with the white ball this year, but that line, that length, just a little too wide, a little too short.
Comes wide on the crease, and he's full, and this just fades away. 131 kilometres an hour. Tekter tries forward defence, and ends up in Latham's glove. No run, 31 for 2.
Much nicer. So he's gone from sort of 8 inches, 12 inches outside the off stump, back into sort of 6 inches outside the off stump. There's an element that's still, over the period of a one-day game, is still a fraction wide, but given this surface, don't want to be much wider than that, and that's not too bad in terms of being straight. Lovely delivery.
Couple of back of the length, couple of full. It's kind of all over the place with these lengths right at the moment. It goes short, and this hits the bat very hard again. Tekter comes down the wicket, ends up almost defending it off the front foot, but around his hip, and again hits it straight to point, and there's no run.
It's good bounce, it's good pace at the moment from Tekter. Nice starting over, all dots. Hardest thing to do was to bowl the same ball twice. That was one of Kyle Mills's absolute strength as a New Zealand white ball bowler. He didn't have a lot of moving parts. It was pretty simple bowling action, gave him the opportunity for repeatability.
There's a gully in place. This is back of a length again. This one perhaps just moved a little bit away from Tekter. He tries to defend this off the back foot, and he's beaten. Another very good over. In fact, Tekter will be happy with that. His last 2 overs have gone for 2 runs. 2 at the death the other night, and a maiden to begin with here. 31 for 2 here on talkSPORT 2 with Jared Kimber and Ian O'Brien.
Yeah, and that last wicket partnership at 25 with Michael Bracewell. He didn't face a ball.
I was going to say, did he face a ball? I was trying to think if he faced one.
No, he didn't face a ball.
He came in at the other end, didn't he?
Yeah, last wicket partnership 25. Nicely done.
Yeah, take that on your stats. What about the impact index of him standing at the other end? If it was a lesser man, Bracewell might not have had the strength to do that. 60 dots so far in 12 overs. We've had 2 twos, 7 singles, and 4 fours.
They've scored off 12 balls. That's 10 overs. They've scored off 12 balls.
13 balls.
60 dots. 60 dots.
Was it?
What did you say?
12 balls. No, you're right. You're right. 12 balls. Yeah, I take that back. You're right.
And given the nature of the wicket, and given the sort of slightly defensive nature of the batting, because of the the attacking nature of the bowling. Yes, but no. More singles, obviously.
Bracewell comes in and he's short and wide and it's cut beautifully by McBrien. They should just get one. Henry Nichols comes around on the boundary and they do. A bit of a loose note there from Bracewell.
Yuckity yuck. That's not a nice delivery to start with. But McBrien, enjoying short and wide from the spinner.
Yeah, after everything they've seen so far today, to see Bracewell come on first ball and bowl a slow, short, wide one. And to be fair, McBrien's probably sitting at the other end going, now that I probably should have hit that before.
It looked like he was trying to go later, so trying to get it squarer, but not late enough and not enough behind for that cover sweeper to even allow him to get back for 2. That was the first real sort of freebie, if you like, loose one of the morning.
Slip in Bracewell as he comes in again. Beastie, you might hear through the effects mic there, as that is just knocked a short mid wicket, and there's no run. He's got a slip in place, which is Finn Allen. And he flights this up, and he's hit this off the toe of the bat, straight to long on.
Oh my word.
And Glenn Phillips completes the catch. It was flighted just a little bit, outside off stump, and he came down and he wanted to smash it to Harry Tekter. He got absolutely nothing on it, and that just looks soft.
Let's have a look. Hasn't really got anywhere near the length of it. And typically, if you don't get near the length of it, the bailout option is to drag it to cow. And maybe to his discredit, if you like, he stayed a little bit proper on it. He stayed a little bit through the shot, as opposed to getting hands through it and going to cow. Someone that was amazing at that was Adam Gilchrist. Wouldn't get anywhere near the pace of the ball, anywhere near the right length, and then the hands would just take over and it would go wide of long on. It would go out to mid wicket and typically for 6 because his wrists were that ridiculous. But on the back of his wonderful innings the other day, his 100 that didn't turn into the success that you're hoping for Ireland, the maturity, the energy, and I talk about the emotional and the physical, not the physical, but that mental and emotional energy. And I spoke about it before the game. I spoke at the end of the end of the other game. Coming out here, you're tired because you didn't get that win. That win that you were in place to do. You are just that much tireder than you would expect, and that's when you make mistakes. And that's. Yeah, you said it looks soft. It's dumb cricket. Yeah, it's not smart cricket. But I'm trying to explain how that happens, as opposed to just calling it soft and dumb.
I don't think it is soft. I think it looks soft because it comes off the bottom of the bat and it leaps as Curtis Camphor comes out, faces his first ball. And just pushes it to Blair Tickner at point. There's no run. And what I mean is, really, he's gone for 24 balls and scored 4 runs. The off spinner comes on, flights one up, and he mangles it so bad that it doesn't even push. I mean, long on had to come in. Another one flick to mid wicket and for no run.
Do you know what I mean? I'm trying to work out what he's thinking. Why am I trying to go over long on? Why am I going over long on? Why am I not actually trying to drag that?
This is outside a stump and push the short cover, and there's no run again. That's the end of the over, actually. 32 for 3 here on talkSPORT 2. Jared Kimber and Ian O'Brien. So, yeah, Harry Tekter gone for 4 from 25 balls. Yeah, I think part of it has to be he's suddenly facing the spinner. And there is a normal thing of, okay, well, we can't... these seamers we're nipping around everywhere, and I need to score here. But you're right, he's picked where the fielder is. And also, I wonder if the first time he comes down the wicket and tries to hit it hard, should he not be trying to bang it along the ground and hit it as hard as he can to make sure that he's seeing them right? Because he's trying to hit that for 6, and he scored 4 of 25 at that point. That's a big step up from where he'd been batting.
He's trying to hit it for 6 over the fielder.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
And that's my issue. Is the mindset, the decision to I'm gonna hit this there. That's my bit. That is, it comes from exhaustion. It comes from confusion. You see batters get to 100 and get out in all formats of cricket, and there's an element that it's tiredness, it's confusion, you just forget. You just take a little. You just don't concentrate as good as you can do. And he'll learn.
Blair takes that around the wicket. Danny McBride, that hits him on the arm. I haven't bowled short much to him today because the ball's been nipping around, but a lot of teams in the world like to do that. That was short, angled in at him. I think he ended up dropping his hands and trying to leave it.
Is it a bicep or something, is it?
Oh, God, he played half a shot, didn't he? He just didn't even follow through. And, yeah, as you said, just hit his bicep on the way through. His left arm, he got himself in an awful tangle there.
When he premeditates that, I think he's a lot better. And in terms of the pull shot that he played in the previous over, he's just looking to... I think he's not looking for the pull shot there.
Tekter around the wicket again. He's got a gully in place. Tekter goes for that short ball, gets it massively wrong, and it's a huge wide down the leg side. At the moment, Andy McBride has 66% of Ireland's total. The pinch blocker doing it all on his own.
He scored a third of the runs in the previous over, didn't he? More than a third of the runs in the previous over from Tekter.
And there's some extras as well, isn't there? I think the rest of Ireland have scored 6 runs off the bat.
That's a real... Going back, Kath was talking about it, Kath Dalton was talking about it in terms of the rotation of strike, and just the ability to get off strike, the ability to drop the hands and push the single. They had 2 slips New Zealand, so that means there's a gap somewhere. 2 slips in a gully, so that means there is a gap at mid-wicket. There's always a gap down the fine leg if you can get across your stumps.
Tekter around the wicket again. This time it's a better length. It's just outside off stump, and he opens the face of the bat. Does McBride, tries to run this down to third, but can't get it past 4 slip, maybe a fine gully. Martin Guptill there. There's no run.
I'm just still going back to the Tekter. We've just seen a little highlight package of Tekter today, and he's been in and around off stump. He's been defensively minded. There hasn't been any sort of attacking option that he necessarily played. Just couldn't get off strike, couldn't get flowing.
Tekter here goes for another short ball at McBride and gets it wrong horribly again, and that is a mile down leg side. I want to ask you a technical question. He's now bowled 2 of these. Obviously he wants to bowl short and at McBride's body, and we've seen ODI and Smith and so many people hit him with the short ball before. Is it possible that he hasn't spent a lot of time bowling short balls around the wicket at left-handers? Because it looks like to me there's a technical problem here.
That to me looks like he's trying to bowl that one too hard. He's trying to bowl it too quick, and so you just get a little bit sloppy on your front shoulder and then sloppy on the back shoulder. The chin heads off the fine leg.
That's a much better ball. When he's bowling length, he looks much better. Just back of a leg there, outside off stump, and defended by Andy McBride, who, again, doesn't really have another option. He's decided on the defensive shot, and he can't work out how to find a single, so he just takes the dot ball.
So the one of the things about bowling a bouncer is that you do often have to give up your front side of your body just a fraction early. Like bowling a flipper, you need your front side of your body to fall away. McGrath, who didn't do it, hence his bouncer was because you didn't get the early vision, but Tekter, the front side falls away.
Well, this one is maybe the worst. This was a length ball that swung after it pitched outside leg stump. Luckily for Tekter, I think Latham just got a little bit on it, so it's just going to be 2 wides down the leg side. That should have been 5.
Yeah, so the front side slightly falling away, and then his right arm, his bowling arm, getting low and getting wide and then getting around the outside of the ball. So when your front side falls away, when your left-hand side as a right-hand bowler falls away, you miss on the leg side, you miss pulling it to the left, and you also miss pushing it to the right. So the head and the chin and that front side going towards off stump just looks like he's either trying to bowl too good a bouncer too quick or trying to swing it too much.
Camphor facing up to Tekter. That's a beautiful ball. Tekter certainly happy to see a right-hander in front of him. Just angles this into the batter. It moves away a little bit. Latham takes it. No shot played.
Just watching his top half on that delivery, top half of his body, just so much straighter and so much more at the target, as opposed to, and look, trying to bowl around the wicket, meaning you've got to get off the pitch, does often mean that you get lower. Your right arm gets a little bit lower because you don't want to commit yourself to running into the wicket. You don't want to commit that top half going down the wicket.
Tekter comes in again, short, wide, outside off stump. Camphor tries to cut this away and is beaten outside the off stump. Tekter got away with that one. If that was a more set player, that's probably at least a single, but maybe even 4.
Yeah, and then we're back a little bit to those all sorts that we had in the first game. This first over, I thought here was nice. There was some good patterns. In terms of the lines were reasonably steady, but the lengths were. I liked his pattern of the lengths. This is just a little bit messy.
Last ball, the over, outside of stump, punched beautifully by Curtis Camphor, but straight to Henry Nichols. At points at the end of that over, 36 for 3 here on talkSPORT 2. There was 4 runs off that over. Three wides. On one of those wides, they ran an extra run on. So ticking the scoreboard over Ireland without laying any bat on the ball.
Yeah, it's just a little bit loose from Tekter, and it's all from round the wicket. It's all from round the wicket to that left-hander. I think one of his early deliveries was, I think his first delivery bowled was just looked like he was pushed it into the right-hander full. That knee roll, I think, was the delivery. And from over the wicket to the right-hander, he's not really known to push it, to swing it in. And so he's an outswing bowler. Coming round the wicket to the left-hander, you shouldn't...
Bracewell coming around the wicket to McBride, defended out the short cover, no run.
Coming round the wicket to the left-hander, then the outswing is in-swing now, so that right to left shape. And he's either trying to swing it too much, come back into the stumps, but glamorous.
Bracewell floats this over off stump, and he goes for a lofted cover drive to McBride. I'm not entirely sure what his thought process was there. He's mishit it, and it goes out to the deep cover, and he gets 1.
So just going back to Tekter, I think he's trying to either swing it too much or bowl it too fast, and just hasn't got it right from round the wicket, and he doesn't really have that ball that holds down the line of off stump to the left-hander.
Camphor facing his 7th delivery here. So that's scored, and he's almost bowled him. Oh, he stayed in his crease to a ball that was way too full. He tried to open the face and run it to backward point, and he's ended up getting an inside edge, and I don't know. I want to see if that went through the stumps. Perhaps it went over. He just was way too full, way too straight. Oh, it's gone between his thigh and leg stump. It spun a little bit as well. It was a good delivery, but geez, he couldn't have chosen a more awkward shot to play there.
Rule 1, you know Rule 1, don't you? Don't cut the offie.
Don't cut it when he's bowled it full on the stumps. Next ball hits his pad and goes nowhere. Well, he's off the mark, Curtis Camphor, if nothing else. So he's 2 off 8 now. Don't cut. I'm not even sure he ended up trying to cut that. He ended up trying to almost straight
late dab.
It
was a late dab, sort of Kane Williamson-esque.
Yeah. This is a full wide one. There's no one out on the offside boundary, I think, there. He goes for the big cover drive, but unfortunately it's straight to Blair Tekter, and there's no run.
And that's a tempter. He's gone from 88, 89 down to 90, 84, that one, kilometres an hour, so quite a bit off it.
Bracewell comes in again. He's almost bowled him again. He's getting good spin. This time he tries to, again, stand in his crease and drive it square of the wicket. And he's got the inside edge. I think that went past Latham this time and went down to short fine leg. And assuming they've just taken the 1 there, Camphor is 3 off 10. McBride is 23 off 40. Bracewell has 1 for 5 from his 2. And Ireland are 40 for 3 after 15 overs. We've got the drinks break here. I'm Jared Kimber, and I'm joined by Ian O'Brien. Curtis Camphor, again, a little bit McBride. I think they prefer if he batted a little bit lower down the order, although he's been doing some great work with the bat like McBride has. He looks a little bit lost against the off-spinner at the moment.
First game on Sunday, they batted in partnerships, and they batted in with Tekter. They sat in and they batted together. They ticked the score over. They managed to keep rotating the strike. Not so easy today, not quite as possible. New Zealand have bowled a lot better than they did and they've bowled a lot better on a pitch that has had a little bit more assistance than certainly on Sunday in the previous game. It's one of those games where I think after 5 overs, it's not a 300 pitch, it's not a 250 pitch. Well, it might be a 230. 230 might be a decent score. So you sit in, and again, I spoke about it on Sunday. You sit in and you do your best to get your last 10 overs. You do your best to get the 10 or 12 end of innings overs to get some sort of a death when the pitch is a bit easy to bat on and the balls are a little bit flatter. It's not been quite the way. They've sat in, but without the ability to take the pressure off themselves. And Tekter, tick, boom for Tekter. And it was, sad to see. Sad to see because he was.
You sad you didn't say that at the time.
Pardon? Well, I wasn't on, so.
You were on with Tekter.
I was, I guess. No, you're good point. Good things come to those who wait. No, just like. He will get much better, and his ODI stats, especially in the last 4 or 5 games, I think he's got 350s on the trot or something. I think he had 350s on the trot before that 100. So his ODI form's wonderful, and he shouldn't have any confidence issues about batting time, about doing it. He just today just couldn't get off strike and made a real lapse to a nothing off-spin delivery. It's certainly nothing like what Kampfer's tried to cut. Hasn't really spun. There wasn't really any loop on it. Just didn't get anywhere near it, and then didn't bail out. Didn't get himself out of the situation. Sort of asked his levers too much, because that's a tall man's shot, especially when you're not at the ball. But yeah, missing out there, Ireland, and he'll be filthy, as you know, as will the top three with the way that Sterling got out twice now in the series, and the way that they've been dismissed in this innings is. Yeah, it's disappointing. Disappointing from a cricket perspective.
Definitely. 40 for 3 Ireland here, finding it much tougher than they did in the last game, although they didn't get off to a cracking start in the last game either. But the conditions are certainly in favour of New Zealand seamers. We have one of them, Blair Tekter. Shaved head at the side, mullet at the back, comedy moustache. Obviously lost some kind of bet. Can't assume there's any other reason he'd have it on his face. Unless, he's staying in a hotel in Malahide with particularly dirty mirrors and he can't see it.
I think it looks great.
Of course you do. You're an 80s boy. Tekter comes in again. Short outside off stump, and this is smashed in front of point with a cut shot before. Beautiful by Curtis Kampfer. He looked all at sea against the off-spinner. It's quite clear that he prefers the pace being on the ball, and he missed one from Tekter last over as well. So frustrated with that. This one he smashes in front of point. Also, that's the first runs off the bat for Tekter. Everything else, he got a maiden in his first over and he had 4 wides in his second over.
Sets up, then it's sat up, short, wide, not with the pace and bounce from his first over.
Comes in again, full, straight, flick to mid-wicket, just between the short mid-wicket and mid-on. Santner comes around and they go through for a single. McBride moves to, Kampfer moves to 8, 45 for 3 here on talkSPORT 2.
One of those, at the moment, you can just see him struggling, Tekter, the bowler. You can really see him just struggling with his own body, trying to get his body into the right places. You bowl best when you're not thinking about it. He didn't bowl great in the first innings, and he looked like he was ticking. Looked like his brain was going overtime, trying to find it. Same again here at the moment.
Around the wicket. Oh, he's having all sorts of trouble here. He's gone around the wicket to Andy McBride again. This time he's bowled a wide outside off stump, and it was a very wide delivery and fallen over. And he's looking up at Alan Dar as if to say, well, that's not my fault because I fell over. But he's now bowled wides on both sides to Andy McBride. I really think he should just start bowling over the wicket.
He needs those figure eights with his phone to get the compass sort of. It's not happening today like it did in his first innings. It's just struggling to find it.
This is just outside off stump, and McBride moves across, back of a length, and turns it to short mid wicket. There's no run.
Actually, you can see it in his jump. I knew that was going to be okay in his jump. You can see it in his jump. The stillness of his head and shoulders in his jump. As soon as you can see him sort of lock up, I in essence take a photo and his body doesn't move for 3 clicks, and your body doesn't move. You're just held. You're hanging. You're holding it at the top. That one there, you could just see that, and then the release, not rushing it.
Tekter comes in again. Another good ball, back for length, just outside off stump, pushed into the covers. India have won the toss at the Oval against England, and they are going to. Oh, I've already forgotten. Was it bat? They're going to bowl, but Virat Kohli has been left out of the side. I don't know if that's dropped. It's probably not. It's injury, they're saying. When you're so injured, you're out of form, perhaps. Groin strain.
Yes.
46 for 3 as Blair Tekter comes around the wicket again. It's Fuller and on the stumps, and it's flicked to square leg, and there's no run there.
I've seen quite a few bowlers go down injured, having seen the pitch every now and again. I doubt it's a green seam in and he's not wanted to bat.
We're just having a look at the pitch map of Blair Tekter, where he has bowled to Andy McBride. It's like he's bowling to 3 different batters. Only one go here. No one's ever been more confused by bowling to Andy McBride than Blair Tekter has right at the moment. Full outside off stump. That is where McBride wants it. He's been waiting for the cover drive. He let go one before, but that is the full extension of the cover drive. They've still got a lot of fielders up in the circle, and so he picks up 4 at the end of the 16th over. It's 50 for 3. I'm Jared Kimber, but I'm going to be replaced by Neil Mounthorpe after some wonderful words on that shot by former New Zealand international Ian O'Brien.
Maiden first up from Tekter, and it was nice. The patterns were all right. And then the next 2 overs was 3 wides in the second, and this one has been hit to the boundary a couple of times. Just looks like he's really trying to force it as opposed to his bowl. Let your body do what it's done day in and day out. Sometimes the mind just doesn't let you have that freedom, and looks like he's real struggling.
Clipped away now out towards mid-wicket. Fielded by Martin Guptill.
Welcome back, Manners. Afternoon.
Thank you very much. Do you know why Michael Bracewell's nickname is Beastly? A little lap paddle sweep here from Curtis Camper, and he's got either nothing on it or a very thin top edge. Gone past the keeper, down the leg side. Finn Allen chases but can't cut it off, and the result is 4. Did he get a little edge on that? A little bit of glove?
Maybe a hint of a top edge, as he's just a little lap sweep.
I'm not sure how Tom Latham thought he might get gloves to it when he was holding them both up alongside his helmet.
4 byes. Oh, no bat on it.
And did you see Tom Latham's gloves?
Yeah.
Very strange. Forward comes Camper, drives through the offside. Blair Tekter chases. That's a really sweetly timed push drive from Curtis Camper, and they come back for 2 runs. So clearly Tom Latham thought that
it was a gunshot. It was a gunfight. He looked like he was in a gunfight. I haven't got a gun.
That's exactly what he did. Hands in the air.
It's an awkward, horrible one for a keeper, though.
He thought it was hitting leg stump, didn't he?
Yeah.
I think. Bracewell in once again, and that one is driven, and it's gone through Glenn Phillips at cover and up towards Matt Henry at mid-off, and again they scamper through for a single. So a few runs coming off Bracewell now. Beastie.
I never asked his origins, but he is a big human. He's a very big human, so he's a sizable young. As a youngster, he was all the way through.
Forward comes left-handed McBride. I just wondered if there was a sense of irony in the nickname, because if a nickname is ironic, then it tends to be used to the point of complete overuse, and it's all the time from Latham and from the slip. Come on, Beastie, come Beastie. Good ball, Beastie. Well bowled, Beastie. Next one, just nudged away behind square on the offside, and there's no run. 17 overs gone. Ireland losing the toss, put into bat. 57 for 3. Andy McBride 27 off 46. Curtis Camper off 11. Heavy grey skies, lots of sea movement, a green seaming pitch, and hard work for the batters.
It has been hard work, especially against the quicks, and I think it got to about over 12 or 13 before any kind of shot that looked comfortable, that looked in control of. And since then, there's been some runs come, some indifferent bowling from Tekter, and some nice shots to Bracewell on that over. But you're talking like Little John. That Little John from Robin Hood was big guy. And that big guy that gets called Tiny, and the Dalmatian that gets called Stripe and things like that. I'd love to have a Dalmatian called Stripe.
Stripey.
Yeah.
Amongst the many, many words of sage knowledge and experience and not advice, because you're not advising the players, but amongst the many things you've said, which I've enjoyed today in particular, OB, is get to your last 10 overs. Just get to the last 10 overs in conditions like these. That one is steered away behind square on the offside. Forget how you get there. Never mind, because nobody else will remember. You scratch and crawl and claw your way to the last 10 overs and then score 70 off them. You make 230 in conditions in which that's a good score. Nobody remembers.
I said that during the first game, they were 30 for 2 or whatever it was, and they weren't necessarily increasing strike rates through the middle.
Tekter in once again and banged in, hits the thigh pad of Curtis Camphor, no run.
The Irish batsmen weren't exactly sort of scrambling for runs and really pushing it through the middle overs, and get to the last 10. And that is most teams' focus now, especially because of the extra fielder inside the circle up until that last 10 overs, because there's now one extra allowed up inside the circle. So even more important that you've got 6 wickets, 5 wickets in hand for the last 10. And this kind of surface, last 10 could change the game.
Tekter in, short, hooked by Camphor, off the splice of the bat. Went in the air, he wasn't in control of it, but because it came off the splice, it falls well short of deep square leg. And they pick up a single. That's the reason Andy McBride's batting at number 3, I think. It's just a bat time, make sure they get to the last 10.
And that was what him and I was going to call him Hector again. Tekter did in the. They just batted together and created a partnership. Easier pitch to bat on, but they just sat in and created a good partnership.
Into the 18th over here, 58 for 3 Ireland. Really battling against a good seam attack in extremely helpful conditions. Nice little shot from McBride, running it down to third. Again, quite close to him, but he's tucked up, didn't try to hit it, didn't lose his shape, just steered it down to third for another single. The batsman to come, Lorcan Tucker, the keeper, George Dockrell, a specialist number 7 these days in 50 over cricket, barely bowls, doesn't bowl at all in T20 cricket. Started his career as a left arm spinner who batted at 10. Reinvented himself. Bounce from Tekter, and there's been bounce from a few of the seamers, and that one again leaps up towards the batsman's bat handle, and Curtis Camphor is not the tallest. In fact, he may well be the shortest man in the Ireland squad. Just has to move the bottom hand, and now suspiciously goes and prods the pitch as if to suggest that there's uneven and not so much uneven, but unexpectedly steep bounce is to do with the pitch. 59 for 3. Here's Tekter once again up to the crease, and that's steered away behind square on the offside, and down to third, and they take another single. 18 overs gone, 60 for 3. There's a famous story of Glenn McGrath in the first half of his Test career, when he really barely was able to negotiate an over or two. I mean, he was a walking wicket. Anyway, Steve Waugh, as he often was at the other end, playing for his not out, and McGrath was in the middle of the pitch, prodding and poking at the pitch, and Steve Waugh allegedly said to him, "What are you doing, Glenn?" And he said, I've no idea, I've just seen all the other batsmen do this.
He had a chance to do it, didn't he?
Just before he got out. That's pushed out towards cover again, and there's no run. Nicely bowled by Bracewell.
Some good turn. There's some genuine turn on this wicket. Satner, not a big turner, but we'll see him at some stage for probably next over, actually.
Sweep shot, nicely played by Curtis Camphor, down towards deep backward square. Ish Soddy's on the field, not sure who's gone off for a little break, but he keeps him down to a single. Did you do much gardening and pitch prodding in your batting career?
Yeah, I did. I didn't. First half of my career, first quite a lot, was I couldn't really put a run on the board. Second half, I couldn't really put a run on the board, but I could create a partnership. I could hang about. I could at least stick about and knock it out.
Down the wicket stumped. Bracewell turns it past the bat of Andy McBride, and his patience eventually snapped. I mean, he was there to bat time. He was there to steer Ireland towards those closing overs. He did a really good job in the first one-day international, and I think he just became a bit conscious of the number of balls that he was using up. His patience snapped. He's on the charge, spins past the outside edge, and Tom Latham won't get very many more simple stumpings than that.
Yeah, in the first game, he made 39 off 82. strike rate of, 67. Here's a strike rate 58. So he's still in the ballpark of where and how he played in the first innings on a harder surface. He was out in the 21st over the other day, having put together a partnership with Tekter. And here, another, look, just a frazzled mind kind of a wicket. No need when he has seen the ball spinning, especially to Camp and how Camp has played him. No need to be running at the off spinner and trying to launch it up and over long off when last couple of overs from Bracewell they have actually been able to push and use him for a few runs around the field. Sad to see him go in such a way that he just didn't play like that in the first game.
It doesn't matter how ugly it is. I mean, if his job's to bat 30 overs, then just do it in the team's interests. And I know that look, he's not the first batsman. He won't be the last to lose patience. But that was his job, wasn't it? Even if his strike rate was less than 50. His job, I think, was to bat 30 overs.
Like, get them through. Just get your team through as deep as you can. Just bat for as long as you possibly can. If he scores at 50 strike rate, I don't think you mind from a batting perspective if you're sitting in the sheds as an Irish batter, as an Island batter. I think you're happy. In a rush here.
Bracewell in once more to the new batsman, Lorcan Tucker, the keeper. Nudged out to Guptill at mid-wicket all the way along the ground. No run. 18.4 overs gone. 61 for 4. Yeah, it's a team game, obviously, with a lot of focus on individual performances. That's pushed out square towards cover. And you know that we're seeing that in T20 cricket more and more because stats are not so important, and that's pushed off the inside. A lot of turn actually, and there's no inside edge. It's just spun onto the pad and popped up on the leg side. I mean, McBride was absolutely filthy with himself, wasn't he?
Is that the kind of dismissal where you actually don't necessarily walk back into the change room? You take yourself round the back and give yourself a couple of uppercuts? Because, no, of course not. But that he'd done so much good work, and he'd been hitting some bad balls to the fence. And with this New Zealand bowling attack at the stage of where they're at, there's gonna get bad balls. There's gonna be numerous ones, and he especially enjoyed Tekter bowling to him. Sad for him in terms of how the decision-making process went.
ODI, of course, takes place on Friday. It's a 3-match World Cup Super League series, and New Zealand just getting over the line in the first game, having been 156 for 6, chasing 301. And, they have asserted an early stranglehold on this game in very, very helpful bowling conditions.
Just saw the ball he's got, so it's only 9 overs old at the moment. Still got plenty of gold riding on it.
Here is Santner. Oh, rips one past the outside edge. First delivery. And Curtis Campher, good luck getting an edge to that. That's why there's a slip in place. What? That one is just ripped.
I think you got to bat left-handed to have a chance in hitting that.
Oh, what a first delivery from Mitch Santner.
Almost need to change the channel to hit that one.
Wowee. Very fine slip. Santner in once again. Slightly shorter, allowing Curtis Campher to play it off the pitch. Absolute snorter. Here's Santner once again. Now that one goes straight on. Gee, that weird. They played on some monster.
They played on some. They weren't great wickets. They weren't great pitches. Well, they were not traditional white ball pitches. I think I should probably say.
Santner in once again. He's enjoying this. Camphor plays defensively, no run.
So the point being that you bowl differently compared to New Zealand pitches, and so when it does turn, Jadeja does it very well, the left armour. Just bowl fast and bowl into the surface, and if it grips, it grips.
Santner in once more, short and cut. Man sweeping on the cover boundary, and he'll just get there. That's good work from Henry Nicholls out in the sweeper boundary, and they've gone through for 2. So Santner just slightly too short in that last delivery.
That one, sort of the slower one, if you like, and it just felt from this first delivery, which was quite quick and not back of a length, but it was shorter, really gripped.
Santner gives the last ball air, and it's slap driven out towards cover. Now that was a false shot, to my mind, from Curtis Camphor. He was drawn into the drive with the extra air and the width, and he hit it in the air. Could well have gone to cover. I don't think he was in control of where that went. Anyway, he keeps the strike and takes a single. He moves to 17, and Ireland, after 20 overs, 64 for 4.
Yeah, I get the feeling he was trying to hit that fractionally straighter, sort of more extra, and it ended up going through sort of regulation cover where the gap was. So that little extra bit of spin and bounce maybe helped them out as it slid off the face of the bat. It still looked deliberate, but some turn for both the right-hand spinner and the left-hand spinner. Georgie Dockrell, who didn't bowl in the first innings, comes back into, maybe more into contention.
Slapped away out towards cover once again, and Craig Will Young does fielding, went straight to him. Bracewell, Mitchell Santner said yesterday that that's a reverse sweep, and actually not bad execution of it from Curtis Camphor, but he won't get anything to show for it. It's gone straight to the field. Santner did speak about how massively Bracewell's bowling has improved in recent times. That one is a little bit short outside the off stump. So was he more of a batting all-rounder in his early days?
Yeah, more so. But he certainly hasn't bowled as much as he's batted. He's also captain at Wellington, so he has to bowl himself.
Give him some air here, and it's driven and nicely fielded.
And I think most captains underbowl themselves as well, so it's another thing to add to the job as a captain. Make sure that you do get enough bowling. But no, he has bowled a lot more in the last couple of seasons, especially. He's worked hard on it. Certainly, Paul Wiseman, former New Zealand off spinner, has spent quite a bit of time working with him as well.
Bracewell again, and short turning back into the right-hander, cut straight to backward point.
Still trying to cut the off-spinner.
Yeah.
You're like
determined, isn't it?
Just keep sweeping him from that left hand. You get your front pad out the line.
Bracewell in a quicker one, and into the gloves of Latham it goes. There's another cut shot from Curtis Camphor is ineffective. He's 17 off 35. Lorcan Tucker has faced 3 deliveries and has yet to score. And in very, very awkward batting conditions, Ireland have limped along to 64 for 4. Very good toss for New Zealand to win, although the grey clouds that featured for much of the first 90 minutes have now been replaced by more harmless looking white clouds, and there's even some blue sky up above now, so much improved conditions. But for the first hour it was horrible for Ireland, and really good seam bowling from Matt Henry, Jacob Duffy in particular. There were only 5 runs scored off the first 5 overs while 2 wickets fell, and Mitch Santner with his left arm spin now continues to Curtis Camphor, beaten outside the off stump. But Lorcan Tucker, I beg your pardon. Tucker well beaten. Ian O'Brien, former New Zealand international, has been replaced by former Ireland international Kath Dalton. I have to say, Kath, that your boys got the wrong end of the toss, didn't they? Santner in again, forward comes Tucker playing defensively, and I have to say that conditions haven't really improved that much. They have up above, overhead, but not on the pitch.
No, they haven't, and you think with spin coming on, maybe this would be Ireland's opportunity, but it hasn't been.
Santner, a quicker one, pushed away by Tucker, straight to mid-wicket, no run.
Great dodge, please, lads.
Yeah, you thought I initially thought with spin coming on, oh, maybe this will be the time that they'll start to push that run rate up a bit, but it really hasn't been the case.
Santner once again, and spread out towards backward point, and they take a quick single, and they had to be quick as well. That was really good, energetic fielding from Will Young. Had a shy at the stumps. How did that miss the off stump? Beautiful delivery, the previous one from Mitchell Santner. Absolutely ripping delivery from the man who you will be able to hear if you stay tuned during lunch break. You'll be able to hear an interview that we did yesterday with Mitch Santner. Really interesting. Lots of interesting points. Pushed away out defensively by Camphor towards mid-wicket.
He's getting it to turn a lot off this surface as well. His very first delivery of his spell was an absolute beauty as well.
Here's Santner, and again pushed out towards cover, sets off for a single again. That's very good running. Martin Guptill might be 35, but he's no slouch in the field. That's why he's fielding at cover. 22 overs gone, 66-4. The ball needs something to grip on, and fundamentally, the pitch needs to be very dry or have quite a bit of moisture in it for the seam to grip. And I think this is the latter kind of turn.
Indeed, it doesn't look dry at all. Nothing in Ireland in terms of weather looks particularly dry at any stage.
Especially not the pubs.
I wasn't going to mention the pubs. But yeah, it has gripped a huge amount. I was very surprised when Bracewell came on to bowl, and then Santner thought, oh, maybe this is an opportunity for Ireland. They've bowled really, really well so far.
Beautiful, Beastie. Love that line,
Beastie Bracewell back into the attack. Spin from both ends.
I was about to say Beastie's back, isn't it?
Boy.
He was a beast the other night with the bat, that's for sure.
He certainly was. 127 not out. Amazing delivery, amazing innings. That one is cut to backward point. Blair Tickner tidies up, no run.
I know Bracewell's bowling a fraction flatter there, but most of the deliveries from Santner have been flighted, and I'm surprised Ireland haven't used their feet as much.
Here's Bracewell again, gives that ball lots of air. That was not quite a moon ball, but he has tossed that one up high. And it does dip, it's got some overspin on it. It's a low full toss, driven down to long off for a single.
Just even that delivery there from Bracewell, if you use your feet, you're going to get to the pitch of that, and clearly he's not going to turn because you can take it on the full. But that's something they could look to do, Ireland.
Lovely piece. Brilliant,
driven
mate.
down the ground now to long on the other side. And Glenn Phillips keeps him down to a single. How about his figures? He's into his 6th over. He's got 2 for 11.
It's unbelievable figures. That's figures that you maybe have after 1 or 2 overs, not into your 6th over. Shows you how well he's bowling.
Slog sweep attempted. Oh my goodness, there's an appeal for a bottom edge onto the boot, which is caught at slip. The umpires are going to have a chat about this. Now, he's got to play the slog sweep, and he's got a bottom edge. The question is whether the bottom edge has bounced off his boot to Guptill at slip, or whether it's bounced, chopped down into the ground. The umpires have to give a soft signal here. They're going to refer it to the third umpire. He has to give a soft signal, and that soft signal is not out. And quite right too.
That's interesting. I mean, this was definitely some of Ireland's day.
We have an umpire review for a bump ball. The soft signal is not out. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please?
Yes, stand by. The lilting tones of third umpire Jareth McCready. So that's what they think has happened. It's a bottom edge onto the boot, and it caught it slip.
Okay, the ball come off the bat and clearly went into the ground. Okay, I've made my decision for the big screen.
And may I just say, Jareth, you won't get any easier decisions to make.
No, that's about as easy as it comes, isn't it? I was going to say, if that was out, that would just sum up the day for Ireland so far.
23rd over about to be completed. Ireland limping and struggling along. 68 for 4. Here's Bracewell in once again. Sharp turn, and forward comes Camphor. Hits the inside half of the bat, pops down. I'm surprised there's not a short leg in, honestly. Ireland are in all sorts of trouble, can't hit the ball off the square, and ripping off spin into two right-handers. Why isn't there a short leg in? Or a leg slip? 23 overs gone, 68 for 4.
That's just your positivity there. Just being overly positive, Manners. As you always are. But yeah, I totally agree. Why not? It's ripping that much. You may as well put a short leg or a leg slip in. Because Kampfer's looking to hit everything off the back foot as well. I think that was one of his first sweep shots. So he's going to be in trouble if he's looking to play it off the back foot all the time.
Mitchell Santner begins another over of left arm spin, and forward comes Lorcan Tucker, pushing defensively again. Just news, by the way, of the first one-day international between England and India. England batting first, 6 for 2 at the Oval after 2 overs. 6 for 2. First of 3 one-day internationals. No World Cup Super League status for that series. That one is chopped away out towards backward point, straight to backward point, in fact. There's no run. In fact, that series organised on the back of India coming to England to complete the Test series, and administrators cunningly slipping in a quick 6 white ball fixtures while the team were here. And India's visit to Ireland, of course, Malahide last week was a huge boost and fillip for Irish cricket. Next delivery is driven up towards mid-off, fielded by Bracewell, and there's no run. You can hear updates on that England-India ODI regularly on our sister station talkSPORT, but right here on talkSPORT 2, Curtis Kampfer. Lorcan Tucker tries to sweep against the spin from Mitchell Santner and hits him. Gosh, that turn hit him on the shoulder. That sharp turn from Mitchell Santner. I'm sure he's not deliberately getting it's pushed away out towards mid-wicket and fielded by Glenn Phillips. A couple of deliveries are sliding straight on, and they look, as they come out the hand, as if they've got as many revolutions on them as the ones that are turning, but some are turning very, very sharply indeed. 68 for 4, Tucker 2. Curtis Kampfer has a patient 19 from 43 balls. Slog sweep, and he's hit it really well. Great connection. 6 runs, first 6 of the innings. We've barely had half a dozen boundaries in the innings so far. In fact, I can tell you how many boundaries we've had. Andy McBrien hit 5. Curtis Kampfer has 1, and that's it. So 6 fours and now a 6. Beautifully struck by Lorcan Tucker. And Ireland, will that be the catalyst they need to get them going? 74 for 4 after 24. Another word from Kath Dalton, and then for the next little while, half an hour or so, you'll be with Jerry Kimber.
And that was a great adjustment by Tucker, because the previous delivery he tried to sweep, hit him on the shoulder. He decided to go for a slog sweep instead of a conventional sweep, so it was a lovely shot.
Certainly a much better option not to be hit on the shoulder as he pushes this one. Kampfer pushes this one out on the leg side. And you can hear Bracewell's bowling there. Beastie. Kampfer's 19 off 43. He's got a slip in place as he faces Bracewell. He goes right across his crease to sweep this, but hits it the short fine leg. There's no run. Drop in the crowd, Kath. A little bit disappointed. There was a good catch yet the other day when we were on.
There certainly was. This one, straight through the hands. Disappointing.
I think 2 friends went for that, and one of them had to call it. I think that was the problem. They were right next to each other. They both kind of went up on an angle into each other. So unless you've played Aussie rules football, it's not usually how you used to take your ball above your head. So some calling from the crowd there would have been much better. This is a beautiful ball from Bracewell again. Outside off stump, spins back in, is defended with a straight bat by Kampfer, and there's no run there. 74 for 4 after 24.3 overs. Kampfer on 19. Lorcan at the other end on 8 with 6 runs there. Reverse sweep, that's off something. It's dropped 3 times by Finn Allen. It's left. I think it was off the arm anyway, not the glove, but he got his arm above it to stop it. It hit his hands, and then he clutched at it a couple of times, and eventually as he hit the ground, let's have a look, where does that hit? Oh, it wasn't far away from the glove, but I do think that didn't hit the arm. 1 drop, 2.5 drops, I'll give that. I was marking it down, and this is flicked to short mid wicket, and there's no run.
2.5 drops.
Also, he's dropped his towel. Have a look at this.
He has. He's dropping everything at the moment.
That's 3.5 drops now. 74 for 4. Bracewell coming in again. Flecks of grey in his hair. That's outside off stump. Slog sweep. Beautiful connection. That one's gone above the press tent and out. Oh, actually, it's bounced back off something because he showed he's got it in his hand. For 6. 80 for 4. Beautiful shot by Curtis Camphor there.
Yeah, it was a lovely slog sweep. Got his foot in line with the pitch of the ball, swung full swing of the bat. Great connection. It's just nice to see him being a bit more aggressive. I feel the slog sweep is something that is working for Ireland here. That they've worked out the slog sweep is on. The pitch is bouncing. Of course, it's turning. We've seen that. But that seems to be quite a nice option. And 2 slog sweeps now have gone for boundaries. So maybe that's something they'll start to think about, these two batting.
That's Gareth Dalton. I'm Jared Kimber here on talkSPORT 2. 80 for 4. Yeah, certainly it seems like the best option at the moment. That last hit actually landed on top of the... They have temporary changing rooms, don't they? So it landed on top of the New Zealand temporary changing room, which is next to the temporary press tent. And it... Deep mid wicket there. Santner coming into Lawton Tucker, gives himself a little bit of room, but then just pushes the ball back down. He's got a slip in place too to Santner.
Yeah, and it's nice to see this amount of turn. I'm actually enjoying this spin bowling.
I'm going to read something out for you in a minute. That's quite funny here. Just wait for Santner to come in again. He's outside off stump, inside edge, terrible. Attempted a drive there by Lawton Tucker. Ends up at short mid wicket, no run. The 2 previous overs. ... 6. ... 6. I think I put an extra dot in the first over, but 5 dots to 6, 5 dots and a 6. Excellent strike rotation by Ireland here. They make a run of a ball with 1 scoring shot in each over. Gives himself some room, does Lawton Tucker. This is a good shot. The ball stops in the pitch a little bit, and he's going to pick up 2 out to Henry Nicholls, who's at deep point and has to come around to deep cover to field that. Good cut shot, 2 runs.
A lovely cut shot, just made a little bit of room for himself. But yeah, ... 6 is doing that twice just shows you rotation of the strike has not been easy.
England are 7 for 3, Kath, if you need that one as well. Comes in again, gives himself some room, just Lawton Tucker, and Mitch Santner bowls outside off stump and slow, and that spins away, tries to sweep that, and the ball ends up almost at first slip, just from the spin. He was nowhere near that delivery.
No, nowhere near it, and big turn. That turned a long way.
I think he was going to drive it too and decided on the sweep late. He made 2 bad decisions on that ball. Down the leg side, this is much better from Lawton Tucker. Flicks this to backward square leg, and he takes 1. So yeah, before that Lawton Tucker 6, there was, let's have a look, 7 consecutive top balls. And then another 5 before the next one. So I'm telling you, there's a batting coach somewhere just being like, can someone please find a single? That's all I'm asking for. Santner, again, this time to Curtis Camphor. Slow run in and straight and full and defended back up the wicket. The end of the 26th over here on talkSPORT 2. 83 for 4. Tucker on 11 from 19. Curtis Camphor is 25 from 49. So far the ball has seamed and spun sideways.
Yeah, it's done a bit of everything this pitch so far. And it's just not been easy to score freely. So we've seen either lots of dots or a big aggressive shot towards the end of an over, and that's been the challenge for these 2 Ireland batters. They've not been able to rotate the strike, they haven't been able to get a flow or rhythm of the game, and that's just really challenging. When the pitch is seaming and then a spinner comes on, you think, right, now's my chance, and they turn it that much. And the great thing is New Zealand spinners are also mixing up their pace, which is making it even more challenging.
Just the top score so far today, Kath, for Ireland. Andy McBride, 28. Curtis Camphor, 25. Extras, 13.
That's not ideal, really, is it?
Not in the 26th over. You don't want extras to be there. Hopefully Lawton Tucker can go past it. He's facing Michael Bracewell. 2 for 17 from his 7 so far. This is full and straight. And Tucker turns this around the corner. And they're thinking of 2 because it goes between a couple of fielders, but Santner's quick enough and they only come back for 1. Tucker moves to 12 from 20.
At some point we're going to have to see Ireland start to be a bit more aggressive than this. We're into the 27th over here, so they need to start to push this scoreboard up.
Camphor gets a 1 outside off stump, tries to cover drive it and ends up at short mid-wicket again. So many times he's tried to hit the off-spinner on the offside and just found the inside part of his bat or even missed the ball. It's not a speciality of his from this innings. Although Bracewell has bowled well and the pitch is spinning, but he's not a massive spinner of the ball. He's Beast Bracewell. This one's outside off stump, and it's not back to him for no run. 84 for 4 on talkSPORT 2. Current run rate is 3.17. Is that what's concerning you, Kath?
Yeah, that's a massive concern. England were going up more than that in the Test match. So
to be fair, England is 7 for 3. So
that's also true.
His ball was pushed out to backward point with soft hands from Curtis Camphor. 4 dot balls to start this over.
I just don't know what their plan is here, Ireland. I can't quite work out what the game plan is.
Well, he's about to hit a 6, I think. This one is pushed out on the offside again for no run. There's certainly, I think, if they're testing for weaknesses in the ring field of New Zealand, they have found none.
No, there hasn't been, and that's also a challenge, but nobody still hasn't used their feet.
If they keep going at this run rate, they'll make 157. And he tries to force this one at straighter and fuller. It was over pitch. It's a perfect example of that one he could have hit very hard. Instead, kind of forces it back to the bowler, and was that a maiden? It felt like it was a maiden. If not, it might have gone for 1 run. It was 1 run off the first ball, I think, there. So 2 for 18 for Bracewell, 84 for 4 here on talkSPORT 2 with Jared Kimber and Kath Dalton.
And we saw Harry Tekter when he got that magnificent 100 on Sunday, how much he used his feet and used the depth and width of his crease.
I will say this, they have used their feet twice to Bracewell and lost 2 wickets to him.
That's also true. But there has to be an option. I mean, this can't just be unplayable bowling. There has to be an option against this. And
yeah, I think Bracewell's probably a high-performing part-timer rather than a functioning, in your although New Zealand just did take him as their 4th bowler in a Test match recently. Didn't go particularly well though. They haven't had to go to Glenn Phillips, who actually probably rag him on this pitch and is probably desperate to have a bowl himself. Santner's spun them sideways and got bounced. So no, you're right. I think the problem was that Harry Tekter and Andy McBride both made mistakes when they used their feet. It wasn't that they were using their feet that was the error, but it's Santner again. He's gone for 14 runs in his 4 overs, which, all things considered, is fairly expensive. If Ireland score at 7 runs and over from here, they'll make 245. That's an optimistic graphic, as this ball is hit out to deep cover, and Nichols takes the ball, and they just take a single. I think they had it up in the last game, didn't they? If they scored at 9 runs and over, they'd made 409. I think 245 might be more optimistic than the 409 was at this point. 85 for 4 after 27.1 overs. Curtis Camphor is going to be facing Mitchell Santner, bowling his left arm orthodox around the wicket with a slip in place, and I tell you what, with that ball, Finn Allen got excited, it slipped there, that straightened and bounced and beat the outside edge of Curtis Camphor, who went absolutely nowhere on his crease, moved his front foot 3 times but never went anywhere, and was beaten by a beautiful delivery.
Yeah, didn't get his feet out of the crease at all there to that delivery.
And he's edged this, and that's gone to slip, and he's gone. I think that was the previous ball that got him again. His front foot came a little bit more, but that was so painfully tentative from Curtis Camphor. He really did just sort of prop forward absolutely nowhere, pushed his hands at the ball as softly as he could. He got an edge. I think this just takes a little bit... Actually, it was glove. That's what slowed it down. I thought it might hit Tom Latham's glove, but it just hit his fingers. So good bounce, good spin, but takes the bottom glove and just loops as gently as you like to Finn Allen. Curtis Camphor is gone on 25 of 56 balls. It's 85 for 5. Ireland in all sorts of trouble here on talkSPORT 2.
And that was a wonderful delivery by Santner. Wide of the crease. He releases the ball quite wide of the crease, but gets a lot of spin and bowled that one a fraction slower. But just no foot movement. Just absolutely nothing. If they are moving their feet, it's more down leg stump rather than actually moving your feet outside off stump and trying to get close to it. So just tentative batting. That looked like a shot of somebody who wasn't full of confidence playing against Santner.
He looked a lot better, Camphor, when he was facing the pace bowlers against both spinners, spinning the ball in and spinning the ball away. And it's a tough surface no matter who you're facing at the moment. But the ball before, he played the exact same shot. Well, actually, the ball before, he probably didn't even commit as much as he did to that last one. And yet it didn't change his technique. He didn't come forward. He didn't try and use his feet. And he's ended up just pushing at one, getting a little bit of that glove and going through to slip. Anyway, it's George Dockrell at the crease, former bowler, current batter, who in 101 matches has probably played about 80 of them as a, maybe even more, 85 of them as a bowler who can hit a little bit at the end and is now their number 7, their enforcer. They need some force. It's 85 for 5.
It's a tough ask here for Dockrell from this position. Really, really tough. You know, you've been watching it from the sidelines. You've seen it spin. You've seen it swing. You've seen it seam. What's your game plan?
Santner comes in, full straight, spins away, but Dockrell very far forward and smothers that and defends it back to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, much better base movement, foot movement towards the ball. I prefer to see that because it just looks more aggressive as well. It looks like he's more confident in his defensive shot.
Oh, he's very confident in that one as it spins bounces past his outside edge. To be fair, he tried to get down to it. That was just a beautiful delivery. That was probably a better delivery than the two that Camphor got.
Yeah, that was a lovely delivery. This is just a tough surface, isn't it?
It's not ideal. As a baby, you can hear that baby just absolutely frustrated with Ireland's batting at the moment because of this surface. As this one is defended on the front foot from George Dockrell. Out to short cover. There's no run. He is yet to score. Lorcan Tucker's at the other end. Sounds like he's from a young adult. He's a hero in a young adult adventure book, Lorcan Tucker, to me. 85 for 5 after 28 overs. And the New Zealand bowling figures look absolutely spectacular. Matt Henry 2 for 16 from 6. Jacob Duffy, unlucky not to get a wicket, Jacob Duffy. He took no wickets for 14 runs. Blair Tickner probably struggled the most, bowled a maiden and then went a lot of wides. He's got number 17 from his 4. Michael Bracewell has 2 for 18 from 8 with a maiden. And that's probably underplayed how well he's gone on the surface. And Santner has the 1 wicket for 15 runs from the 5 overs he's bowled so far. This one is played off the back foot by Lorcan Tucker up to long on, and they just take a single to the sweeper.
And they're bowled really well in partnerships, New Zealand. So it's not like there's been a break at one end for these Irish batters. At both ends, we've had really good spin or we've had really good seam. So nobody's come on. Maybe Tekter. Maybe. Tekter.
I mean, you're not wrong. These names are ridiculous. They shouldn't be allowed. This one's outside of stump and chipped to mid-wicket. Are they going to take a single? No, they don't. Yeah, I think that little period... he bowled that maiden to start with, and then he bowled the 2 overs where he was falling over and bowling wides everywhere. He struggled with Andy McBride bowling around the wicket. That's probably the only period where there wasn't a lot of pressure on the Ireland batters. As he comes down and flicks the short mid-wicket again, Martin Guptill should be getting frequent fly points for the amount of balls he's fielded in this over. Dockrell has not scored yet off his first 5 balls. Run rate's actually slowed. It's almost under 3 now. 86 for 5. There's still a slip in place for Bracewell. Dockrell stays in his crease and pokes at this and is beaten outside off stump.
That was really well bowled by Bracewell because that was a little bit flatter, a little bit faster. It's gone on the back foot and just got caught in the crease.
You're a coach, Kath. If someone played that shot in your nets, you'd be walking down, wouldn't you? He comes across his crease, much better from Dockrell here. Gets outside off stump. Plays the sort of Hashim Amla flick to the leg side to backward square and takes 1. That's the way you should have played the last ball, probably.
Yeah, I would be walking down quite a lot during this Ireland innings, I'm sure.
Well, the thing is that they haven't found any way to put... it's a tough pitch for batting, but they haven't put pressure on by rotating the strike. And they haven't really looked for many boundaries, and when they've looked for them, they've quite often gone out to them. Good delivery here, this spins. He's got a leg slip in now, Bracewell. Inside edge onto the pad of Lorcan Tucker. Goes out on the offside, there's no run there. Here on talkSPORT 2, Lorcan Tucker is 14. George Dockrell has just got off the mark with that single. He's on 1. Score is 87 for 5 after 29 overs.
Yeah, when you've got a leg slip in place like that, you can tell how the
He's batting coach, is he now? Assistant coach?
Yeah, he's looked happier.
He's usually quite a smiley man, but not so much today, as this ball is straight and full and defended back up the wicket. There was no conversation when the camera first went to that group. None of them were talking, the analysts, the coaches, none of them were talking, but Gary Wilson was just shaking his head. At what, I don't know, but just shaking his head at the whole situation. Another dot ball.
At the lunch menu, I think.
It could have been. First slip in place. You can hear that. I'll let Latham call that. Beautiful, this Mitchie, as that is the arm ball that gets him on the back foot, and Dockrell defends that back down the wicket for no run. Santner around the wicket again. That slow walk into the crease. Does a little dance move as Dockrell just pushes this up the wicket for no run.
Yeah, Santner looks like he's really enjoying himself, mixing up his deliveries here, and just looks like he's having a lot of fun.
Slowest ball 77 kilometres, fastest ball 96. So 20 kilometre differential for Mitch Santner today. That's beaten the bat by 8 inches. Actually, I'm unfair. Probably 6. As he pushes at this, Dockrell, he did actually pull his bat in the line well after he knew he wasn't going to hit it, but he was absolutely nowhere near that delivery. If his bat was twice as wide, I don't think he would have got an edge on that. Finn Allen is salivating at slip, waiting for another easy chance. This is on the stumps and is defended by Dockrell. Back up the pitch again. 1 from 12 is Dockrell. As I said, he's Ireland's enforcer usually, but really struggling to get away. Tough wicket. It's going to be tough for New Zealand to bat on as well, but if Ireland can't get over 170, it may not matter. Santner comes in again, short, a little bit outside off stump, and it's a good shot by Dockrell, but they've got so many fielders in the ring because they don't need to put them out that's a single usually in one-day cricket, but it's not here today. It's hit straight to Henry Nicholls, and that's the end of the over. 87 for 3, they're now going at 87 for 5, they're now going at 2.9 runs and over Ireland, and after 30 overs, they're in all sorts of trouble here on talkSPORT 2. Just a reminder that we'll be bringing you more live cricket on talkSPORT 2 later this month with Ireland's T20 series against New Zealand and South Africa. Also, if you like podcasts, there's so many good cricket podcasts out there, Kath. I don't know if you listen to any.
I've heard.
So many good cricket podcasts, but one of the best...
Not that you're trying to plug one here.
No, but one of the best is not one that I'm on, surprisingly. It's the Cricket Collective on talkSPORT 2 tonight at 7 p.m. Neil Manthorpe and Steve Harmison, but you can find that everywhere on the following on podcast feed. And tonight they're talking to Richard Gleeson and Ben McDermott. Bracewell to finish. He's got 2 for 20 from 9 overs. Quick, down the leg side, takes the pad of Tucker, goes to short fine leg. There's no run there. They're taking the leg slip out at least.
Yeah, the leg slip is out. It might come back in at some point. I wouldn't be surprised if it does.
Outstanding here, Beastie Boy.
If Ireland go to run a ball from here, they get 206.
Yeah, they're just not going at a runner ball though, are they?
They're going at half a runner ball. Less than half a runner ball. But this one, he gives himself some room, Tucker. And he knocks this up to long off, and he gets 1 run. This is the way they played spin on this pitch the other day, wasn't it? Both teams sort of went back and waited for it to be slow and to sit up on the pitch. It hasn't quite done that as much today, has it?
No, it's turned ball.
Gives himself some room to Dockrell, and he's squashed this through point. I've got no other way. Almost through cover in the end, in fact. He's got it in front of square. Bracewell's laughing. He gave himself room, backed outside of leg stump, and then just sort of hit it on the head as hard as he could, and somehow he found the gap between point and cover.
He did well there, because if he had missed that was crashing into the stumps, and it was a very, very late connection.
His back foot was behind the stumps line there as well. He was all over the place, but good connection from Dockrell. He moves to 5 from 14. Again, ... 4, ... 6. Bracewell flights this up outside off stump. Dockrell moves across and shovels it with a paddle push on the leg side. And it goes up in the air for a long way, but luckily not near any fielders, and they take 1.
When games are like this, it does feel like it lacks some sort of intensity from the batting side. Clearly they are trying to score, but it just feels like they're lacking that kind of aggression.
Again, Tucker gives himself some room and drops his bat on this and pushes it out to point, and there's no run there.
Yeah, just taking some singles. I know it's easy to say. That's the only way Ireland are going to get up to a total.
Tries to drive this back to the bowler, and there's no run there. 93 for 5. That's the end of Bracewell's spell. 2 for 26 from 10. 93 for 5 here on talkSPORT 2. Kat Dalton's going to have a spell. And after this, you'll hear some words from Ian O'Brien.
Yeah, good spell from Michael Bracewell. There's a lot of talk sort of in New Zealand media. Is he good enough to be a frontline spinner? Not yet. But on the back of this game and on the in this bowling innings, and on the back of some confidence, I guess, taken from his batting performance on Sunday, he's found some. He's done it nicely. I've got a whole list of Beastie Boy songs that kind of fit in the cricket. I was kind of thinking, do I drop them in and see if anyone picks up, or do I just? And then it just gets a little bit dad jokey, doesn't it? trying to pun in some. But
how do you get intergalactic planetary into?
Oh, I don't know, but the island is certainly looking down the barrel of a gun here.
Hey.
Yep. They haven't. They've been hold it now and then hitting it, as opposed to sort of trying to push it and run it. It's been a slow ride with not enough sure shots. Fight for you're right. Yeah, I'll stop there. Stop there. But the Beastie Boy fan indeed.
Do they have burrows in Dublin? I'm not sure. Anyway, Matt Henry coming back into the attack straight away, gets that seam movement back in, which he's been bowling to everyone. He got his 2 wickets early on with that. This time George Dockrell leaves the ball and then sort of giggles to himself as if to say, that's what Andy Balbirnie did. Didn't go well for him, did it? 93 for 5 after 31.1.
I was holding on to one if he had an appeal, because there's so what you want. Remember the Beastie Boy song? I was holding on to that one, but he has finished his 10 overs, so I haven't been able to get that one in time.
Under the age of 40, you've never heard of the Beastie Boys, you can Google them. This ball's outside off stump as Dockrell sort of comes forward. It comes forward a little bit, but almost plays it from the crease off the toe of the bat. It looked like it kept it a little bit low, but could have just been the awkward manner in which he played it. But he hit it.
And that extra bit of pace that Matt Henry does, just not wanting to commit one way or the other, and more or less just sort of riding, just sitting on top of that one and riding.
Henry coming in again. Black armband on his left arm as he pumps in, and he bowls back of a length just outside off stump. Hit straight to Martin Guptill, who Martin Guptill, Glenn Phillips must have picked up about 50 balls each. Almost none of them have been hit to them as well. They're both mishit or pushed, and they've already stopped by the time they've got there. In New Zealand haven't even worried about putting boundary riders out. They've had 1 or 2 when they've needed them, but mostly they've had everyone in the ring, and this is a good ball around off stump. Again, looks like he kept a little bit low from Henry. Seam back in, and is off the toe of the bat to short mid wicket, and there's no run. So, George Dockrell struggling a little bit to get the ball away, and that's been the tale of the tape so far. Everyone has struggled to get the ball away. Dockrell 6 off 19. It's not the kind of modern strike rate you attribute to someone like him. Good hitter of the ball. Tucker's on 15 off 27 at the other end. Dockrell goes right across his stumps, plays a flick to the leg side, but he's standing outside almost off stump when he hits it. And they take a single.
The black armbands are for former Black Cap. He played 21 tests in his career. Barry Sinclair, who was patron of New Zealand cricket, he's been patron of New Zealand cricket, died at, what is he, 85, died on Sunday, July 10th. So
I don't know him. What kind of cricketer was he? Do you remember?
A right-arm bowler, right-hand batter.
I didn't ask what his Cricinfo profile says.
I'll tell you.
Matt Henry comes in again. It's full outside of stump, pushed to mid-off, and there's no run.
Batter and very occasional bowler. Test average of 30.
Is he related to Matthew Sinclair?
No. And there you're going back to opening batters that are
That's
related
why I asked.
to... Yes.
I didn't think he was, because I don't know if you've seen, I've just finished like a huge project on YouTube on the entire history of New Zealand opening batters, which I'm absolutely fascinated with because there's so many weird stories there. 94 for 5 here on talkSPORT 2 after the 32nd over. Tucker's on 15, Dockrell's on 7. But yeah, I don't remember Sinclair coming up there, but there's some incredible openers, like perhaps the slowest scoring top order player in the history of cricket, Trevor Sinclair, New Zealand opening batter. Just some brilliant and some great stories of players who should have been great but got caught on either side of the wall or went to play professional cricket in England, not even county cricket, but professional cricket in England for random rich dudes, and Obviously, Bert Sutcliffe getting hit in the head in Johannesburg. You were in the. Were you in a mini series or a movie? What was it?
It was a movie called Tangiwai, which was the disaster rail bridge on the Tangiwai River, Laha. So the edge of Mount Ruapehu fell off.
Glenn Phillips comes in, and it's been spinning sideways. He can't wait the ball, and of course he comes in and drags one down the leg side. First ball for a wide.
Yeah, movie's called Tangiwai. Tangiwai, a love story about Bob Blair and Narissa. I've forgotten her last name.
Narissa Love.
Love, thank you. Yeah.
This one is flicked to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, it was a sort of a...
I only know because Narissa Love's an all-time name.
Tragic story. And, yuck.
Yeah.
Lovely, but yuck.
Outside of stump and flicked down to the long one by Dockrell for one on the off spin of Glenn Phillips. Yeah, it's still the biggest
largest train disaster, certainly New Zealand. It was Laha, so that's the crater lake off a mountain. The edge fell away. The Laha ensues. Blew out a rail bridge on Christmas Eve, and which Narissa Love was on the train, and she was fiancée to.
This is full toss outside of stump, smashed to cover. Unfortunately, doesn't get through. No run.
Yeah, fiancée to Blair and
Bob Blair, who's quite a young fast bowler, wasn't he at the time?
Yeah, and not a batter.
Yeah,
not a batter.
And that might even be a drop down the leg side, but I think it just flicked the pad, and no run there again as Latham picks it up.
New Zealand team were in the middle of a test match in Kingsmead, if I'm not mistaken.
And no, it was in Joburg. It was the old Wanderers ground, I think, in Joburg. This is pushed to point, and there's no run again as Will Young comes around.
Why do I have Kingsmead in my head? I don't know. I can't remember.
I'm pretty sure it was in Joburg, yeah.
And he was when he found out that Narissa had been taken early in this rail disaster.
Fired in full and straight, flicked to short mid wicket again. Again, Martin Guptill Field says no run. The end of the 33rd over, 96 for 5.
And in that test match, so they cover the love story between it was Catholic and Protestant as well. So the families they didn't necessarily agree with the love story part of it, so they're getting to know each other and some of the family issues. And one of the bowlers for South Africa late now. I sort of just stood in it. Well, I ran in and bowled a few deliveries to the camera, basically, and he was
Neil Adcock, was it?
Yeah, he was they portray him as a nasty fasty. It was more of an indifferent pitch than how maybe the movies played it.
Matt Henry coming in again. He gives himself some room to George Dockrell, and he helps this over mid-off. One bounce 4. It was on the off stump. It was a gutsy shot on this pitch, but he played that quite well in the end.
It's nice. It's nice. In terms of risk, I think that's better options. It's hitting through the ball and hitting to where there isn't a fielder. In essence, you're not trying to take on a fielder on a boundary. And the risk reward there, if he edges that, it goes wide of the keeper, typically with that kind of body shape. And well played. Nicely done. Keep the head down through the shot.
Matt Henry bowling to George Dockrell again. He moves across his stumps, tries to flick it on the leg side, gets the short move. There's no run. No, I think you're right. It was definitely a bad pitch. I think all the New Zealand top 4 were hit. 2 of them went to hospital. Bert Sutcliffe lost consciousness on the ground, went to hospital, lost consciousness again, came back to the ground, had a drink of whiskey, came out to bat. They ran out of bandages because he was bleeding through his bandages so much. They had to use a towel around his head. He got them past the follow-on, and then the 9th wicket fell, and he started to walk off, and he didn't even know Bob Blair was at the ground, and both players got a standing ovation. Oh, and this is almost caught at point as Dockrell throws his hands at this. They just take one out to the sweeper. They decided, I think Sutcliffe said to Blair, look, if we're going to be out of here, let's slog. And they faced, there's a Hugh Tayfield, who I think is the most economical bowler in Test match cricket history, and they scored the then world record runs off him. I think it was 26 or 27 runs in the over. It was 8-ball over. And it's a famous moment in New Zealand cricket, which is part of the reason they made the movie about it, but also because the train disaster was so incredible. And this is just pushed out in the offside. They steal a run as Lorcan Tucker Actually, I think Dockrell might have called him through there, as that just went out near his feet. But yeah, it's incredible.
Weta,
the whole thing.
Weta, who were the special effects.
Yep.
They did it.
Peter Jackson's company. Yeah?
They did the train disaster scene, and it is it's pretty good in terms of taking a miniature train and it's yeah, it's a good movie.
Oh, he gives himself room again, and this time he hits it for 6, as Dockrell. He only just reached that. We've seen this over and over again. He gives himself so much room. He's almost bowled on the off stump there because he's outside leg. He's almost off the pitch at leg, but he gets enough connection on it to sail that over mid-off for 6, and finally some pressure is put back on New Zealand.
Yeah, and again, I like the option. Creating something by moving your feet. And he's picking the side of the pitch where there isn't anyone out on the fence. He went over cover, and now he's gone over wide mid-off, and he's having some success off Henry. 6 runs on the rope.
I called that a 6 really early, but the umpires had about 9 views of it. It looked like a dead set 6 to me from the first angle.
I thought it cleared it by 1.5 foot sort of thing, 2 foot.
I think this is a bad angle. I think she'd go back to the angle we first saw it from, but we're going to have a couple of looks at that.
I think it's on the rope on the full, which is 6.
Yeah, 6. Definitely 6. From this angle, it was fine. It was that other angle that made it look a little bit more dodgy.
But yeah, just putting that pressure back on the bowlers, as you said, by using your feet. You don't have to lose your shape as a batter. You don't have to do mad things. It's still a cricket shot. It's still a shot that had the ball been sort of wider how he made it, you'd still play that shot. Nicely done by Georgie Dockrell. Sort of ate up some time, and he's now earned the right to hit through the ball.
12 runs off this over, which seems incredible if you've been following this game so far. Ball's outside of stump, and he sort of crabs across the crease a little bit and pushes this to point. He's got 2 modes, George Dockrell, I think. He either crabs across the crease and tries to push the leg side, or he backs away to almost square leg and smashes them. I'm enjoying both of these modes. 108 for 5 here on talkSPORT 2. I'm Jared Kimbo. I'm going to have a break. And in a couple of moments, after some words from former New Zealand international Ian O'Brien, it will be Neil Manthorpe.
The having the capability, the confidence, the skills to get across your stumps. If you've watched a lot of England a wee while back, you remember James Taylor, his ability to get across the stumps and manipulate the bowler and manipulate the line of the delivery, work the singles. What George has done, and now he's a few dot balls, but he's now been able to get some release. Manners?
Thanks, Obi. That's clipped away out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Mitchell Santner, and they go through for another single. So this is one of 2 one-day internationals taking place at the moment, not very far apart. This one in the grounds of Malahide Castle, just outside Dublin, and at the Oval in London, England are 27 for 5 in the first one-day international against India. All the returning big names have been and gone. Actually, Joss Buttler is at the crease at the moment, batting at number 5. This one punched away defensively, up towards mid-on, but fielded by Phillips himself.
That's equal world number 1 ranked ODI England. But they are.
I must say that the pitch is playing more like Malahide than the Oval. Phillips in once again. Down the wicket comes Dockrell and clips it off his pads nicely to Mitchell Santner, fielding at deep backward square. So yeah, Joe Root's gone, Johnny Bairstow's gone, Jason Roy's gone. 27 for 5. There's pace and bounce and seam movement. It's not the flat oval track that we've become accustomed to, but Mohammad Shami bowling beautifully. At Malahide, plenty of movement as well as Phillips, the off-spinner, second off-spinner we've seen, is in once again. This one turns quite sharply again. It's heading down the leg side. A leg by is signalled. And we go through for another one to take the score up to Nelson, 111 for 5.
I just get the feeling that this would normally be bowled by a quickie, sort of the Tekter this over.
Whipped away out towards square leg, and running around is Finn Allen to pick up and field, but they scurry through for a single. 112 for 5.
And New Zealand have sort of 5 bowlers with Glenn Phillips as their 6th, but the feel for me is that this would have normally have been a quick, as opposed to would have been a Tekter style over to try and take a wicket.
A little bit wider of the off stump and a cover drive. Good looking shot as well from Lorcan Tucker, but it's gone straight to the fielder, Will Young, and there's no run. The over comes to an end. 35 gone, 112 for 5 as drinks come onto the field at Malahide. So, I mean, at this stage, with 15 overs to go, are Ireland still just... Gee whiz. I mean, are they still just going to try bat overs until we get to 40 or what?
I think they got to get to 43 now before they can think about it. Like the more the more wickets you lose, the further the more time you have to wait. And they're a wicket too many, but they're also 40 runs too few. If they're 5 down, they have to be 150, 160 on this. What I'm trying to say is that they've just not gone about it the best, and New Zealand have bowled a lot better. I was just saying that this is normally an over that the quicks come back just before this the last sort of power play, just before the last 10 over. There's normally quicks come back and they're looking to take wickets. You haven't seen Duffy or Tekter back into the attack since they bowled their opening spells. Duffy 5 overs and Tekter 4. Tekter was a little bit messy overall, and Duffy was really good. I enjoyed watching Duffy bowl. Yes, they probably do need to introduce that sixth bowler, but normally there's a quickie bowling, quickie coming back here and trying to take a couple of wickets before that last 10 overs.
Just a word about Michael Bracewell, who I think we can safely tell you that he wouldn't have played had Mitchell Santner been fit in the first game. And he won the game with a spectacular unbeaten century. At 218 for 8, requiring 301 for victory, nobody saw what happened next from Michael Bracewell. And so now he's undroppable for the time being, and he today has bowled his 10 overs and taken 2 for 26. And that's exactly the kind of problem that New Zealand cricket want to create, I guess, by leaving all their big stars out for a tour like this and then giving new names. I mean, it just increases the depth, doesn't it? And it gives it's exactly the kind of headaches that you want.
Yeah, good headaches, and that gave them headaches for today as well as. So certainly wouldn't have played the first ODI had Santner been fit and well. And then poor old Edge Sodhi, who's often in and out, feels like he is never settled in the team, in essence misses out because Bracewell's had a good game with the bat. Not necessarily, it was an okay game with the ball, but he's had such a good game with the bat. And then there's a flow on, isn't there? There's a flow on from good form with, I think there's good form, and you continue and you feel wonderful. Certainly know that his mum and dad are over, his wife and son's name's Lennox. I've forgotten his wife's name, that's terrible of me, but they were all there on Sunday to see it. And he was one of the lines he said it was just nice to perform in front of them, which is you just love that. I think there's a special feeling doing well for yourself and for your country, but when you've got those close ones there, and your son's not old enough to know anything about it. His son's still 8 months old, maybe 6, but he was there, and in time. Lennox will be able to see some highlights of a game he was at. And I think that's wonderful. Yeah, I think that's kind of cool. And yeah, he looks. Yeah, the confidence just goes, isn't it? The confidence just builds, and yeah, you add to the depth of the talent pool around New Zealand.
It's brilliant stuff. I mean, I remember saying 5 years ago 5 or 6 years ago, 7 years ago maybe, that there was a greater depth of really talented players in New Zealand cricket that they'd ever had before.
We're coming to the end of that pool, though. That's the thing.
Oh, really? I was going to say there's even more.
The group of under 19 players that were all together, the Southey, the Bolt, the Williamson, the Corey Anderson at the time, we're getting to the end of that group of cricketers, where they're just coming towards the end of their career. and the Ross Taylor's finished. The Martin Guptill must be getting close. So we're getting towards the end of that gluttony of choice. Getting towards the end of that.
Jacob Duffy's back into the attack after the drinks break. First delivery is pushed down the leg side, and it's a wide, and he'll have to bowl that one again. So it's time to look at the youngsters.
I know what you're saying in terms of it has been spoilt for choice at times. Certainly in the bowling department, you got guys like Matt Henry and Adam Milne who have hardly played for New Zealand, and that's not through injury. That's just through not being able to get on tours, let alone being able to get into the touring party. So there has been... Oh, and a no ball.
A wide no ball. A no ball wide. No ball comes first, so it's a no ball wide. And a free hit. Yeah, well over the line there, Jacob Duffy.
Yeah, yucky delivery to start with.
Oh, yeah, that really was.
Yeah, you now kind of got to get this one right. And back into the... Hasn't bowled for quite some time. Hasn't bowled since the 10th.
George Dockrell on strike. Low full toss, and it's heaved out towards cow corner, and I think he's going to get 4. He will. Onto the covers it goes. Those covers were used this morning. We had an unscheduled shower, delayed the start of play by 45 minutes, and there may be some moisture in there, get a bit of wetness on the ball. He's gone for the slower ball Yorker.
Sort of cross-seam Yorker, possibly. I'm not. Or maybe he has just rolled the finger slight off-cutter action, and Dockrell's managed to get so far in front of his feet that he's got it on the full.
Oh, steered away past the keeper for 4. Love that. Innovative batting from George Dockrell. Now he's backed away early to the leg side. Jacob Duffy, I assume, saw him move, has followed him, and then he's opened the face of the bat and actually run it from outside leg stump through second slip for 4.
That's batting, catching practice early mornings, and the guy that's nicking it, that one gets a bit close, and they still manage to get it edge to first slip.
Duffy in again. Now he goes across to the off stump, does George Dockrell, and clips it away out towards square leg. Fielded by Bracewell. This time it'll be just a single.
Beautifully played. It was really nicely played. Sort of really that intelligent level of cricket that Dockrell is gone from that bowler into a batter. And played it quite comfortably from a tough area.
It was during the very early days of Graham Ford's tenure as Ireland captain that George Dockrell was... That's a bouncer from Duffy. 1 for the over, says Alim Dar. He ducks underneath it, and it's through to the keeper. But George Dockrell, as I said in the early half of this innings, is a left-arm spinner who batted 9 or 10, and it was Graham Ford who instilled some belief into Dockrell that he could first of all move his way up the order and then become a batting all-rounder. He never really took his batting that seriously before, and that one is tucked off the hip again out towards past Will Young at square leg, and they go through for another single. And I do love a retread on a cricketer. I really enjoy, like Glenn Phillips, keeper turned off spinner, and now he's an off spinner and a reserve keeper. But there are lots of them. Examples around the world. If somebody's a good cricketer. Here's a bouncer from Jacob Duffy once again, and it's called wide by umpire Alim Dar. He's had his 1 for the over, and that was over the head, overhead height, and so it's called wide by Alim Dar. So, rusty old return to the attack for Jacob Duffy's first 5 overs were very tidy indeed. Duffy again up to the crease, bowls, hits a batsman on the pads, Dockrell, and they think about a leg by, but Phillips is in quickly to prevent those thoughts. Dockrell 30 off 35, best innings of the game so far, and Lorcan Tucker has 18 off 38. 14 to go, 124 for 5.
17 extras so far, which is something that New Zealand bowlers would be disappointed about. Now that was top scorer for quite some time in this in this innings. Sweaty, he looks tired. Jacob Duffy. He didn't look as energetic in that over as he did in his opening spell. He's bowled the majority of the extras, 3 wides and the 2 no balls so far for him. Matt Henry's got only got 2 overs left. Tekter's got 6 overs left.
Slog sweep out towards deep mid-wicket. What a drop from Henry Nicholls. I thought he'd got it. He came charging in. He got his hands underneath the ball. I think it was in there momentarily, but it just squirmed out like a live fish. Wet bar of soap.
In, out, yorked. Very tough one. But good effort nonetheless, because that's hit. You miss that, hits you in the teeth. Yeah, you need dental.
Exactly, dental insurance. It's exactly what, and you know it. When you're running in, you're thinking, you know it from a while before. Phillips continuing. Is this going to be an over too far of his part-time off spin? Maybe not. Maybe he'll pick up a wicket.
Well, close there, wasn't he, in the first ball of the over? How do you... Just can do everything, Glenn Phillips, and wonderful to have, but then horrible from an opposition point of view.
Phillips in again, slashed away in the air and caught. Blair Tekter takes the catch. I enjoyed that from Glenn Phillips. He's tossed it up high. He said, okay, you're in hitting mood, are you? We'll hit this one then. And he's tossed it up wider, and he's persuaded Lorcan Tucker into the cover drive. Optimistic one, and he just clothed it to cover.
Horrible from an opposition player perspective, because you just never know what they're going to bowl and how they're going to bowl it. You don't necessarily do a lot of scouting. It's a wonderful, as the ball was up in the air heading towards Tekter. Phillips is squeezing his fists out in front of him. Come on, Tekers, get there. And a comfortable catch in the end. Good partnership. A decent innings, but sort of 6 overs too short, I think, in terms of there's been 2 chances in and over. And just get a little bit further.
Simi Singh's come to the crease now. His spectacular
bowled well the other day too.
Batting record.
Bowled well the other day.
Yes, he did actually. He bowled extremely well. But that outlier of 100 that he scored against South Africa last year, coming in at number 8 at even more dire situation than this. Ireland were in the region of 90 for 6 when he came in at number 8, scored 100 in a losing cause, but it was still 100, and he's only got the 150. Strike rate of 73. Anyway, he is a good hitter, and he showed us that in the first game against New Zealand on Sunday. He said, consulting his notes, he made an unbeaten 30 from 19 balls. Struck it very cleanly. Phillips, once again, forward comes Simi Singh and pushes that straight back to the bowler. And there's no run. I mean, Ireland have got to be thinking, we need over 200. Just give ourselves a chance.
Is it? Well, it's 13 overs at the end of this. What do you do? Stick or to it? How do you get to 230?
Well, yeah, exactly. 200. I mean, that clipped away nicely off his pads with the spin by Simi Singh for a single. But you try and get 230 here, OB, and you run the risk of being bowled out for 160.
And but if they just continue batting, and this is if they continue batting, they may only get 170. Is 170 going to be enough?
No, shouldn't be. Pushed down the wicket, down towards long off, fielded by Matt Henry.
So for me, the scenario changes, as opposed to now sitting in and trying to get through to 43. There's an element there where you're not going to win it by playing the way they have done and getting to 180, 170. So now do you kind of go all in and try and get 230?
And run the risk
of bailing, and run the risk of getting 160. In the if you don't get past 200 at least, you have very little chance. And then the pitch did do a bit with the new balls for New Zealand, and it's going to have the same effect for the Irish bowlers when they come back. And the three quicks bowled very well.
Jacob Duffy in once again. That's a fine shot over long off for a 1 bounce 4. That's actually a super cricket shot from George Dockrell. Gave himself room, backed outside the leg stump, and then just freed the arms, 4 runs.
Did that twice to Matt Henry, backing away and then hitting over the offside. Mid-off's up, he's done it again, backed away. This time a little bit more, probably a little more cricket. Really nice shot, up and over mid-off, down the ground. Nicely done.
Clipped away nicely off his pads, off his hip thigh pad this time, down towards fine leg, and they go through for another single. So did anybody ever try to convince you that you could undergo a George Dockrell type transformation from number 11 to...
I was number 10, thank you, because I batted with Chris Martin. By default, number 10. Again, look, I got asked to be like Watchman by the end of my career, going from being 10 by default to getting to night watchman status.
Pushed away out towards backward square leg, fielded by Guptill, backward point rather.
And and that was the extent of me turning myself into the best batter I sort of could be, in the sense that, I said before, I could create a partnership. I just couldn't score very many runs. And night watchman job is just to sit there, that's fine. So, yeah, I had created some good partnerships with some good players.
Short ball pulled successfully by Simi Singh for a single down to fine leg. I remember the first time we worked together, it was soon after your retirement. I think it was in New Zealand, wasn't it? And I think you were telling me about
you had just come across these non-burnable things at the time.
Vapor.
The vapes. You just bought your first one in Wellington.
Had I really? They're not allowed in New Zealand anymore, are they banned? That short bouncer from Duffy, ducks underneath it, does George Dockrell. He remains on 37, 134 for 6. Anyway, so you were telling the story about facing a very young, rampant, tear-away Dale Steyn.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you,
no.
I think you remain to this day the first professional cricketer. Here is Duffy once again, that's a bouncer. And again, George Dockrell just ducks underneath it, and it goes through harmlessly to the keeper. 38 overs gone, 134 for 6. You remain, in my experience anyway, the first ex-cricketer to speak on air about fear. And I know for a fact, you can see it in their eyes. I've worked with hundreds of others who've experienced it. You're the first one ever to have spoken about it on air.
You've just made my
hair stand on air.
Yeah. We're at Joburg, first test. You sit side on at Joburg, and so if you're watching bowling from side on, it always seems so much quicker than it really is. You sit down the barrel, like how we watch it on TV, it just seems slower. You get side on like you are at Joburg, and it just seems a million miles an hour. And Teeny and Steyn were quick that day.
Flicked away behind square on the leg side for another single by Simi Singh, 135 for 6.
And he'd already caved in Craig Cummings' helmet as well. And I was padding up. Jacob Warham had just been dismissed. He wasn't in a particularly good way. It was quite an uncomfortable time out there for him.
Phillips in, down the wicket comes Dockrell, driving to long on. Good shot, just a single.
I thought I was going to get hurt. I thought I was going to get... I did not have the skills or the confidence to know that I could at least get out of the way. Didn't have the skills. And, yeah, I thought I was going to get hurt. Genuinely thought I was going to get hurt. And if I get hurt, I can't bowl. And I hadn't played a test match for 2.5 years.
Phillips in again, gives that ball air, and it's pushed down towards long off for another single.
Yeah, so I thought I was going to get hurt. Brendan McCullum was out there at the time, and I didn't want to. He goes, "You're right." And I'm like, no. No. And I didn't want to. I did not want to face, but, you know.
But it's to your great credit that you knew you were going to have to develop those skills in order to be able to look after yourself, which is exactly what you did. Oh, that's chipped in the air just past a diving Finn Allen at mid-wicket, down to long on. Again, it's just another single. So you might not have been a prolific run scorer, but you developed the skills to look after yourself.
I hold a batting record in New Zealand, the 9th wicket partnership against Sri Lanka with Vittori.
Flicked away. Behind square on the leg side, they go through for what? Do tell us more. How many was it, and how many did you contribute?
Oh, I couldn't tell you how many. I might have got 10 or 12 maybe, and it was 70. It's a low record, so it should be beaten. It should have been beaten already, but I think it's like 75 or something rather. I put on a few with Vittori, a few partnerships, and with Brendan McCullum and with Ross.
Lots of singles coming now. That's punched off the back foot, and this is racing out towards the cover boundary. I say lots of singles, but that is an excellent shot from George Dockrell. He's backed away and has punched this off the back foot through extra cover. Super shot for 4.
Lovely shot. Really showing how good a batsman he is now. Didn't get to see it in the first game, and here, almost a runner ball. Slowish start, but certainly making up for it, and plays some elegant cricket shots. Really nicely played. Much better than I could ever dream of. I'm pretty sure you were commentating when I hit my one and only 6. I was in that game at Joburg. Pretty sure I've heard you commentate it quite a few
Now then, was it off Makai-Rantini?
Yeah.
It was. That's right. Yeah. Gosh.
Can I say it went a long way?
It did go a long way.
The ear's thin up there.
Do you reckon your eyes were actually focused on the ball when you made contact?
No, genuine duck hook.
Yeah.
Absolute duck hook. I was nowhere. I asked Hashim to give me some room. He was at short leg. Hashim, give me some room here. Because I'm coming your way. No. I was 14 not out in that innings, 6 deliveries.
Here's Mitchell Santner, and back into the attack with his left arm spin, pushed off the back foot for a single out to the cover sweeper.
And then was dismissed by Steyn in the other 3 games, in the other 3 innings in that 2-test series, yeah. He took 22 wickets in 2 tests, I think, in that series. He was ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, there were 39 New Zealand wickets fell, because obviously Craig Cumming was retired hurt, of which Steyn took 20.
I think it was more than 20. I think it was.
Yeah.
It was more than. I think it was 21 or 22. It could have just been 20. But crazy number.
Santner in once again, and this one's whipped out towards the leg side, and they go through for a single. Phillips Fields. The other thing I remember about that no-look hook shot for 6 is the way that Makai-Rantini spontaneously burst into laughter after the shot.
I didn't. I was even more scared.
Santner in again, and Simi Singh pushes it out on the offside. It's always amazed me how reluctant former players are to admit that they felt intimidated, and in fact, more than that. You know, it's obvious that they have done. I mean, during the playing days, that's fine. That's pushed defensively back to the bowler. That I understand. Nobody wants to admit to being intimidated or uncomfortable. They don't want to welcome the concept of fear into their careers while they're still playing. But afterwards, I think it's fair enough to admit that certain fast bowlers have been particularly scary. That's nudged out, but to Will Young at mid-wicket by Simi Singh, no run.
I ended up with a pretty good leg by count too, off my shoulder and then off the back of the helmet. I ended up with a few leg bys.
From time to time, you know, there is an argument put forward that they should be credited to the batsman. That's steered behind square on the offside, and they take they don't take a single. End of the over, 40 gone, and New Zealand are 145 for 6.
I think there was 12 leg bys and one at bat from Fidel Edwards. Hit me on the shoulder twice, back shoulder twice, ducking, and then hit me on the back of the helmet. I'm almost certain there was 12 leg bys and one at bat. Kath's come in. 10 overs to go, 145. What do you reckon, Kath?
if Dockrell can stay in, I reckon they might post an okay score. He's been the only batter so far who's looked competent against this bowling attack.
I'm Jared Kimber, Neil. Is that what you wanted me to say? Kath Dalton.
Hello, Jared.
Former England A and Ireland international. If you want to get in touch, want to ask Kath any questions, or offer us some coaching jobs, you can get in touch at cricket_TS or at talkSPORT2. You're open for jobs, yeah?
Both very welcome, yes.
Blair Tekter, mullet, moustache, back into the attack for New Zealand. 145 for 6 after 40 overs.
Yeah, Dockrell's looked the most positive batter in this Irish lineup so far.
That baby's still unhappy with the way that Ireland is batting.
That baby is the next batter in, I think.
To be honest, it would have been a similar strike rate from what we've seen so far today. Dockrell, 44 from 45. Simi Singh, 6 off 12 so far. Dockrell coming over the wicket. Tekter, coming over the wicket. Bounces Dockrell. And it's a wide down the leg side. Late call from the umpire.
Yeah, interesting delivery. He's not bowled his bouncers particularly well today. So
that's an understatement.
Yeah. I always think as a bowler when you're coming on, I know it's 10 overs to go, and there's a certain element of freedom in Dockrell's play. Best batter so far, you have to go to what is your best delivery, what is your best ball to this batter, and stick to your strengths. I'm not sure the bounce is a strength of his at the moment.
Tekter comes in again, short, and Dockrell absolutely smashes the pull shot. And Kath Dalton throws her microphone down in disgust at that pull. He's got short in the body. It probably wasn't the bouncer. It was probably just back of a length, but it was a bit too straight, and it was just helped away beautifully by Dockrell for 4. He was smiling as he saw it.
Yeah, well, that's a bouncer length ball that's just been completely dispatched. And again, why is he bowling that bouncer? He's got to go to a different delivery, I think.
He goes for another short ball. This one's outside our stump. That might have been the slower ball, actually. Might have just got stuck in the wicket a little bit, and he's hit out to deep point, and he takes 1 run. So he's gone 3 short balls, and so far in 2 legal deliveries, he's gone for 6 runs. I would say, considering everything else we've seen today, that's not a win.
What's been promising, though, from Dockrell is he's looked to go squarer than every other batter. He's looked to play a lot of square of the wicket shots, and he's had a lot of success with it.
Singh gets the ball outside off stump, back of a length. Again, he guides this down to third man. There should be 2. You can hear the call from Singh. He wants it. Again, he's hitting the middle of this pitch, Blair Tekter, and so far, Ireland are scoring everywhere off him. He has bowled 4 wides today, which have cost him 5 runs, and is, at the moment, let me have a look, by far the most expensive of the New Zealand bowlers. He's going at 5.3 runs in his 3 overs so far, and no one else. Glenn Phillips, the part-timer, is the only other one at over 4s. Short, wide, cut away beautifully there out to deep backward point, and they get 1. In fact, Jacob Duffy went over 4s as well, although a couple of those might have been edges early on as well. Can't remember now.
Likely. Highly likely. But he's probably the bowler to attack. If you're batting for Ireland right now, he's the person that you want to go for and score as many runs off this over as possible.
154 for 6 here on talkSPORT 2. Blair Tekter, elbows protruding on either side as he charges in. Straight drive from George Dockrell, and that's going to be his 50. It's going to trickle away for probably 2. No, Simi Singh did not want that. So Dockrell brings up his 50, also known as basically a third of Ireland's score, considering the fact he came in at number 7. That tells you a little bit about the day, but struggled early on. And since then, his batting has been absolutely outstanding. Found some good boundaries, but also has been rotating the strike in a way that the rest of the Irish players have not. 155 for 6 after 40.5 here on talkSPORT 2 with Jared Kimber and Kath Dalton.
That was a great knock under pressure as well. He's coming with huge amounts of pressure on him and managed to get a 50.
Tekter, back of a length in at the stumps, and is defended on the offside from Singh, and they steal a single. 59 for 7 at the Oval. So, it could be worse, Ireland fans, if you're following here. Ended the 41st over, and that's England, who's 59 for 7, by the way. Tekter, none for 28 from his 5. Projected score, if they got 5 runs and over from here, is an even 200. I think if Dockrell and Singh stay there, I think they would want more than that. I think they'd want 225, although I might be being optimistic there.
Not at all. I think with wickets in hand, going into this last section of this innings, when you've got wickets in hand, you've got a certain element of freedom, and Dockrell playing the way he's playing, there's no reason he couldn't just stay there and carry this innings. Fair play to Ireland. They haven't just fallen over and collapsed, which we felt could happen.
Which England seem to be doing at the over.
Yeah, England could learn a bit from Ireland. Don't often say that, do you?
So to come with the bat, they have Mark Adair. They don't want Mark Adair in before the 47th over, I think. Good hitter and can bat, but they want these two to at least knock it around at probably a run a ball for the next 5 overs, at least, maybe even 6 overs, and then really attack at the end, full and straight from Mitchell Santner. Singh, not sure what to do with it in the end. He just pushes this up to short cover, and there's no run.
And they've put a slip in place now, New Zealand, so that shows you what they think of Singh's batting at the moment.
Yeah, it's just the pitch as well, isn't it? The baby cries, reverse sweep from Singh. Sadly for him, hits it pretty well, but straight to Blair Tekter, who kind of poses for the cameras for a minute there before throwing that back in.
I think he nearly fell over, actually.
Yeah, I think you're right. I thought he was mucking around, but now I look at it, the replay, I think you're right. I think he got his feet completely stuck in the turf. 2 drop balls to start this over. Simi Singh walks out the square leg, walks back to the crease, and Mitchell Santner's like, mate, if you're not going to stand there, I'm not going to bowl to you.
Some mind games going on here by Simi Singh.
Well, I'm surprised Santner didn't pull away straight away, because I thought Simi Singh was leaving the wicket. I thought he was pulling away. He moved so early and so far. Oh, little back shuffle here, and now he chips this to long on. And he's going to take a 1 run.
But I don't mind that. He's trying something a bit different. At least he's not just standing there and allowing Santner to bowl at him. He's moving around his crease. He's doing a few dance moves to try and manipulate the ball into a different area.
Well, he tried the reverse sweep as well, so he's certainly trying something. Dockrell now, he's on 50 from 48. Santner has 1 for 18 from his 7.3. Every chance with the 2 right-handers batting that Santner will bowl well into the death here. They might change it up if they want to, but this is full around leg stump and defended by George Dockrell at the short mid wicket. No run. This partnership is 31 from 32. Simi is 11 from 18, so the majority of the work being done by Dockrell. Faster ball here into the wicket, doesn't spin, and Dockrell just knocks it down to long on again, and they take another single, 158 for 6 here on talkSPORT 2.
And I think you're absolutely right. I think Ireland will look to just bat time here for the next couple of overs and then start to go. Give themselves half a platform to be able to start to accelerate the score from.
Singh's just having a look around. This is floated up, and he might be stumped here. He's come forward to push this on the offside. You hear Tom Latham, he was very excited. He was just teased into pushing at that. And you can see...
TV umpire to director, we have an umpire review for a stumping. I've checked the front foot. Can we start with front on, please?
I'm not very good at accents. Is that a Northern Ireland accent?
That is, yes.
Everyone sounds French to me, no matter where they're from.
So I sound French.
No, we need to start with front on, please.
I couldn't tell where you're from your accent. We're just waiting here. They're trying to line it up. They have to have a look at the court behind first, of which I don't think he got anywhere near the ball.
Doesn't appear to be any bat, but we will confirm that with Ultra Edge.
Just having a look at the back foot. He certainly moves his foot around. Whether his foot is up at the time of the bails is hard to tell. Oh, he get pretty close to it in the end.
As the ball passes the bat, satisfied there's no bat, we'll go to the best side angle, please.
I'll just have a look at his foot. It's out of the crease. It's out of the crease. It's in the crease, but it's in the air, and
keep it rolling.
Now the bail doesn't come off.
Foot is in the air. We just need to make sure that the bail is fully removed from the wicket.
Is the bail fully removed when his toe is up? He definitely hits the stumps with his toe in the air.
Can we have any other angle, please, to make sure that the bail is fully removed?
Now, this is going to be close. It's in the groove. It's in the groove. The spigot is in the groove.
Could we have a split screen,
Here
please?
we go. And it's still in the groove.
No
still
split
in the
screen.
groove.
Keep it rolling.
It's still in the groove. Oh, I think he might get away with this.
Just take it back,
it's just that Latham didn't hit the bails hard enough. That's all that happened there. He was trying to be too cute. Just smash him down with your forearm.
Just forward 1 frame at a time, please.
Duncan Fletcher would hate that. He used to tell the
and back
keepers,
1 frame.
This is going to be very, very close. We could
and
be
just
here
forward 1 frame, please.
You tell.
1 more frame.
Is it Rolly Black the third
1 more
umpire, or is
frame.
it Gareth McCready?
And the foot is now grounded.
Rolly Black is the third
and
umpire.
the bail is not fully off the wicket. I have made my decision for the big screen, or the lights.
Not out. Not out. Kath, would you have given that?
That was remarkably close. That's millimetres. That could have easily gone either way. But luckily for Simi Singh, it's gone in his direction.
Yeah, I think that's one of those ones that if you polled a lot of people, I think you get about 60% saying that was out and about 40% saying that was not out, or the other way around. Very, very close. I don't have a problem with the decision, though, because I think from what we saw, that bail just took an absolute age to dislodge.
Yeah, he kept saying next frame, and it was still in its groove.
The bail moves slower than Ireland's batting. 68 for 8. I think England might be at the Oval at the moment, just to keep you updated on that short afternoon. Costs a lot of money to go to cricket at the Oval. You want to get your money's worth. But 158 for 6 Ireland at Malahide, with New Zealand well on top here as well. Dockrell 51 from 50, and Simi Singh surviving that stumping somehow through the incredibly soft hands of Latham. Oh, he barely hits them, doesn't he? He really does. Just grazes the stumps.
Yeah, just obviously didn't take the bail out of its groove quickly enough.
Tekter short, and he tries to eve this over mid-on, and he gets it over somehow, George Dockrell. It was a running 1-foot flamingo straight pull off the stickers, I think, maybe in the end. He just gets it over mid-on, and it goes for 4.
Yeah, it wasn't well timed, but well directed, if anything. With mid-on up in the circle, just have to get it past that man. He didn't get a huge amount of bat on that, but it has trickled away for 4, and a boundary that Ireland certainly need at this stage.
It was an interesting shot in the end. I think he always wanted to go either over, maybe cover, and when it got a bit closer to him, he tries to force it on the leg side. Tekter in again. Short, down leg side, again. Now, I think this is umpire. I'm confused which one is Rolly Black. Neil Manthorpe and a producer, Scott Taylor, are arguing over who is the third umpire and who is the second umpire. But I will say this, that whoever this umpire is at this end, he takes an age to give those wides, because that was the most obvious wide you were going to see. He did it before. I thought he wasn't going to call it. Tekter. Short, wide, and this is just a tennis forehand cross court. It almost hit someone in the press tent who was trying to plug someone's Ethernet in, and almost scones him in the back of the head. And that was a good hit to sort of straightish mid-wicket in the end.
Yeah, great shot by Dockrell. Really great shot. Picked the gap as well on this pull shot. 1 bounce for 4. Good aggression, but I'm really not sure about this bowling. I don't understand this game plan to go short. It's just not working at the moment for Tekter.
So I was right. I said Rolly Black was the TV umpire, and Paul Reynolds is the umpire who's slow on the draw for the wides. I'll pass that information on to Neil Manthorpe. So this over, we've seen 4 wide 4. The 2 short balls have gone for, well, actually, all 3 short balls. He's really going for this tactic. It does not seem to be working for him. Short, slow, outside off stump, and this is just bludgeoned off the back foot. A proper slap between cover and mid, or long off dives on the boundary. Matt Henry down there going all in. He probably didn't have to cover more than 15, 20 metres. Or maybe a bit more than that, maybe 25 metres, but he had no chance. What a shot.
Absolutely hammered this was by Dockrell. Threw his hands through it, cross-batted shot. That's a great shot. Terrible bowling again, but a really wonderful shot.
So that's the leg cutter slow ball, and the whole idea of that is to move away from the right-handers. It doesn't mean anything if you bowl it halfway down the wicket. It has to be pitched up if that's the idea. Slow ball, outside off stump, Yorker. In fact, you might have had a bit more pace on that one. But it's jammed out by Dockrell. He's now 63 off 53. It goes back to Blair Tickner, who's just happy that that one hasn't gone for a boundary.
Yeah, that was well bowled. Good comeback delivery. Gone a lot fuller there. And it just shows you when you do go full on this pitch, it does play into your hands as a bowler. That's where he needs to be.
171 for 6. Tickner into Dockrell. It's a length ball outside our stump, and Dockrell is going to be furious with himself because he thought that should have been hit into the castle. Instead, he's mishit it, and there might be an overthrow here. Dockrell wants it, but Simi Singh, not for the first time in this series, I've noticed, absolutely unaware that there might be an overthrow, and he's missed out on a possibility there. But they just get a single out to the sweeper. 172 for 6, up to 42.5 here. Jared Gimber and Kath Dalton.
Yeah, and Dockrell re-practicing the shape of the shot he actually wanted to hit. Just lost his shape a little bit on that hit. That's the key for the end of the innings. Even though you're going at it with fast hands, you're going aggressive at the ball, you still must maintain your shape to be able to produce that clean hit. It's not just about being aggressive and losing your shape entirely.
The lanky Tickner coming in again. Leg cutter slow ball, pitched up, gets the edge, and goes out. Exactly what I was saying a couple of balls ago, hilariously. And Simi Singh just tried to run that down to third. Unfortunately, just nicks it through to the keeper. He's going to wait, I think, just to make sure that carried. I'm pretty sure it did. Latham doesn't seem to be worried about it at all. But Simi Singh, maybe, rushing his head around, wasn't 100% sure. If you're going to bowl that leg cutter, get it up there so you have a chance of getting a straight bat and you can get an edge. But it was good bowling, actually, in the end.
Absolutely. If you bowl a slow ball into the surface, it has to be a slow ball bouncer. You can't just bowl a slow ball that is just that horrible wide length, because it allows the batter to set themselves. They see it's a slower ball, I can set myself and now hit through the line. When it's fuller, it becomes a lot more difficult, and a great example there is Simi Singh nicking that to the keeper because it was that fuller length delivery, more challenging to pick up.
I think Rolly Black is going to have much easier time with this Tom Latham one. I'm sure we'll see it from side on as well. I didn't see the soft signal, but I'm 98% sure it would have been out because it just looked like a catch. From front on, that looks like it hit the middle of Tom Latham's gloves.
Yeah, that's out.
Simi Singh, because it was a slow ball, actually had a bit of time to look at that, so I'm not sure what he saw that everyone else didn't. They're all having a joke with him now as if to say, pretty sure you're out, mate. They're not, I tell you what, it's so obvious from front on, I wonder if they're even going to show the side on view.
I don't think they will. That looked like it hit the middle of his gloves.
There's a slight delay here. Paul Ryan is talking to Rolly Black off the field. Poor Rolly Black looks like he's trying to use all of his equipment and work out what's happening. Are they saying that's not out? Did I missee that? That just looked like it went straight into his gloves. They haven't even looked at the side on. Tom Latham is furious. He's talking to Alim Dar now. It's possible the soft signal was not out, was it? I think there's been a mistake made here. Paul Ryan seemed to be having a conversation with Rolly Black as if to say, are you sure? And now Alim Dar and Tom Latham are having a big conversation as well. We didn't even see a side-on view of it. Singh never left the crease, so he thought it possibly had bounced. Let's just have a look again. Edge, caught. What am I missing, Kath Dalton?
I have no idea, but I think I might be visiting Specsavers after this, because that just looks out.
It doesn't even go near the ground. His hands are completely under it. Blair Tickner can't believe it either. I feel like it's Alim Dar and Tom Latham are still having a conversation.
And rightly so. Rightly so.
That is one of the worst decisions I have seen. Also, how can you give that not out if you haven't looked at it side on? Review the review. It goes back to the same umpire, of course, but maybe he'll have another angle. How on earth have they given that not out?
Bizarre. Completely bizarre, that decision.
Blair Tekter finally bowls a good ball, finally gets a wicket, and it's taken away from him. This one's defended by Simi Singh, back down the crease for no run. I said when Simi Singh didn't walk originally, I thought it was because he turned his head late and didn't quite see what had happened. But we then saw on the slow ball, he got a really good view of it. Good on him for standing his ground, because I don't think that many batters would have stood their ground over what looked like a very simple catch. Here on talkSPORT 2, the end of the 43rd over 172 for 6. Probably won't make a big difference in the game. Just listen. Trying to hear. They were just the umpire and Blair Tekter, I think that was just near stump mic, but I couldn't quite make out what they were saying there.
Yeah, Tekter very disappointed. Shaking his head after that over. I'm still in shock at how that wasn't given out.
I can tell you this: the ICC don't comment on umpiring decisions. So even if we ask them, we'll get no answer on this. unless the umpires themselves come out and speak about it, we'll get nothing. And that was just a bizarre moment. Dockrell is facing Mitch Santner, gives himself some room, and he smashes this straight down the ground for 6. It was full and straight, gave himself a little bit of room, and hit it onto the grass embankment, the opposite end to the media end, the Malahide town end. Great strike from George Dockrell there.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just made a little bit of room for himself. Santner, a little bit fuller, with a lot more flight, and he's just used that to his advantage and pumped it down the ground for 6.
Santner around the wicket again. This time bowls quicker, but drags it into the wicket. He's lucky to get away with that. And Singh almost runs himself out again. Singh, who probably was stumped, probably was caught, is now almost run out as well. In the first game, two of his first 3 balls, he was overturned from DRS. No one has ever had a better run from umpires than Simi Singh has in this particular series. He scoops this over the offside. There's George Dockrell, gets almost nothing on it, and it goes out to mid-off, and out to cover, and they take a couple. Ice cream scoop, that one.
Simi Singh should buy a lottery ticket tonight, I think. He's in with that much luck in this game so far.
Just to show it's not us obsessed, I'm just flick my eyes over to the TV, and they've shown it again. And they're just as surprised at the fact that this is not being given out as everyone else. It's funny, when they went to the third umpire, this is darted in, and he's just going to hit one out to the offside sweeper, the back foot. When they showed the third umpire, did you notice he had his headphones off, and he was looking at something else, like he gave that decision so quickly. Oh, we're going to look at it again on the TV replays. Are they saying he didn't hit it?
He definitely hit that.
Reverse sweep from Simi Singh. It ends up being a reverse pull shot. He ends up falling over. Absolutely glorious madness from him there. And that ball's gone down to short fine leg. Or short third man, I suppose. And he's going to come back for 2 in the end. What a bizarre shot. He went out for the reverse sweep, then decided, that's shorter than I thought it was going to be. I'm going to have to pull this. And then played the pull shot and fell over, almost smashed his stumps down with the end of his bat, and took 2.
Also nearly took Latham out behind him as he swung his bat through the line. It was a very interesting 2 by Singh.
And he defends this on the leg side. He thinks of 1, but he's got to push that a little bit further away if he's going to be looking for the single there. It was too close, and Latham and Santner both came around. Santner kicked the ground. I'm not sure why he was frustrated there, but the end of that over, 183 for 6, Ireland. New Zealand still well on top, but George Dockrell, 73 off 59, been an absolutely brilliant innings from him. 44 overs in, so just the 6 to go. If they go to run a ball here, they get to 219. I think with the way Dockrell's striking them, they'd like maybe slightly more than that, but that should be the floor of what they're looking at.
Yeah, and it's been a wonderful innings by Dockrell so far. He's just played this magnificently well compared to everyone else in that top order who has struggled massively on this pitch. He's made it look a lot easier, actually, and that's been key to it. It's shown his class because he's made a very difficult surface not look too bad.
Yeah, very limited game plan that he has of sort of walking across the line when he looks for singles and backing away when he's looking for boundaries. It looks like that sort of clarity of thought has helped him. Jacob Duffy is coming on. Remember, you can get in touch with us at cricket_TS or at talkSPORT2. send us in some messages if there's anything you'd like us to talk about. Duffy comes in. It's a length ball outside off stump. Dockrell tries to smash this. Gets the inside part of his bat out to the leg side sweeper. They'll just get one. Just a reminder, we'll bring you more live cricket on talkSPORT 2 later this month with Ireland's T20 series against New Zealand and South Africa. And if you're listening anywhere that is not on the talkSPORT app, you can also listen on the talkSPORT app, and you can swipe between talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2 at any time. 184 for 6 here after 44.1.
Now this is the time that Ireland need to go now, so Simi Singh...
Would you press the go button?
Oh, I'm pressing the go button right now.
Go button has been pressed, and Simi Singh comes down the wicket because of Kath Dalton. Smashes this, flat bats it, unfortunately for him, straight to long off. But good intent merchants, as they would say on Twitter. Double intent, in fact. It was the charge and then the sort of flat swat at the ball. But unfortunately for him, hits it straight out to sweeper and only gets one run.
Yeah, Mark Adair is still waiting to come in, and he can hit a long cricket ball, so it is go time. 100% go time.
Dockrell goes for this one. He didn't move, and I think he was waiting for the bowler to follow him. Instead, he goes outside off stump, and he almost double bluffs himself and just drags it to long on. He's got his feet just completely stuck in. It was a brilliant innings from George Dockrell, but it was go time. I worried that they've gone slightly too early, but we'll get to that in a moment. But it was wide of off stump. He didn't really move his feet, and he ended up just dragging it. And it's kind of a soft dismissal for what was a fantastic innings from George Dockrell. Bracewell takes the catch out long on, coming in about 20 metres in. 74 off 61. But Ireland, 185 for 7, just as that partnership was getting them towards a more respectable total.
Yeah, it was a wonderful knock by George Dockrell, but it does bring in big hitting Mark Adair. So I don't think it's too early to go when there's not that many overs left. I think you have to go. You have to take a risk now because New Zealand got such a strong batting lineup. You're going to have to post a half decent total, and anything below 220 is just not going to be enough. So they're going to have to get their skates on here, I feel. See,
I think they could have knocked it around for 2 more overs, still had 220 on the mind, and then seen if the last 3 or 4 overs they could get some sixes to get it to 230, 235. But I understand what you're saying. Mark Adair had a shocking innings the other day, but he's certainly a better hitter than we saw the other day. Almost as bad as his moustache, which is 80% as good as Blair Tickner's.
It looks a little bit more realistic, actually, his.
Yeah, Blair Tickner's does look like someone put it on from the prop department. But George Dockrell didn't really give himself room, and usually when he's been hitting, I think he's been at his best when he's sort of been hitting over the offside. That one, I don't think he was trying to drag it to the leg, maybe. He was maybe trying to hit it straight, but his feet were just not that close to the ball and just got off the inside part of the bat. So, bit of a shame because he has played such good innings. But Duffy gets his wicket, so he'll be happy. Simi Singh comes down the wicket again, absolutely smashes this straight, but again he finds Matt Henry, and he only gets one. So he has creamed 2 balls and taken 2 singles from them.
I suppose the good thing is that he's timing it. At least he's timing the ball now, which is something he struggled with 15 off 24 deliveries. But it gets Mark Adair on strike, and it'd be good to see him be able to hit some big blows today, because he can hit a long cricket ball, and it's always fun to watch some sixes, isn't it?
Yeah. We've had a couple of sixes, considering they've only scored 186. There's actually been a few scored. First ball, he karate swats this around his head. I want to say it's a hook shot, but I'm not sure it was. It was like suddenly at the last minute he realised it wasn't a fly but a wasp. And he sort of swatted his hands quite quickly across his face without looking. He was looking in one direction, the ball was going in the other, and it travels safely through to Tom Latham. See, I don't need sixes. That was entertaining for me.
What do they say about keeping your eye on the ball?
Yeah. He didn't. 186 for 7. Mark Adair. Big hitting Mark Adair at the crease. Duffy pitches this up. Mark Adair again. He's looking where he wants to hit it, not actually where it has gone. 186 for 7 at the end of this over on talkSPORT 2. Simi Singh on 15 of 24. Mark Adair hasn't scored off his 2 balls. Duffy has taken 1 for 35 off 8. And we just lost George Dockrell, who played the innings of the game. 74 from his 61. Outstanding batting from him. But someone else is going to have to do the work. Probably Simi Singh. But Mark Adair might get a couple of sixes. But Now to take over from me is Neil Mounthorpe, but first a couple of words from Kath Dalton.
And this is a crucial part of the game coming into the last 5 overs of this Ireland innings. Simi Singh's going to have to get his skates on here and start to hit some big blows if Ireland are going to get up to a total that is going to be defendable. Having said that, it wasn't easy early on with the new ball, so New Zealand will still have to bat well. But yeah, Mark Adair will be key, and Simi Singh to Ireland getting to a total that will be respectable from where they were.
5 overs to go, yeah. So 220s is on, 230s a possibility. It takes a couple of one big over, 1 over of 16 or more, and Mitchell Santner might be the man they target. With his left arm spin, and that was thrashed out to the cover sweeper, fielded by Henry Nichols, and it's just a single. Mitch Santner being used in the slog overs is, he's immensely experienced in all his years of IPL. If you stay tuned during the lunch break between innings, it's more of a tea break really, isn't it? At 2:45, we're going to be finished well after 3. Then you'll be able to listen to an interview with Mitch Santner. Interesting chap. Short, pulled, little swap pull out towards square leg. There's a mix-up, run out. Simi Singh was hopelessly short of his ground. He's gone, well, he's run a run and a half, because he went 3/4 of the way down the pitch and then 3/4 of the way back again. It was Mark Adair, I think, who was, obviously it was Mark Adair who was yelling no, but Simi Singh was having none of it. He wanted to strike. And Mark Adair's taken a step, hasn't he? And then you can hear him in the stump mic say no run. And Simi Singh's just kept running, and Adair's going, no. But it's too late.
Yeah, too little, too late, and that's sloppy by Ireland. Simi Singh being a batter who can accelerate the score and score big. The last thing you want is a run out. As a coach, you'd be fuming by that. That would really annoy you, because it's been so difficult to score. You want to take out the mode of dismissal in a run out, for sure. So frustration from Ireland, and maybe too late a call by Mark Adair.
I think it's easy to say in retrospect, and it's not always possible to think rationally and clearly in a club game. Never mind a one-day international. It's all very well to say Mark Adair should have run, and Simi Singh wanted to strike, and surely it's key to get him on strike. So perhaps Adair should have sacrificed himself. Anyway, Santner in short and wide, gives that lots of air to Mark Adair, who cuts it out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary, and he's off the mark to his 4th delivery. 188 for 8, which almost exactly mirrors England's score at the Oval in the first ODI against India. They are currently 88 for 8, as opposed to the 188. Here is Santner once again, and forward comes Craig Young, pushing out towards cover. There's no run. Jasprit Bumrah has figures of 4 for 9 from 5 overs. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 9 when I last looked. And Mohammad Shami's bowled equally well and has 2 wickets. So 6 of the 8 have fallen to India's new ball bowlers. Beautiful delivery. Craig Young forward, outside edge, into the gloves of Tom Latham. And I wouldn't be surprised, and I wouldn't actually have blamed Tom Latham if he'd sarcastically asked the umpires whether they wanted to review that one, having taken a perfectly clean catch to get rid of Simi Singh on 11. But that's classic. I mean, that's just wonderful from Mitchell Santner. Just tossed it up, grip, turn, outside edge. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming.
That was lovely bowling. Really lovely bowling. He's bowled beautifully today, has Mitch Santner. Deserved wicket. That's why that run out was so crucial of Simi Singh. You don't want him in. You don't want him out, sorry. So, sloppy by Ireland, and just a wonderful delivery by Mitch Santner.
Where would they be without George Dockrell's 74 from number 7? Goodness me. I mean, we'd be looking at... they were heading for a total of 150. And they've got...
Again. The 100... in the first game, and that 70 from Dockrell there.
Harry Tekter's 100, you mean? That's short and cut, missed by Josh Little?
Sorry, that's what Harry Tekter's 100. Without, you take those out of it, I don't know, what's that called, root maths or whatever it's called, but they have managed to bat around someone at some stage through the innings, but just need that little bit more, don't you, to sort of post a winning score. Lots of starts.
Were you ever in this situation in your one day? You would have been certainly at provincial level, but in the, how many was it? A dozen one-day internationals you played? Were you ever at the crease with with the last wicket with significant number of overs to go?
I think so.
And
I think so, yeah. And I didn't. Same deal. I couldn't score a run.
You just had to bat through the 50 overs, see how many could be scored at the other end. Because that's what's happening here. 4 overs to go, and the last pair at the crease.
Like I didn't get out too often. I was going to list A average 28 with my batting. I didn't get out. Like I said, I couldn't score any runs.
What did you score? Like 56 runs in total. Oh, that's a good hit from Mark Adair, and he is. We did point this out. He's a very, very good straight hitter and slogger over deep mid-wicket. And he's backed away, given himself some room, freed up the arms, and has belted Jacob Duffy for a straight 6 back over his head.
They're picking that up in front of the sight screen. That, for me, looked like it left Dublin. And a no ball. That's Duffy's 3rd no ball, and they've all been first balls of overs, if I'm not mistaken. Massive.
They have. Oh, my goodness. What is that? 3-4 inches?
8.
It's a lot.
It's 3 or 4 inches, that was. Yeah. That's a big no-y, and that's a big hit. I thought it was bigger, though.
Well, as you say, 3rd no ball. None of them are forgivable. Here's Duffy in, bowls the wide, low full toss. Very well done. Good comeback, if there is such a thing. And it's slapped by Mark Adair. Did well to reach it, straight back to the bowler.
And the bowler, as all bowlers, they cannot congratulate themselves for a good piece of bowling after a piece of junk. And he's shaking his head and grumpy and angry at himself after bowling. Well, what was quite a good delivery and a good piece of fielding on that free hit.
Now another full wide delivery, and it's edged over where second slip might have been, and he would have had to have been 11'4" in order to have got hands to it. Anyway, it's gone to high top edge for 4.
Wide, full, 3rd man up. We saw this in the first game as well from New Zealand. Getting for me, the plan is wrong. If you're bowling that width, you need 3rd man back. Yeah.
It's
wrong. It's wrong. It's a miss.
Has he just got it wrong, or is it a double bluff, or what? Oh, he's gone short again, and it's ramped over the keeper's head for 4. That is just really good batting to really modest bowling.
Good shot. Well played. I can't argue. Fair, I think. It's not the best, but very, very well played. He's almost got so underneath it that it's gone. It's angled into him, admittedly, so it has just gone straight over the keeper. I thought for a second he got that sort of angled the bat, so it got leg side of, sort of gone more towards fine leg. Well played.
Ireland 200 up, 203 for 9. And third, so that's wide outside the off stump, and it's called wide by umpire Paul Reynolds. 204 for 9. Not a great over this. Jared Kimber, you got some news?
That caught behind that we saw before, it was given not out because apparently as Tekter was bowling, his towel fell out and the umpires declared it a dead ball. Which doesn't make any sense because we kept seeing the close-up of the catch.
Here's Duffy, slower ball. That's quite nicely bowled. It would have hit the top and middle, but it's chopped away out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. You know what? I am so glad there is a reason, however tenuous and unconvincing it might be. At least there is a reason, and at least Tom Latham will know that there was no nasturtiums were cast at him.
So is that why Singh didn't walk in that? So is Singh just chancing his luck in? Oi, okay. There's a reason for giving for not being out.
They definitely were looking at the catch originally.
Yes.
Here's Jacob Duffy in again. Bowls. He goes short again here, and a little ramp shot attempted with that. I think that was pace off short ball from Jacob Duffy, and Josh Little not quite the ramper that Mark Adair is, and he tried to steer it over the keeper's head, but was undone by the lack of pace. Gosh, this has been an interesting over from Jacob Duffy. And the tactics particularly interesting. There you go, that's better. Last ball of the over is back over length, hit the top of off to the number 11, who's happy to block it because 3 overs to go. Mark Adair has 16 off 9 balls. And Ireland at 205 for 9.
I was just going to say, all we need was a wicket off the last ball, and we had almost everything. A 6, a 4, and no ball.
That's spurious, that, isn't it? Just going back to that. So, just Simi Singh caught behind by Tom Latham.
Looked pretty cut and dry.
Yeah, it was. It hit the middle of his gloves. There's no question. And because the towel fell out of the bowler's waistband during his run-up, it was declared dead ball, but...
Declared dead ball. Bowled again, was it? It was bowled again. So that event didn't happen in essence.
It all sounds like they've made up something convenient after the event to justify proceedings.
We still haven't seen any replay of the towel falling out of out of his waistband, because you'd expect to see that at some stage, a replay of what actually happened and for the reasoning. And I can't remember seeing a towel lying on the ground.
No, exactly. Okay. Ireland are at 205 for 9. England at the Oval against India are 103 for 9. They got the 100 up there. Matt Henry to bowl his another over. Oh, that's full and wide, half volley length outside the off stump, and it's slapped for 6 by Mark Adair over extra cover. Really, really good shot. You heard Jared Kimber earlier saying Mark Adair, you don't want Mark Adair at the crease for much more than 3 overs to go. He's a really, really good hitter, and, well, he's come in with 5 overs to go, and that's his second maximum.
Lovely shot. Really nice. Slot from Henry, admittedly. Width, full, gives the big tall batter a chance to get those arms through it.
Oh, he's gone full and straight, and he's driven over the top of mid-off for 4 more down to the boundary. Mid-off up in the circle. You know, that's actually a really good cricket shot, because it was angled in towards the pads, towards leg stump. That would have ordinarily gone over mid-wicket or long on, and he's actually deliberately hit it inside out over mid-off.
Yeah, nicely played. Didn't quite get it in terms of it's more toe of the bat, sort of hitting an 8-iron into the green. It's rolling by the time he got to the boundary, but nicely held, nice shot, and smart with mid-off up. The death bowling on Sunday from New Zealand was indifferent for the fields. There were mismatches between the fields and the bowling on Sunday, and we've seen a bit of a repeat of it here again.
It's been better from the Black Caps, to put it politely. Henry in again, short, so pull shot, and that one I think has been top-edged into the batsman, into the grill of his helmet, and Alim Dar immediately says, protocol kicks in, I'm afraid. Mark Adair, you may feel fine, you may think that was harmless and it's hit you on the butt, protocols kick in, and there has to be a concussion check.
And do they change the helmet now? I mean, it hit the front of the grill. Hit in the front of the grill is probably the best place to get hit if you're going to get hit on the helmet. I don't know quite. Do they have to change the helmet? But
I think the wording is that if there is any obvious damage.
Thank you.
So yeah, I mean.
Hit the underside of the grill, but still.
I thought he top edged it, but he didn't actually. He's missed it completely, hasn't he?
He's got his lucky green pants on, though, hasn't he?
Sorry. Adair has 26 off 12. He's laughing and happy as Larry or happy as Mark.
That was clearly eyes off the ball, eyes shut when the ball still had another couple of metres to travel. And I understand that. I know that. You know you're in a spot of bother, and it's impossible to keep your eyes open. I hit him on the just on the bottom rung of the cage. After being belted for 4 and 6. Where does Henry go here, and what does Adair do?
Backsway goes over extra cover. Here's Henry. What's he tries to do, and it's right up in the block. It's a Yorker length delivery, just on off stump, and all he can do is sort of half block, half drive it out towards Will Young at extra cover on the edge of the fielding circle. And it's did they take the single?
Not sure. Was Shane Jurgensen's beard that grey on Sunday? It looks like it's greyed up pretty quick.
It has during COVID, actually. Because
I think we all have, haven't we? all part you. All but you.
That's why I keep it short these days. It shows less. 215 for 9. Josh Little, 0 from 3. Mark Adair, a dashing 26 from 13, including 2 sixes. Another good Yorker from Henry. And, because he'd backed away and he was deep in his crease, Adair was able to drive it down towards the long off. But
now we saw the field match the delivery there. That was the thing. Full straight with a long off. So the field matched the delivery.
What's he not doing, taking a single off the 5th ball of the over? I think they've lost count.
That's how much he doesn't rate Little. That's a bit unfair, isn't it?
That is. Here's Henry again. He slashed this one over cover, and there's two men converging on it from cover and extra cover. Run out. Well, that just made no sense. That's just either overthinking or not thinking or not being able to count to 6. He's turned down the single off the 5th ball of the over. He's then smashed one out towards extra cover, and he's coming back for the second run. Coming back for the second run. You just take the one run, you get the strike for the next over. But he's refused the single, then he's come back for a second run on the last ball of the over. That is absolutely village, I'm afraid, from Ireland. Village at the village in the grounds of Malahide Castle. You cannot. You'd have to sit Mark Adair down, give him half a Guinness after the game and say, right, talk us through the last 2 balls of the 48th over.
Yeah, with you confused. Take the run and back Little to get through one delivery, and then face or just take the single as the ball's up in the air so that you guarantee yourself on strike for the start. Coming back for, anyway, they've put together an okay score from where they've got to. New Zealand bowling, indifferent again, good at the top, much better at the top I thought today, and then the spin of Bracewell and Satner were the two sort of standouts I think for the New Zealand bowlers. And the Irish batting, apart from George Dockrell, who looked comfortable, and then that little late flurry towards the end there, not a lot. And to see Paul Stirling miss out twice, I think is disappointing from a cricketing fan's perspective as well.
Interesting that Matt Henry's last 3 overs went for 24 after beginning with a spell of 2 for 16 in his first 6 overs. So Ireland have been dismissed for 216. Top score of 74 from George Dockrell. And have you got the bowling figures up there?
George, 74 off 61, your highest ODI score.
You said from George Dockrell, eh?
Yeah, when I had a bit of a tricky situation, I suppose the pitch was quite tough. I suppose me and Lorcan came together, had a bit of a chat, and decided to counter-attack a little bit. So glad that paid off, and then nice to have got some runs and put some runs on the board.
And it was difficult early on.
Definitely, yeah. There was a bit of seam movement for the guys. The pitch was quite sticky as well, so it was spinning as well. There was a lot of spin there. So look, I suppose it was tough. Got through that period. As I said, some runs are on the board now, and then hopefully we can bowl well.
And I'm sure you'll be in the skipper's ear. Will you get that ball in your hand?
Hopefully. We'll see. We obviously have a couple of the offies. But yeah, definitely with a pitch like that, I think there'll be a chance for me to have a little ball.
Well, listen, well done personally giving Ireland a competitive total to bowl out on that pitch. Well done.
Cheers, thanks.
Excellent stuff. Good work from George Dockrell. Ireland 216 all out. I was just having a look at the bowling figures. Michael Bracewell one of two off-spinners who bowled today. 2 for 26 in 10 overs was outstanding. Matt Henry, little expensive in his last 3 overs at the death. 2 wickets for 40 in 9 overs. And Mitchell Santner, left-arm spinner, who will capture in the T20 side, 2 for 32 in 10 overs. Glenn Phillips also bowled 4 overs of off-spin, which brought him 1 for 18. New Zealand will need 217 to win in order to pick up another 10 points in the World Cup Super League. We'll take a short break now, and coming up during the interval, we'll hear from New Zealand's Mitchell Santner, who I just said will captain the Black Caps in the upcoming T20 series against Ireland. That will be live and exclusive ball by ball here on talkSPORT 2 as well. You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the second ODI between Ireland and New Zealand here on talkSPORT 2.
Big hitting live ball by ball commentary as Ireland take on New Zealand in the second one-day international.
In edge! He's caught this time though!
On talkSPORT 2.
White & Jordan's supercharged weekend preview on talkSPORT with the all-new Renault Arcana E-Tech Hybrid. Hybrid by nature. From powerhouse Premier League clashes and full-throttle grudge matches on the grid, Sparks will fly as the most well-connected duo in sport. Look ahead to another action-packed weekend. White & Jordan's supercharged weekend preview. Friday morning from 10 on talkSPORT with the all-new Renault Arcana E-Tech Hybrid. The sporty yet elegant SUV that's hybrid by nature.
With the news that Volkswagen agreed to a £193 million payment for UK drivers, there's never been a better time to sign up to My Diesel Claim. If you owned or leased a diesel vehicle between 2009 and 2020, you could join over 700,000 people who've already started their claims with us. It's free to sign up, and you can start your claim in seconds. Simply head to mydieselclaim.com and start your claim today.
Everyone can make little changes to waste less. And at McDonald's, we're no different.
Like reusing our old cooking oil to make biodiesel.
That helps fuel my truck.
Or recycling my used McCafe cup at McDonald's.
To make a birthday card for me. Thanks, Dad.
It's the start of a plan to recycle and reuse even more. Because we know when you change a little, you change a lot. Recycling units available in UK restaurants. Search National Cup Recycling Scheme. Includes cards and other products.
People ask me why I'm always installing Samsung Aircon. Well, take their wind-free range. Its clever tech spreads cool air evenly around the room, keeping you cool without blasting you with icy cold air. What's more, you can control your Samsung Aircon with your smartphone, and you'll even get a 7-year warranty. It's the ideal cooling solution for any home or office.
Search Samsung Aircon to find your cool.
Get to Screwfix for incredible deals packed with power on our biggest ever power tool range. Save £55 on the Makita 18-volt twin kit. Includes combi drill, impact driver, 2 3-amp-hour batteries, charger and case. Now just $164.99. Order through our app or at screwfix.com for click and collect. Or shop in store. Screwfix, the choice of champions. While stocks last. Prices valid until at least 7th of August. Visit screwfix.com for T's and C delivery charges and restrictions.
At Lidl, we're big on a summer of quality for all. So why not cool off with a vegan ice dessert for just $1.99? Go classic with a family pack of 15 ice creams for $2.59, or go old school with 10 rocket lollies for just £1.09. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores, excludes NI.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker. Big hitting live ball-by-ball commentary as Ireland take on New Zealand in the second one-day international.
Balls and it's full and straight and smashed through cover for 4!
On talkSPORT 2.
Right, so Ireland, after being asked to bat first in the second one-day international against New Zealand, from Malahide, just outside Dublin, were bowled out in the final over for 216. 74 from George Dockrell. Mitchell Santner amongst the wickets with 2 for 32. And the run chase will begin in just a little under 20 minutes' time, which is exactly the length of the interview that you'll be able to listen to now with Mitchell Santner, who will captain the Black Caps in the upcoming T20 series against Ireland, which will also be here on talkSPORT 2. So, for the next 20 minutes, sit back and listen to Mitchell Santner. Mitchell Santner, thank you very much indeed for your time. First question is, how are you, and how was your experience with COVID?
No, I'm good. Yeah, it was unfortunate timing, obviously. I'm stuck at home for another week, but here now, and had a bit of a training this morning. Yeah, felt all good, so good to go.
And your elevation to the captaincy for the T20 side, is that, I know you've done it before, you've captained the team against the West Indies in a T20 international, but is it something that's always been on your radar and part of your ambition?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I guess it's something pretty new to me, and I'm still, I guess, very early in, I think I've only done three or so games. We had a series in India after the World Cup, which was obviously a bit more of a challenge because we got met a lot in every game. But yeah, it's obviously something, it's always on the radar of, if you're trying to progress your career a bit further. And so definitely looking forward to it, and for a couple of series as well.
Let's be honest, Darren, there are some very, very fine cricketers who run a mile from T20 captaincy. I mean, it's not for everybody. You have to think on your feet and be adaptable.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit different, Like, you just get thrown the ball and you bowl, but you obviously got to think about a few more things, especially being a bowler. You're trying to juggle when to bowl yourself, which can be challenging at times. You don't want to be seen to, I guess, do the easy things, bowl the 7th over or something. But yeah, it's obviously, you got to think a little bit more. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it, no doubt.
At the start of your international career, I seem to remember very clearly that you were touted as the next genuine all-rounder. I mean, it obviously coincided with the retirement of Dan Vettori, which were big shoes to fill. But in the Test team, am I remembering rightly? You started at number 6, and you were the next genuine all-rounder for New Zealand. You haven't always batted at 6, but and you've had some incredible highlights with the bat. So where do you see yourself now? Do you still class yourself as a bowling all-rounder, or the real thing?
Yeah, I guess it's always a challenge. When I first started, I hadn't played a lot of domestic cricket, maybe 1 or 2 seasons max. So I was still, I guess I was trying to learn on the job a little bit for New Zealand. And yeah, I guess that's the challenge of being an all-rounder. Sometimes the bowling feels really good, and then you kind of let your batting slide, and vice versa. But I guess the goal is to still be a genuine all-rounder. I'd say at the moment I'm probably obviously more of a bowling all-rounder. I guess with the opportunities as well, it's, it can be challenging at times, but yeah, I think obviously first thing in this team at the moment is to bowl and hopefully chip in with a few runs in the back end.
No doubt your experience in the IPL contributed towards your captaincy aspirations, and Chennai Super Kings used you at number 3. How much is flexibility still part of T20 cricket and being unpredictable, or do players still largely prefer continuity?
I guess it can be a challenge. I guess the communication is a massive part of that. If you're prepping and you've been told that this could be the option, you can wrap your head around it. But I guess if you get thrown in the deep end, it can be a bit of a challenge. So yeah, I think that's still a massive part of it. I guess people like to, I guess for me, getting more opportunities with the bat is nice. And it's obviously one way to progress my career a little bit more.
Is it fair to say that Michael Bracewell might not have played the first one-day international against Ireland if you'd been arrived on time and were not down with COVID?
Yeah, well, he's definitely going to be playing the next one, I'd imagine. Yeah, I guess that's it's credit to Mike. He's obviously a very good player, and he's taken his opportunities, and when they've come. So, and he's obviously his bowling's come on a long way as well. So it adds another string to his bow, and kind of balances the squad out a little bit nicer, which is good.
Michael Rippon, first left arm wrist spinner in the New Zealand squad. I guess you've encountered him before?
Yeah, played a little bit against him obviously in domestic cricket, and we had a few camps leading into this series, which he was involved as well, which was nice. Yeah, he's a nice bowler. He's got a good wrong, and it's just something different, So I think in terms of our T20 team looking forward, we've got a few different options that we can go with, and which is nice. I guess the depth in New Zealand cricket is quite strong at the moment, and which is nice.
It is stronger than ever, isn't it? I mean, there are more quality players than New Zealand have ever had before, and player rotation's been really interesting. There's a lot of focus and spotlight on India and England, I guess, when they bring in new faces and have different squads for the different formats. But New Zealand seem to be doing that, as effectively, if not more efficiently than the other teams.
Yeah, I guess the last couple of years have been, pretty challenging, I guess, for New Zealand everywhere. But, in New Zealand, we've had 14 days MIQ and, it kind of adds a lot of time away. So we've tried to rotate guys in and out of squads to, just for their mental well-being. And on the flip side of that, you're looking for the depth. We've seen guys stand up that have got an opportunity, which is obviously great for New Zealand cricket as a whole. Yeah, it's, obviously some players don't want to be rotated and stuff, but, I think if we're looking at the big picture going into World Cups and stuff like that the next couple of years, it's, it's good for our squad anyway.
There's the playing side of things and preparing for World Cups, as you say, and player rotation, but it's also based very much in New Zealand cricket's case on player welfare, isn't it? Do you feel looked after? I mean, is the harmony that we sense looking from outside the camp actually a reality?
Yeah, no, it's obviously we were pretty quick to, that was obviously a massive part of it, especially the last few years, obviously with quarantine aspects of tours and stuff like that. They wanted to make sure guys weren't away for a long time, and obviously the playing side of it's different. It's just the time in your room either side of tours when you had to do, I guess you do a week isolation when you get to a place, 2 weeks when you get back. That's adding another 3 weeks onto a tour. But obviously now with the COVID's kind of gone through, it might be a little bit less of that, and trying to get, I guess, guys into the playing 11 that might be potentially in the World Cup or something like that, some game time as well. So obviously this is a good tour where we can still rotate and play different guys looking into that World Cup.
I'm going to ask you about Brendan McCullum in a moment, so prepare yourself for that. But I just wanted to ask you on the subject of T20 cricket. There's a lot of focus again and discussion on batting evolution and how batters play new shots and innovate and become creative. Are bowlers always trying to catch up, or are you sometimes one step ahead?
I guess that's the plan, is to be one step ahead. I don't think it always works, especially with some of the shots that have been played these days, like you said. We've seen in the Vitality Blast even that there's been some ridiculous scores. Like Somerset, got 260 odd overnight in the T20, which is pretty ridiculous. But it's obviously it can be quite challenging for the bowlers, and I guess we got to find a way to be that one step ahead, whether it's trying to get hit for a one rather than trying to get a dot. You see, especially as a spinner, your good balls go for 6 or 4. So whatever you can do to get hit for a one, or if you do get a couple of dots, the batsman's going to try something. What's your get out of jail card? What can I do to, I don't know, get cut for one or something? So, I guess you're always trying to think ahead, but, there's some days where the batters just, everything goes to plan for them and you're a bit unlucky.
In the commentary box, we often say there's a bit of second guessing that goes on, and as a bowler, if you fire one in outside leg stump, it's because you're expecting the batsman to take that step. And is there actually a lot of second guessing going on and preparation? I know that analytics boys are in their element these days, and they'll give you all sorts of information about the way particular batters go about playing left arm spin. Is it sometimes, does it feel more of a science than an art sometimes?
Sometimes, yeah, you're trying to think, what's this guy going to do? There's obviously, that's been a massive part of it lately is the scouting. There's so much video footage of, every player that, you look into a few things. But I guess for me as a spinner, if there is something in the surface, you can do less. Your best ball is still the hardest to hit. If there is a bit of hold or spin, but if it's flat, then you've got to think one step ahead, or how do I get out of his arc? How do I fire in a Yorker or something like that? But, so obviously, trying to adapt to the conditions early is pretty key as well.
So I want to ask you about your personality as a cricketer, in clutch moments. take you back to 2019 World Cup semi-final against India. Do you embrace the fact that a place in the final is in your hands, or in fact in your left hand? And do you think this is the moment? This is what I've dreamt of. And do you see the big picture, or are you one of those lucky ones that can just concentrate on each ball?
You obviously try to do the latter, but yeah, I think, I guess with our nature, and we're quite, a scrapping team, and we don't try to think too far ahead and like those kind of big moments and stuff. It's obviously easy to, think what if, or, we can win this, we're in the final and all that, but, trying to stay present in the moment is one of the hardest things. And if you can do it well, that's when the best players perform at their best.
The more often you do it, though, and there's that moment, and there have been many others for Chennai as well, in the IPL in front of 40,000 screaming fans. The more you do it and come through those moments, do they become easier?
I wouldn't say easier, but I guess that you can bank on the experience that you have done it before, you have been in these moments, and if you can kind of reflect on what you were thinking at those times, and kind of relay those messages to yourself in these pressure moments, rather than getting caught up in the fight and stuff. But yeah, like you said, obviously the more you do it, the more comfortable you can feel in those moments. So I guess it's trying to bank on those experiences and go from there.
Which would you rather? To have to score 16 in the last over, or defend 16 in the last over to win a game?
Probably score. It depends on the wicket. If it's spinning, I'd happily bowl it. But if it's flat, I'd rather be batting.
Okay, right then. Brendan McCullum and Bazball and his transformation of the England Test team against New Zealand. Do you think it was just a conflagration of circumstances and flat wickets or is Baz really a magician?
I think it was maybe a bit of both. He'll probably say he's a magician, but I think it was a combination of everything. I think the way they kind of wanted to play, and then it obviously, they won the first test, and they're like, obviously this works. This is obviously what we're going to do from now on, and everyone else bought into it. If there's only half the team that buys into it, then it won't work as well. But I guess, I guess they were at a pretty low point, I guess, and they were open to ideas, and obviously it's pretty interesting to watch. It's obviously great for the game. Some of those knocks that Joe Root, Johnny Bairstow played and Stokesy played were pretty impressive.
What about your own experience with county cricket? You played a full year for Worcestershire, didn't you? Have you played in the Blast? You've experienced county cricket. Would you like to return?
Yeah, I would. I really enjoyed my time. I penciled in a couple more contracts for the next 2 years after that and got injured, but yeah, it's obviously always something I wanted to do and go back. If the schedule kind of fits, especially now that, we had a couple of slow years with COVID and stuff. You kind of want to be playing all you can now. And county cricket's definitely still part of that.
Let's go back to Brendan McCullum, if I can. I mean, we go right back to the 1980s, and New Zealand have a rich and proud history of innovative captains, different captains, thinking a bit differently. I mean, right back to, do you remember Deepak Patel opening the bowling in the 92 World Cup? And that was a sort of moon landing moment in cricket that had never been done before. So what is it that McCullum has? Johnny Bairstow said that, he just told me to impose myself. It makes it sound so simple, but can you give us some sort of idea of what that ingredient is? We hear that he's playing power ballads in the change room and trying to demystify Test cricket a little bit, sort of make it a bit more relaxed, a bit more shorts and flip-flops rather than suit and tie.
Yeah, I think that, obviously Johnny said was spot on. That it's just the faith he has. He just said, obviously you watch Johnny play in white ball, he's outstanding, takes it on, plays some incredible shots. He's like, when you're playing your best, that is you. Why can't you do that in Test cricket? Same with guys like Stokesy, and especially if you're a bowling and if you're a seamer and Stokesy takes a double step, hits you over your head, you kind of go, this is Test cricket. What are you doing? Get back in your box. But I think just the no fear kind of, it doesn't matter if you get out, backing guys, giving them a long, go. I guess when you're walking on eggshells and you're not sure if you're going to be dropped or not, you kind of play a different way. Where Baz has gone gone the other way. And I think one example is probably Zach Crawley. He's just said, no, you're playing. Just go out there and play. Not thinking about if you get a couple of failures, am I out of the team or not? Yeah, and obviously it just there was obviously a lot of freedom with the way they went about it, and obviously went pretty well.
It did. I'm sort of slightly obsessed by the laid-back, relaxed nature of New Zealand cricketers, New Zealanders actually, for that matter. But there's also this element of forward-thinking and being ahead of the other nations in so many aspects of the game and sport, and like equal pay, for example. New Zealand just became the first nation to introduce equal match fees for men and women. Are you quite relaxed about that? Quite proud about it?
Yeah, I think as a you got to be quite proud of that. I think they fought pretty hard to get that across the line, and it's awesome to see. You're trying to, as players, you're trying to grow the game, and this is a great start to that. So yeah, obviously it's pretty cool times to be a New Zealand cricket player and a fan. So yeah, it's obviously pretty big deal.
I was talking to Jason Holder a couple of months ago, soon after he turned 30, and he sort of saw that as a bit of a watershed moment. And you're not long turned 30 yourself. It's a sort of a re-evaluation of things. Are you looking to still play as much international cricket as possible in all three formats, or are you going to be looking at a little bit more T20 franchise cricket around the world? What's next for Mitchell Santner?
I think still playing as much as I can for New Zealand is the goal. I guess being a spinner is probably a little bit different to Big Jace, having a steaming off the long run. My run up just gets shorter the older I get. I'll be off 2 steps at some stage, but in terms of the body, it feels pretty good still. So yeah, obviously at the moment, it's still as play as much as I can. We've got 2 big years coming up with World Cups and stuff like that. But yeah, obviously, I don't know, it could hit me in 2 years. I could be cooked, but at the moment, I feel pretty good.
Thank you very much indeed for your time, Mitch. Enjoy the rest of the tour of Ireland. It's a fabulous place to tour, and I know that you'll have a good time on the field, and you'll be well looked after off it, I'm sure.
Yeah, hopefully get on the golf links at some stage as well, which is going to be good.
Thank you very much indeed, Mitch. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
No worries. Thank you.
Big hitting live ball-by-ball commentary as Ireland take on New Zealand in the second one-day international.
In edge! He's caught this time though!
On talkSPORT 2.
Every day, talkSPORT 2 probes the sharpest minds in the business, bringing you all the big-name news, views and opinions that matter. Plus, talkSPORT 2's official betting partner, 888sport, is on hand with the insight and in-depth analysis you need to crack the big betting puzzles of the day. talkSPORT 2 with 888sport, official betting partner of talkSPORT 2. 888sport, made to challenge, made to debate, made to play. 18 plus begambleaware.org.
Over it.
Hey, hello. Hey, I've got this. It's me, the cordless drill you've been dreaming of. Amazon Prime Day's here, and we're all on sale.
So pick me, large capacity blender, and let's mix it up. Don't forget me, electric toothbrush. I've been in your basket for too long now.
From electronics to home and kitchen and more. Get the epic deals you've been dreaming of. Prime Day, July 12th and 13th. Exclusively for Prime members. Sign up today.
I'm Julius Caesar, an emperor, not a tradesperson. But if I was, I'd be on Checkatrade. 8 out of 10 homeowners surveyed would choose a tradesperson from Checkatrade over one that isn't. And they guarantee your work for a year. So apply today. Up to £1,000, T's and C's apply.
Collect a double welcome bonus of 50,000 Avios with the new Barclaycard Avios Plus credit card when you spend £3,000 in your first 3 months.
Cappuccino.
That could whisk you from everyday to getaway. Our 50,000 Avios offer ends 18th July 2022. Check your eligibility now. Search Barclaycard Avios Plus. Representative example, 72.4% APR representative variable. Purchase rate per annum 23.9% variable, based on a credit limit of £1,200. £20 monthly fee, subject to application and financial status. Eligibility and conditions apply. Double welcome bonus for new customers only. Usually 25,000 Avios.
Hear the biggest sports stories first and fast with the Back Page Review on talkSPORT with Tesco Mobile for Business. Listen to talkSPORT Breakfast every weekday morning from 6 for the latest breaking Back Page news, plus unbeatable reaction, opinion and comment. The Back Page Review on talkSPORT with Tesco Mobile for Business. Join Tesco Mobile and get business phone bills for up to 40% less than the big mobile networks. Tesco Mobile, every little helps. For applicable terms and verification, see tescomobile.com/business.
Big hitting live ball-by-ball commentary as Ireland take on New Zealand in the second one-day international.
In edge! He's caught this time though!
On talkSPORT
2. Welcome back to our coverage here, live ball-by-ball and exclusive on talkSPORT 2 of the second one-day international between Ireland and New Zealand. And the run chase is about to get underway. New Zealand somehow hauling themselves an impossible situation, seemingly, in the first one-day international to win that by just one wicket with one ball remaining, chasing 301. This time they need a far more modest 217 to win after Ireland were bowled out for 216. And Mark Adair is going to bowl the first over. The openers are at the crease at the moment. Finn Allen in his second one-day international after making his debut here on the same ground 48 hours ago, and he's alongside veteran Martin Guptill. Two slips in, Mark Adair bowls in, first delivery, Yorker straight through Guptill. What a delivery first up. Ian O'Brien.
I haven't even looked up. I haven't even had a chance to look up. All I have heard is stumps rattling. Full and outside off, typically how Guptill will get out if he gets out early. Miss-hitting a Yorker or just missing a Yorker. I haven't seen that too often. Well bowled, snuck it under. And Guptill's played all over it, all around it. Wonderful start. There's a game. Especially after he's held the top order together in the game on Sunday. There's 50 there. Again, New Zealand losing a wicket early.
Well, I tell you what, Ireland shouldn't have enough with 206 total of 216. Shouldn't be enough, but and well, I was about to say 2 or 3 really early wickets, but then they were 154 for 6. Barely over halfway with only 4 wickets left, and they won. I mean, that was an exceptional circumstance, obviously, but yes, so there'll be no anchoring from Martin Guptill. It will be interesting to see whether Finn Allen, without Guptill there, plays his normal uber attacking game and with a career strike rate of 140, whether he continues to do that. I suppose it might depend a little bit on how long Will Young stays with him. He's the new batsman at number 3, Captain Tom Latham at 4.
There's now 9 ODI caps out there, replacing Guptill was 191.
Adair.
Yes.
Bowled him.
Yes.
Bowled him. Goodness gracious me. Another Yorker, 2 in a row. Absolutely magnificent. What a start for Ireland. 2 Yorkers, both under the bat, both crashing into middle and off. New Zealand are 0 for 2.
Yes, it happened, Manners, it happened. Almost the same delivery, played around it, played through the off, played outside the line of it, through and back through the gate on a pitch that's doing a little bit, that has a little bit of nibble in it with a new ball. You see the way the New Zealanders bowled, looking to nick off. Not here, the Irish, full, straight, hitting stumps.
So what does he bowl on the hat-trick ball? Why would you change?
We haven't got there yet. We haven't got
How
there
many
yet.
hat-tricks were you on in your career?
Oh, I created a couple.
Are you were the third?
By being the second man out.
Okay. No, but how many hat-tricks were you on as a bowler? How many times did you take 2 in 2? Few.
Yeah,
lots.
Few. Yeah, well, I wouldn't say lots, but yeah, it happened a bit.
Did you nab any?
I only did it once. I did it once in a club game and once in a domestic game. No, it doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Tom Latham, one of the one of the premier Test opening batsmen. He's in at 4 for New Zealand in the ODI cricket.
Why does he bat at 4? Is it needs must? Is it from the team's best interest?
I think it's Guptill and Finn Allen. It's the way New Zealand want to structure that top order. The Guptill who has just opened for New Zealand. Finn Allen who just sees ball, hits ball with some wonderful talent. And I think Latham is just a little bit more of a banker through the middle order without having Ross Taylor and Kane Williamson.
So Mark Adair with his Errol Flynn moustache about to run in to attempt to take a hat-trick with the first 3 balls of an innings in a one-day international. Here he is to Tom Latham, the left-hander. Bowls full and wide outside the off-stump. What an anticlimax that was. It's left alone by Latham.
And Adair in his follow-through. As soon as you could see Tom Latham's bat leaving, his head up towards the heavens, knowing that he had missed completely with what he was trying to do.
You know, it was such a similar delivery and, an exact repeat of the first delivery that just for a second it was confusing. You were wondering whether you were actually seeing what was happening. Anyway, they take a quick single here, pushed by Latham up towards mid-off, and they scramble through for a quick single. There was a throw at the stumps.
It was like deja vu all
yes,
over
exactly.
again.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Exactly. You it was momentarily my brain was playing tricks on me, thinking, you can't, that just happened.
What was in that salmon?
Oh, Mark Adair bowling Martin Guptill and Will Young. Clean bowling with the first 2 deliveries of the innings, and New Zealand need a modest, which doesn't look quite as modest now, target of or total of 217 to win this second game, to win the series, to collect another 10 points in their quest to automatic qualification for the World Cup in India next year. They are 1 for 2, full and wide outside the off stump. 3 slips in now. That's good from Ireland.
That was a real teaser tempter as well. Just a fraction of drift away, of a little bit of swing for Finn Allen, and you saw his hands just half pump. He was going to go at that little bit of width. He did manage to control them and pull them back, but there was just this hint of no feet, just hands. That's what happens when you get nervous. And he was going to go at that one. Pulled it back in.
Twitched, didn't it?
You could see the hands go. Can't, don't, shouldn't.
Here's Adair again down the leg side and flicking a miss from Finn Allen. Tried to glance it. Wide is called by Alim Dar.
When they've missed a lot in this game in terms of wides down the leg side. They haven't just been brushing or sliding past the pads and past the leg stump. They've all been quite big wides down the leg side from this one here from Adair and through the New Zealand innings. I do like the way his head goes through the crease, Adair.
Here is Adair, full and wide outside the off stump, left alone by Finn Allen. 2 for 2. Expand on that?
A lot of bowlers, most right arm bowlers, if you like, their head and chin will head out towards third slip, gully, some out to point, Jimmy Anderson, and they're basically to clear some room for your right arm to come over quick. You just need a little bit of head dip away towards your left shoulder, if you like. Adair's head stays bolt upright, chin prominent out. Basically means that you don't dump, you don't drop your length stays nice and full. If you keep that chin up for just that little bit longer, the length is fuller, and you get that little extra bit of kick off the pitch. And I didn't really notice it in the first game, but here, head so still and good on release point.
That's interesting. Does that put a little bit of extra strain on the neck?
It makes it. It does mean you're probably not going to be as quick. Yeah, because you do want a little bit of gap between. They say brush your right ear. You can't brush your right ear as a right arm bowler because there's always a little bit of separation. But for Adair, he keeps his chin up and he keeps it out, and I quite enjoy it, quite like it.
So Craig Young bowls the second over, and Tom Latham drives it beautifully through the offside for 4. It was full and wide, I have to say. It didn't really need to be hit, did it? If you've got a good bat on you, all you needed to do was introduce it to the ball.
And a tale of two bowlers in essence. You have a look at Young's head here, really heads out towards point almost. And when your head falls that far away, you're either wide of off, or you're both sides of the wickets. You give yourself a chance of going both sides of the wicket as that head falls away.
Here is Young once again. Latham forward, driving to mid-off. Straight to Simi Singh, no run.
If you do have access to a screen, those two balls, that much better. The chin stays forward. The head and forehead don't head out towards, or square leg for the left-hander. It stayed more upright and a better delivery. And I can tell. You can see it before he lets go of the ball, in essence. Batters should bowl, really.
Here is Young, and that was chopped away again by Latham. Square of the wicket on the offside, nobody sweeping. Too much width, too generous from Craig Young, and Latham helps himself to a second boundary. New Zealand 10 for 2, needing 217.
Sorry, man, a fraction shorter, a fraction wider. Latham sits on that in Test cricket all day long, and he'll sit on it in ODI cricket. An easy put away for the point. And putting away is the secret. You just cannot miss out on those kind of freebies.
Here is Young once again, and flicked away behind square on the leg side by Latham for a single down towards fine leg, and it's Curtis Camphor who does the tidying up. 5 or 6 years ago it was now, I was in Zimbabwe commentating for television on New Zealand's tour of Zimbabwe, and
that was the first tour of Zimbabwe for
a long
as
time,
well.
Time, yeah. And it was in Bulawayo, and Tom Latham made a century in the second Test match, and I was required to interview him for television afterwards. And I said, at one point, remarkably enough, I commentated on your father scoring 100 in this city 24 years ago. Here is Craig Young once again, thick outside edge, and it flies away past third slip down to third. Camphor fields, and they take a single. And his reply to me was, I bet that was a thriller minute. Rod
was a thriller minute in the
except with a bat in his hand.
By the end of his career, well, he opened up in the '92 World Cup. Rod Latham and Mark Greatbatch, and they were a thriller minute, although back then.
Latham comes forward and pushes it behind square to Harry Tekter at point, and there's no run. But it's just because I started very young, but it made me feel very old that I'd watched a father and son score a Test 100 in the same city.
That's wonderful.
24 years apart.
Can you remember? I mean, Tom Latham plays very unmemorable innings. He doesn't play a lot of lavish, extravagant shots. There's a lot of in the way that the 200s in the previous game were very, very different. There's a lot to remember about Bracewell's 100. You remember some of the shots.
Oh.
And the 100 in the first innings, I can never get his name right.
Harry Tekter.
I can never get the last name right. And the Tekters was a very unmemorable 100. There's not a lot of that innings that you remember.
Here's Mark Adair, his second over. What a first over it was. I think you might be being confused by Hannibal Lecter, maybe.
No, it's just the Hector thing. Tekter. If I just rhyme it with Hector, I'll be okay. Though two innings of two very different types of one-day innings. One that you just go about your business and you put a couple of balls away, and the way that Latham's doing it, you just put them away. There's no fastness, no grandeur, there's no histrionics, there's no big celebration. It's just day in, day out, done a job. And then there's the bombastic sort of without the celebration, but the demolition job that Michael Bracewell did from 35 onwards. That was, you remember some of those shots.
Oh. Definitely. Here's Adair outside the off stump, left alone by Tom Latham. 13 for 2.
Can you name any of Tekter's shots? Can you give me any of the shots that he played from his innings, from memory? This is the point I'm playing.
Lofted drive for 6 over long off. Very, very technically correct.
Yeah, good. But there's not a lot there.
No, that's the one that comes to mind immediately because he was so pleased with it that he held the pose for us all to appreciate. Third over, New Zealand 13 for 2, needing 217. Beauty. Oh, it's a rip snorter from Mark Adair. Pitch it, angles in, and then hits the seam and nips away. That is an absolute beauty.
That's the dream to a left-handy. Right arm coming round the wicket, angling into off stump, and it straightens, and just straightened sort of too much in essence. You bowl that one across the left-hander, there's no way they get near to it because it's going across them and bounces even further away. Round the wicket, they've got a chance of licking it.
Pushed away defensively up towards mid-on. And just to finish the story, I have to say that clearly Tom Latham was aware of the nature of that 100 that his father scored, because it was one of the most subdued hundreds I've ever seen. He was smashing it to all parts of the popping crease.
Do you reckon Tom looked it up, or do you reckon Rod told him that he scored runs in Bulawayo?
Yeah, he was aware of it. He was pushed away, square of the wicket on the offside. But
wouldn't that be cool though to talk about? Oh yeah, I scored some runs there. It was a slow one, but having a dad that you could go and emulate, that you could go and do. Isn't that just a crazy, amazing thing?
It is a crazy, amazing thing. And I also interviewed Rod for radio after his 100, and he was really emotional. He said that here's Adair once again. That's outside the off stump, too far wide, goes further away. It's left alone by Tom. And Rod, of course, was, I think, certainly in his early days, primarily a rugby player. And he said, and his voice was shaking, and he said, this means so much to me. I've had a great sporting career. I've played Ranfurly Shield finals, but this is the moment that I will never ever forget. I will cherish this for the rest of my life. And it was quite hard work watching it. I have to say that it was as featureless as a desert.
You're not going to remember it. You're not going to cherish and treasure it so much as Rod. Equally. I love how good a memory you've got. You've written numerous books, and so the memories are more sunk in. But I love your memory.
Oh, that's a beauty from Craig Young. Well, we thought the pitch might sort of quieten down and become less capricious as the day has gone on. But 2 new white kookaburras, and it's doing just as much at the beginning of New Zealand's innings as it did at the beginning of Ireland's.
I think I've been there, to the capricious islands. Is that
Capri you're thinking of? The island of Capri.
The capricious.
Maybe a few rocks off the island of Capri, which may be known as the capricious rocks. 13 for 2 as Young is in once again. Nudged away by Finn Allen up towards mid-on. Dickie Bird umpired in that test match in which Rod Latham scored 100. But I have to say, what a ebullient character Rod Latham, and I'm sure he still is, but he certainly very, very much enjoyed the rustic local hospitality, it was just basically throw a piece of meat on a fire and have a cold beer. That was the extent of the catering offered to the tourists. But Rod Latham was in his element. Pushed away defensively as Young is in once again, and Finn Allen. Well, he's such an exciting talent, and I've seen a few innings now of Finn Allen.
His bust out year was the not this season just gone in New Zealand, the one previous. If you find highlights of the Super Smash and white ball games, you will see some ridiculous stuff.
It's pushed square of the wicket on the offside, and gone to Harry Tekter, no run. He plays some outrageous shot. He's sort of reverse ramping fast bowlers kind of guy, isn't he?
Yes, and the areas he hits balls from and to And there's a few batters that do. The timing that he gets from weird areas to another weird area, like hitting thigh pad through long on over mid off.
Defended block to Tekter again at point. That's just silly.
I meant over mid on. So hitting thigh pad over mid on. You shouldn't really be able to do that. And he just does it without getting mixed up, without getting limbs all tangled up. Because you can leading edge it there. You can do all sorts of ways of getting it there, but it's just crisp. And I said it on Sunday. If he can just keep his mind clear, see ball, hit ball.
Punched off the back foot defensively to Dockrell at cover. No run. 4 overs gone. New Zealand need 217. They're 13 for 2.
Just keep his mind clear. And he's given good backing by the change room. I think that's an important one for Finn. I think he does need to feel comfortable in his surroundings, in his environment. He should have a wonderfully entertaining career. So I'm going to go back. You were talking about Bryce at lunchtime, or Bryce and coming across we're in Pretoria for a test for a test match that they were saying when we had a haze come across the ground, but there was another.
Was it haze or Bryce smoke?
It was Bryce smoke. We had that come across, but at slab of meat on the bar that was what we had at. I think we had for lunch at Bry at that Pretoria Centurion for lunch out there.
You would have done. Mark Adair is in back of a length and defended by Latham. No run.
Chef with his ultra long tongs flipping big bits of red meat. And
I'm not so sure he would have been a chef, a Bry master.
Bry master, thank you. There we go. I'm going to call him a chef because thanks, chef. But you just line up and you sort of pick and choose your bit of meat, and A wonderful lunch. I thought this is pretty good. I mean, it's not.
And you pick a rare one up and say just a bit more each side, a couple of minutes each side.
A little more.
Here's Adair again, and Latham comes forward, hits outside half of the bat, may even have been a leading edge, popped up in the air briefly, and there's no run. 13 for 2.
It was. Yeah, the dry smoke was good. You were talking about weird delays. It was at Centurion, a day-night game, one-day game. Second innings was held up because of flying ants hatching out of the ground, and there was just this. It was in front of a thunderstorm, thunderstorm, and these flying ants hatching, lifting up out of the ground. Unbelievable amount of them. Just a dot ball there. Adair bowls into the thigh pad of Latham, drops down on the leg side, no run. Manners is just getting some instruction while we keep going here. Yucky little seaming back into the left-handed Latham. That's some thigh pad. Those flying ants, do you have a name for them over there, or are they just called flying ants?
No, yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, that was a Latin name. Nobody ever uses that.
Big.
Have you ever tasted one?
Oh, plenty of that day. That night I tasted plenty.
No, deliberately. I'm not talking about the ones that pushed away out down towards third boundary and go through for another single. But no, seriously, if you just nip the wings off and the heads, the bodies taste like roasted butter.
I know there's a lot of bugs like that taste like peanut butter.
Yeah,
like beetle bugs. We call them hoo-hoo bugs, and they turn into the hoo-hoo moth. They taste like peanut butter.
Big.
Yeah, they're quite. Yeah. And the same in the Australian, the ones that they dig out of the trees in Australia as well. Those sorts of big larvae taste like peanut butter. But no, I'm okay.
Albeit a fairly crunchy variety.
I'm okay, thanks. Yeah.
Mark Adair up to the crease again. But he wanted some of that one, Finn Allen. It was the length. It was the length he picked up immediately, and once again he just twitched. He wanted to smash it over extra cover, but then either the loss of 2 early wickets or the fact that it was too wide saw him rein it in.
If New Zealand were 25 with that loss,
what would
it? Yeah, like and the previous one where we saw the hands sort of twitch and not go at it. If it was without light, I'd love to. Yeah, the freedom of those sorts of situations.
Here is Adair once again down the leg side. Now he's gone Yorker length once more, but he's just missed the line, and Finn Allen leaves it alone. And I have to say, I think it's a really good sign that Finn Allen is able to just rein it in a little bit. And all well and good, as you said, if they're 20 or 30 without loss, even if they're 15 without loss, and there's a full wide one and he belts it over cover, then that's the Finn Allen that we know. But you're none for 2, and so because his time will come. I mean, if they get to 40, 50, 60 for 2, then he can go after those ones, and I'm sure he will. But it is good that he is able to play within himself. 15 for 2. Next one, another wide, once more down the leg side. Latham 11. Finn Allen has 3 off 12 balls. And after 5 overs, New Zealand needing 217. 16 for 2.
It is good to see him rein it in. You'd love to see him not have to do that, and you'd love to see him still play, because when you take away from your game, it's not your game anymore, and then you're playing someone else's game, which then brings in the second guessing yourself, which is then sometimes a problem.
Back of a length outside the off stump, cut shot attempted by Finn Allen, but not timed at all. Maybe a bottom edge.
And then maybe would he have timed that if he was in the mood of his normal innings, of his normal. Some players can't play watchful; they have to just play naturally. I think is what I'm trying to say. The skills Finn Allen has, that made the watchfulness, might be this time of his career.
Pushed away behind square on the leg side for an easy single, gentle single down to Adair at deep backward square.
I'm trying to make sense. I'm trying to make sense of my brain in the sense that you want him to play his natural game at all time. And if he's not playing his natural game, like he's been watchful, is he then playing? Can he play that for how long? And how long can he do it? At the moment, I think he's working it out okay. But when does that rush come?
Here is Craig Young again, and that's pushed it towards cover, and there's no run. But I have a huge issue with that's the way I play player. You know, Rishabh Pant. It's like, you know, I mean, he still does it. He still smashes one up in the air, and, you know, he's cost India a test series by playing stupid shots at the wrong time. That's the way I play. And yes, he scored 150 off 130 balls, you know, in a test match, because that's the way I play. But here is Craig Young, and that's again pushed out towards mid-off, and there's no run. But it's like being a tennis player and saying, I play on clay. I'm a clay court player, and that's it. I only play the clay court season. Okay.
No, I'm absolutely, and I don't think that's the way I play. That's not what I'm trying to say, if that makes sense. It's as long as you stay true to your shots. I think you play your shots.
Very full and pushed rather than driven up to Simi Singh at mid-off.
You play your shots to the deliveries that you play those shots to, as opposed to at some stage here, and we saw Tekter do it, played a shot that was out of character in essence, and it wasn't in his. Well, yes, he did it in the first game, but he did it at a different stage of the game. So getting dragged into playing shots that are not the ones that you need to be playing at that time.
Young once more into Latham, pushed up again to Simi Singh defensively at mid-off. 6 overs gone, 17 for 2 New Zealand.
And seeing pressure do that to your mind is what I don't want to see Finn doing. As long as... I think Pant gets out playing ridiculous shots. Pant gets out playing. That's not the way Pant plays. Pant doesn't play some of those shots he's got out to in Test cricket. They are just out of any textbook, and you've never seen those things before. As long as Finn, I guess if he fails, is getting out in areas where it's in his game. He's playing his shots and playing the way he plays. I hope he gets backed to be able to do that.
Here is Mark Adair, and that's a full swing of the bat from Finn Allen, and good on him. It's a very, very good delivery. It was there it was drive length, it's hit the seam, it's nipped back in, it's past the inside edge, but he wasn't swinging wildly, it wasn't a slog, it was just hitting through the line, and a very good delivery.
I think you're seeing it's in a zone, it's in a spot, and he's missed it. Yes, it's nibbled a bit, and I guess if he had got an edge onto that into the stumps, we might have looked at it slightly different. But it's a shot he plays, and he's in a good position to play it.
Here's Adair once again, looks for the Yorker and finds it, and it's dug out by Finn Allen. Doesn't he have a good Yorker, Mark Adair? It's not pace either, it's just pinpoint accuracy.
It's just that slippery sort of, as opposed to, because he isn't into the wicket bowler, I guess you get used to that pace, and then the Yorker that you're not expecting, because he bowls so many into the wicket, just that little bit sort of gets to you a lot quicker than you expect.
Here's Mark Adair, and that's short and pulled nicely by Finn Allen down towards Josh Little at deep backward square leg. We've been talking about unusual methods and reasons for which play has been stopped or held up. Perhaps my favourite, and there have been a lot actually, but you may recall 2005, Mahela Jayawardene and Kumar Sangakkara added a world record for any wicket partnership of 646 against South Africa. I think it was 646. It remains, or is it 672? Never mind. It's the highest partnership for any wicket by anybody against anyone, anywhere, and remains so. And this one is chopped away out towards backward point, nicely fielded by Harry Tekter. And on the fourth morning of the Test match, the Sri Lankan Cricket Board decided to have a felicitation ceremony for Sangakkara and Jayawardena, and the main sponsor of the series was a budget car manufacturer who decided that, or should I say an economic car manufacturer, and they decided to present the two great batsmen with a vehicle each before the day's play began, and forward comes Latham, driving it up towards mid-off, dive to his right by Curtis Camphor, stops it, but they have gone through for a single. So 20 minutes before the start of play, everybody lined up, and there was a marching band, there were felicitations.
Oh, they do love a marching band, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Army marching bands.
And two of these cars were driven onto the outfield, and Mahela and Kumar Julie were presented with the keys to a car each, and everything was going fine, and the marching band marched off, and we all got ready for the day's play, and one of the cars broke down and had to be pushed off the outfield.
Petrol's got expensive.
I tell you what, Sri Lanka has never been a greater shortage of it than at the moment. That one is driven out towards cover, and it's half stopped once again. They scramble through for a quick single. 7 overs gone, 20 for 2. Anyway, the day's play started 25 minutes late because initially the sponsors refused to have their car pushed off. They were going to have it started. It was slightly self-defeating to have one of their pride and joy products pushed off the ground.
That is genuine ambush marketing. I mean, we're going to leave the car out there, and good luck, play around that.
It would have been a sort of mid-on.
Park the bus? No, that's a football thing, isn't it?
In fairness, Sri Lanka made like 750, so they probably wouldn't have had a mid-on for much of the innings.
I don't think they... it was against Pakistan, wasn't it?
No, South Africa.
South Africa, sorry. They wouldn't have minded either at all.
Short, pulled, good shot from Finn Allen. It wasn't that short either. There's nobody out there at deep square leg. Such quick hands. Him and Glenn Phillips have got some of the quickest hands in the modern game. He's seized on that. How short was it? Not that short.
No, it was good length. It was a good length delivery that because he doesn't move a lot, because he's very still, and he just he can back himself with those fast hands. Got himself in a pretty good position to get it away.
Finn Allen into double figures, 10 off 19 balls now, subdued by his standards. Oh, that's a tempter as well. They know what they're doing, these Irish boys. That is full and just outside the off stump, wide enough to induce an error, because there are two slips waiting for an outside edge, and Finn Allen again just had a little twitch at that and then said, nope.
That's that game inside the game, isn't it? If you that's the kind of delivery you're watching test cricket for, just that little twitch, the oi, and someone little chirp up from behind the stumps and
pushed away out towards mid-on. Simi Singh fields, no run. New Zealand 24 for 2.
So he's over. I mean, that would normally go up and over mid-on, mid-wicket from Finn Allen. Very, very watchful.
I want to ask you one question before my commentary stint ends in 3 balls' time. Craig Young, the 50th over of the game 2 days ago on Sunday, he's conceded 24. New Zealand needed 20, the most scored in the 50th over to win a one-day international in the men's game. Young is in once again and has pushed straight back to the bowler, and there's no run, dot ball. Was it a poor over? And if it was a poor over, from the bowler's perspective, how upset would he have been? It's not nice to concede 20, but sometimes these things happen, and there's a bit of luck involved here and there, but I mean, and if it was a bad over, how bad was it?
The plan didn't change. The plan stayed 2 leg side for Michael Bracewell. That's a long way up.
It's gone a very, very long way up and a very long way full stop. That's landed on the roof of the hospitality marquee at long off, and that is a glorious strike. That's a super shot for 6 from Finn Allen.
Yeah, that's the Finn Allen. I think because he missed out on he played with himself earlier in the over. I think it was the 3rd ball, and then the nice little attempt to tease a 4th ball. He's sort of dipped into this really nicely, but super still, keeps the head down until it's well away. How bad an over was it? It wasn't a good over, but it wasn't an over that should have hurt you like that, if that makes sense.
So just before I leave you, here's Craig Young again. And that's pushed up towards mid-off and straight to Josh Little, and there's no run. 8 overs gone, New Zealand are 30 for 2. So for me, it just seemed like an acute failure of plan rather than execution. So from a bowler's point of view...
So if it's a fail of execution, that's a terrible over.
Oh no! It was terrible planning.
You thought it was terrible planning?
He bowled to the plan. So in other words, I think he bowled the balls he wanted to bowl. They were just the wrong balls.
Yeah, I did that once. I bowled my perfect over.
And went for?
Lots.
Here's Darren Kimber.
Now it matters.
Was it at the Oval against Scotland?
Right, yeah.
When he got was it Watson confused on his notes?
And Watson. I bowled the plan to Watts that was supposed to bowl the vice versa. One was to bowl full, one was to not bowl full.
But yeah, around the wicket to Tom Latham. It's short and he helps this on its way, but he's just got a little bit of it, and it trickles down to Craig Young at fine leg for a single.
So I bowled into someone's slots. But I bowled the perfect over.
You nailed that plan to the wrong guy.
I nailed the plan to the wrong guy. It's one of the best overs I've ever bowled, and I will stand by that. It just so happens to be one of the most awful overs I've ever bowled. I don't think there wasn't a lot of Michael Bracewell to go on in terms of pre-game planning, but I don't think the plan has to change at some stage. You can't just keep getting hit over short fine leg, over square leg with those two men up inside the boundary. So the plan has to stage. At no stage should they go wide hole, wide Yorker, wide slobble.
Adair comes over the wicket. This is hit straight up in the air by Finn Allen. It's gone very, very high, and it's gone... Oh, geez, he's cleared it by about 30 metres. I thought it might have gone a metre or two over, but wow, he hit that straight up in the air. It went 150 metres in the air and about 70 metres forward for a 6. Huge hit. I thought that was off the toe.
He hits 7 irons, if that makes sense, but they keep going. You see it. This is hit middle of the bat. Well, toe middle. Sorry, yes, more toe than middle. And so, yes, it will go higher. But he just hits it so far. And, yeah, does put plenty of air on it. Terrible.
Wow. There comes in again. Half volley outside off stump. This is smash. Cover does not move. Cover is still in position to field that ball as it hits the rope. I don't know if that was Curtis Camphor there, but he hit that beautiful. That was about 8 times better than the last shot.
The other hands that I was sort of talking about, and how does Allen get past the 2 wickets early to play the way Allen plays? Because when he plays like this, and I've been on the end of it from other batters, is that as soon as a cricket batter starts hitting outrageous things as a bowler, you choke up quite often.
There comes in again. He goes for the Yorker. He misses it. It's a full toss. And he does choke up a little bit there, for being honest, and that is put away for 4 straight down the ground. So that's 1 length ball and 1 half volley and 1 full toss.
He hasn't missed a Yorker yet. All his Yorkers have been spot on. He's just been hit for a 6 and a 4, and you saw his hand, instead of finishing with his fingers, he's almost open palmed that, and that's what happened when you get a little bit twitchy. You do not finish your action. Your Yorkers become full tosses, or they become length balls, and Allen's on top now.
Short, down the leg side, helped again, and that's another 4. Oh, this is getting messy. He went for the length ball. Allen, I think, realised he was going to bowl a little bit shorter, moved across and just helped it on its way. It was a good shot in the end. It raced away, but he didn't smash it, if that makes sense. Just helped it.
An element of you've hit 2 drives, there's going to be a shorter delivery no matter what happens, either deliberately or not deliberately. Sitting on the back foot, we saw it yesterday, saw it on Sunday. It went short, full, and it went 4-4-4-4. Just being able to bank on the opposite delivery.
14-9 for 2. Short again. This time he's gone square. Luckily for Ireland, he finds Josh Little down on the boundary. That brings up New Zealand's 50 after 9 overs. And that was a very, very big over indeed. Was it 12, 18, 20 runs off that over? How's my maths?
As an over in this game, that's a game. That's a game changer. Yeah,
that's Jasprit Bumrah to Stuart Broad. Pardon? Oh, sorry, no, that's Broad to Jasprit Bumrah.
In a test, yeah, but that is in terms of not a big run chase on a tough tougher pitch to bat on. A 20 run over inside, well, at the 10th, when you've been going along, you picked up two good batsmen for very, very little. Yeah, there's that air to breathe.
Young, length ball outside of stump, defended into the covers. George Dockrell picks it up.
I was trying to get there's air to breathe now. There's a lot more air to breathe for the New Zealand, for these two, and those coming in a little bit later on. But I have enjoyed Young so far. Bowled real good at the top on Sunday, and yeah, just that. Sadly, just that one later on.
167 they need to win off 40.5 overs. New Zealand are 50 for 2. This is outside off start. Finn Allen gets a bit excited here. He wants to smash this on the offside. It ends up going to mid-on for no run. We've been talking about breaks in play, and Manners has talked about it twice today. And both times I've tried to tell him the same thing, but I don't think he knows this story, which is, do you remember when someone shot an arrow into the oval?
It was a bolt. It was a crossbow.
Yeah.
It wasn't a...
It landed next to the wicket, didn't it?
It landed inside the circle. It landed sort of on the block.
Yeah.
Inside.
On the square.
I think it was about like a mid-wickety cover area.
And they had to... they had no idea if they were under attack or what was happening. He's outside off stump and left alone.
That was a Middlesex Surrey game, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Yeah, it was definitely Surrey.
I'm almost certain it was Middlesex because I'm pretty sure that Kevin Hand and Dave Townsend and were part of with Mark Church and part of the...
Johnny Barron.
Thank you kindly.
Johnny Barron, cricket. Alan Partridge.
That is some kind of scariness, that is.
Yeah, imagine that landing next to you.
Yeah.
Young, again, 2 slips in place. Outside off start, this is sliced up in the air, but he sliced it to deep backward point, and it might get 3, in fact, by the time he comes around. And it should just be 2, just here there. Curtis Camphor came around and they decided to go for 2. Again, a miss hit, but he got enough on it to clear the field, which is all that really mattered, and they picked up 2, 52 for 2.
The faster hands that carry it just that little bit further. You think about that, and then you start thinking about the celebrations in Middle Eastern countries with the AKs above their head, where they're just firing away the bullets up into the... You think, how do people survive?
Yeah, how did the bullets not come down?
Well, they do.
Well, I know they do. They don't get stuck in the clouds. There's no clouds there. Short, outside off stump, and just push from the back foot. This is absolutely glorious. Finn Allen putting on an absolute display here, and Island fans are starting to get a bit frustrated because they thought they had a chance, and Finn Allen, in the space of about an over and a half, is knocking that away from them.
Shall I tell you another Wellington Firebird?
Is he? Firebird.
Yeah, again, I go back to the point when a batsman starts looking dangerous as a bowler, it can really tighten you up. And while there's a couple of good deliveries here from Young and those 2 boundary, or the 2 that was up and under, that's not a bad delivery. Fraction wide if you want to be critical, but not a bad delivery. But when a batter starts rolling, it can get really hard to stay confident and stay strong through your action.
I don't know, how many of our listeners have seen Finn Allen in T20 tournaments, but when he gets going, this is kind of what happens. There's not much you can do. He just hits a boundary every ball. No run, he calls that himself, hits it straight to cover. And 56 for 2 at the end of 10. Young went for 27 in his 5 overs. You're listening to talkSPORT 2 with Jared Kimber and Ian O'Brien. But once he gets going, it's just everything looks like it's going to be a boundary.
And it feels awkward because the ball's only... Well, it's 10 overs gone, 10 overs gold, but so each ball's 5 overs old. And Finn Allen, I do think you want to mix up your delivery angle, so your position on the crease. I think you want to change up your angle on the crease. You also want to change up your speed. But changing up the speeds with a 5 over old ball on a wicket that has nibbling sort of defeats the purpose of having a new ball. But to Finn Allen, you just have to keep him guessing from, like I said, from where you bowl it on the crease, wide, close, and then using some pace variations. But you kind of feel bad bowling slower deliveries on a wicket that's got a little bit of nibble.
Excellent analysis there from former dual international Ian O'Brien from New Zealand, indoor cricket and outdoor cricket. Not rugby union, although, to be honest with it, he was probably an ideal physical specimen for rugby union.
No. skinny white boy again in a country full of big Polynesian lads.
Yeah. Josh Little, left arm fast, short, straight into the hitting zone of Tom Latham, who pulls that to the boundary for 4. Kath Dalton.
Hello, good afternoon. It's nice to be back. This is not the after the start Ireland had, you felt they were in for a chance. I feel like they've lacked discipline in the last couple of overs. That one big over by Allen has changed the game. It's shaken Ireland a little bit, and they've gone off their plan.
So Bracewell do that to them as well. Tom Latham, left-hander with the right arm, the big arm guard on. Short, outside off stump this time. It's another bad ball. He's got away with this one, Little. Short and wide, and Latham just leaned back and tried to drive it on the offside. And instead he's hit it straight to Point, who fumbles it, and they come back for 2. But 6 runs off Little's first 2 balls here.
Yeah, he's just going too short there, isn't he? The ball is still shaping. There's still something in this pitch. They're just bowling the wrong length, and they bowl too wide as well. Just too much width, which has just allowed New Zealand batters to throw their hands through the ball a little easier. Yeah, definitely. Josh Little just needs to get a couple right here. And that one's a little bit better, but still it's straight, and it hits the thigh pad of Tom Latham, and he trickles out on the leg side. There's no run. India 58 without loss against England. So what about you, Kath? What was your secondary sport? What were you going to be a star at before you, were so good at cricket that you couldn't be held back any further? Oh, I played football. Yeah, got a lot of football actually, up to the age of 18, and then got picked for the England Academy and had to really make a decision at that stage. But yeah,
not like Elise Perry, who did both.
No, it wasn't that fortunate, unfortunately.
She kicked the goal of the tournament in a Women's World Cup final, in a Women's World Cup.
Incredible.
And obviously, there's been a few, because up until very recently, women could sort of play 2 sports. So Susie Bates, obviously, played basketball for New Zealand. Short again from Little. Luckily, it's beautifully pulled away. With a little bit of Caribbean knee in the air from Finn Allen there, but it's straight to the sweeper. But I suppose by the time you came through, it was kind of you had to pick a sport, didn't you?
Hey, a little bit, yeah. I represented West Ham and Tottenham. I'm a Tottenham fan, so I got a little bit of abuse for playing for West Ham, as you can imagine. But
so you at home, you've got shirts up on the wall of them and Ireland.
Yeah, and an England shirt, luckily. So
pushed out on the offside, fumbled by. That's the second Harry Tekter fumbled this over, and he's given up 3 runs this over. Josh Little's not bowling particularly well. He doesn't really need any help from Harry Tekter, he's all fumbles out there at Point at the moment, and Latham gets another run. Latham moves to 20 from 27, and Finn Allen 42 from 36.
Yeah, something these two have done very well is they look to hit through the line of the ball. And Finn Allen's innings, I thought potentially Paul Sterling could play a knock like that when the ball was nipping around, and it just throws the bowlers off their plan, and that's exactly what's happened here.
Oh, good ball from Little there. It's a back of a length ball, just outside off stump, maybe pitching right on off and just comes back in. Allen tries to force it away. It takes the inside part of the bat, goes out to square leg. They take another single, 66 for 2, lots of runs. 29 runs in the last... No, it's actually more than that, isn't it? It's about 36 runs, I think, in the last 3 overs now. This partnership is now 66 off 66. Latham 20 off 27. Finn Allen 43 off 37. And for talkSPORT 2, it's Jared Kimber. And Tottenham, West Ham, England A, and Ireland's Kath Dalton.
Trying to butter me up a little bit.
You should put all that in your Twitter profile, just because it would take forever for someone to read it out.
Oh, no.
I remember when Lizzie Ammon, the cricket writer, when she first started getting freelance jobs, she kept putting the name of each title at the bottom of her email. Eventually I had to say to her, Lizzie, literally you're making your emails twice as long just if people try and read all the places you work for. Just cut it down to the ones you like.
Oh, that would be a tricky decision as well.
Well, you'd get rid of West Ham, surely, in that.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. Andy McBrien is coming on. This is an interesting part of the game. I thought he might come on before Josh Little. We know there's been sideways movement for the seamers just because the New Zealand spinner's got so much spin and occasionally so much bounce out of this surface. And he's their main spinner. Andy McBrien, before he became a pinch blocker, he was in the side as a bowler and held the bat a little bit at number 8. But still a very, very good spinner. Is he from Belfast? He's from Northern Ireland, isn't he? I think he's from Belfast. He's one of the worst interviews I've ever done.
Oh, really?
Because he's a bit of a shy guy, and he looks down, and he's got a thick accent, and he doesn't say much, and he's looking at, and I was like trying to get under him to see what he was saying, and I'm not sure he said anything anyway, but he seemed lovely, but didn't give me much from the piece. First ball comes in, spins a little bit, and hits Finn Allen on the thigh pad. To show you how much spin we've got here, they haven't got a slip, Ireland, they've got a leg slip, as Paul Sterling is in place there. Oh, he does the pirouette ball as he comes in. He runs around the crease before he delivers it. It's just defended back to him for no run.
This is a crucial part because we saw a lot of spin in the first innings. And if Ireland can turn the ball as well as New Zealand did, a couple of wickets, you never know.
Down leg side, that should be a wide, and it is. Finally given. Paul Ryan, not Paul Ryan the umpire, not Paul Ryan the former Republican senator who ran for president a couple of years ago. Comes in again. This is a good ball from McBride. He saw Finn Allen come at him, darted in his pads. There was no run there. So just a wide of this over so far. One thing I would say is we're 4 balls in. I'm not sure we've seen any of the spin that we saw from the 2 New Zealand spinners. Well, 3 New Zealand spinners in the end. Glenn Phillips bowled as well, didn't he? McBride dancing around as he comes in. Another straight break. Defended back up the crease. No run.
No, he doesn't seem to be turning it anywhere near as much as we saw in the first innings. Maybe that's on purpose, trying to bowl a bit flatter.
This one does spin, and that could have bowled him. Finn Allen was expecting another straight ball. He went back, gave himself room, tried to force it away. And I tell you what, it wasn't just Finn Allen who missed that, because that went straight through Lorcan Tucker as well. That's pitched outside off stump, and that has missed leg stump. And it would have hit on height. It was just the fact that it spun. It didn't end up spinning an inch past leg stump. That really, really turned. McBride was mid-pitch on the floor. Couldn't believe it, and it trickles away for 4 byes. So, beautiful delivery. Unfortunately, still no run off the actual bat yet until this ball. As Allen gives himself some room, hits this out to deep cover. They think of 2, but there's only 1 there. And that is the end of the over. So beautifully bowled over by McBride. Goes for 2 runs off the bat, but there are 1 run off the bat, 1 wide, and 4 byes. So unfortunately, he didn't actually manage to keep the pressure on that he probably deserved to with what was pretty good spin bowling there.
Yeah, that was excellent spin bowling. He's gone flatter at the start of the over and looked to allow the New Zealand batters to think they can play off the back foot and feel like there wasn't a lot of turn because he was bowling a lot flatter. And then gave one a massive rip, and that could have bowled him easily. I'll say this again. If Ireland can pick up 2 wickets, you just never know, because this pitch is not easy. I don't think it's got easier to bat on at all. It's still spinning. We saw that delivery, and it's still been seaming and nipping around. But Ireland will have to be on the top of their game if they're going to be within a chance here.
Slightly stronger batting order for New Zealand today. We're Santner coming in at 8, so they're going to need... If they're going to put any pressure on New Zealand, and I think they can, they're going to have to get a couple of wickets probably in the next 28 runs, which at the moment doesn't look particularly likely just because they've been scoring with so much ease, although that last over might have changed things. They're going to give Little 1 more. Wonder if after that over they might be throwing the ball to Simi Singh, but I think Balburney's saying to his the future of Irish cricket in many ways, I think he's saying to him, that first over was pants, can you give me less pants? Give me some left-arm pace, hit a spot, and make Finn Allen play a bad shot. Instead, bowl short down the leg side, but Finn Allen hasn't got much on this at all. Trickles down to fine leg as he tries to pull this away, and just gets 1. That might have been off the glove, was it?
I think that, wasn't very controlled, to be fair, but not a good delivery by Josh Little. He needs to get that length a lot fuller. He can get it to shape around. He has that ability. He's a skillful enough bowler. He just needs to play to his strengths here and just readjust that length. I'm not sure he's trying to bowl that length, to be honest.
He's bowled a lot of it if he's not. I wouldn't mind seeing him come around the wicket, actually. He's one of those left-arm bowlers. I really like it when he comes around the wicket. He's got a slip in place to the left-handed Latham here, but again, a little bit too straight, and Latham tucks this around the corner, and he'll pick up 2, deep backward square. Again, too easy. He's not making them make any decisions off him. They're just reacting to the poor balls at the moment.
That was really well played by Latham. A little bit too straight, as you said, and just tucked it away, but they've run a 2, and that just takes all the pressure off you as a batting side, if you're getting twos off shots like that, then you can start to build a really, really good partnership, which they have. 75 runs off 75 balls, so really good partnership so far.
Oh, he beats him outside off stump. I like this. It's still not the best ball, but it's just back of a length outside off stump, and it made Latham make an actual decision of what shot he wanted to play. In the end, Latham kind of decided at the last minute to try run it down to third. They do have a slip in place. Unfortunately, it goes through to Lorcan and Tucker, and there's no run, but that was a much better ball.
It was, and it just shows you the difference in consistency between the two bowling attacks. New Zealand hugely consistent in that first innings. Ireland had nothing to play with. On the opposite side, there's been some inconsistent deliveries.
This is a good ball again. It hits the bat very hard. Ends up between Latham's leg. They steal a single. It was a good, fast ball, and it took Latham a little bit by surprise, and they got a single almost by accident. If you missed the start of New Zealand's innings, they lost a wicket off the first ball, bowled by Mark Adair. They lost a wicket off the second ball, bowled off Mark Adair. Those deliveries were so similar that Neil Manthorpe for a second thought he was watching a replay and sort of sat there paused, waiting to see if he was watching real life. And I was exactly the same behind him. So since then, they've done very well, New Zealand, and the majority of that has been Finn Allen, who's 45 of 44. He faces this one. It's straight and full at the pads, and he flicks this to short mid-wicket, and there's no run there.
Even that shot by Finn Allen was just really well timed. He timed that so crisply. Although it's hit a fielder at mid-wicket, his timing today on this surface, which has been very challenging for everyone bar George Dockrell, just making it look too easy now, isn't he?
Even George Dockrell. I suppose actually George Dockrell and Finn Allen both started slow, didn't they? And then got going. So I think a lot of other players have started slow and not got going. Josh Little, left arm fast. He's bowled a half volley on leg stump, and that is flicked for 4. There's a short mid-wicket in place. He beat him, and that was all gone. Beautiful timing again.
Yeah, lovely shot. Similar shot to the last ball. The last delivery as well was very similar, and he's just flicked it off his pads effortlessly for 4. That's just a lovely shot. Great timing.
That was former Ireland cricketer Kath Dalton. Talking to us here on TalkSport 2. I'm Jared Kimber. Remember that we're going to be bringing you live cricket on TalkSport 2 later this month as well, with Ireland's T20 series against New Zealand and also against South Africa. If you're listening online or on your smart speaker, but you need to travel around, remember you can always download the free TalkSport app where you can swipe between TalkSport and TalkSport 2. It's kind of like Tinder, except that you just get people talking about sport on whichever way you swipe. You can get that where all good apps are available. And reminder that you can also hear the Cricket Collective on TalkSport 2 tonight at 7 p.m, where you'll hear more Neil Manthorpe. If you're not getting enough Neil Manthorpe, and frankly, who does in their life, you can hear more of him with Harmy tonight. They'll be talking to Richard Gleeson and Hampshire's Ben McDermott. I'm sure there'll be lots of questions about his father, Craig. As McBride comes round the wicket and pitches this up around off stump, and it's knocked down to long off for 1 run. And if you can't listen to the Cricket Collective on TalkSport 2 tonight, you can also find it as a podcast on the Following On podcast feed. McBride has gone for a run against Latham there, so he's back bowling to the right-handers, and we've gone from having a leg slip to having a slip. That might be because we only saw one ball spin last over, but that one that did spin was still more likely to go to leg slip, I would have thought. This one does turn, and Finn Allen turns it out to mid-wicket, and they run through for a single, and that's his 50. 50 of 47. He holds his bat by the blade, holds it up awkwardly to celebrate his 50 there, but it's been a great innings, as Kath Dalton was saying earlier. It's only really him and George Dockrell who've looked like hitting the ball off the square on this wicket. It's been a very tough pitch to bat on, unless you're slightly taller than the average batter, apparently, and then you can handle it. Quick short ball outside off stump, hit in the air by Latham, but there's no one anywhere near it, and it goes out to the sweeper Singh. 83 for 2. Latham moves to 25, and New Zealand need 134 off 36.5 overs.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful knock so far by Finn Allen. Just been aggressive up the top, even though it's been swinging. He was aggressive up the top, and now he's just looking to put the bad balls away against the spin as well. So it's been really, really well-timed knock.
And Brian comes in again, a little bit top spin on that one. It bounces a little bit more, but Finn Allen's so tall he can get on top of it off the back foot and just knocks that down too long on, and they take a single.
All these singles, and when New Zealand are pushed for twos, there's just no pressure being built on them. And that's the challenge now for Ireland.
This is floated up. This is a beautiful delivery by McBride. He beats Latham in the flight there. And again, Latham pushes in the air on the offside, but finds a gap. Cover comes around, but can't stop it, so they walk through for a single. Well, I think if I'm Ireland and I'm in the coaching staff, I think I'm tempted to show them the entire 2 innings back-to-back to show the difference when it comes to the pressure the bowlers kept on, but also the pressure of looking for singles and twos that the batters have put on. It's not the Ireland players don't know this. There's a reverse sweep. There's a big appeal. Is there a conversation here? Andy McBride's sort of walking away from everyone. And that's the end of the over. It's been called 85 for 2. It was the reverse sweep. He missed it. I'd like to see a replay, Kath. What did you think of that one?
Outside the line, I think. Pitching outside the line. But, yeah, that's been the difference. And sometimes we've been saying, oh, that was a really good ball or great delivery, but they've still got a single off at these New Zealand players. And that has been the difference between the two sides. They've forced Ireland to go off their game plan, to do something different, and then they've capitalised. And that's fair play to Finn Allen, because he was hitting through the line of the ball and hitting sixes that we thought he was mistiming. And actually that took a lot of pressure off. So this has been a really good partnership between Latham and Allen, and one that's looking very difficult to break at the moment.
Yeah, so they've turned to their, Mr. Magic Man, Curtis Camphor, a man who takes a lot of wickets, the Shardul Thakur of Irish cricket. Ian Botham, I suppose, if you're old enough. Who else gets magic wickets in cricket that shouldn't get wickets?
Oh.
You know what I mean? Someone who just comes on
and
you look at them and go, Mitch Marsh used to do it a bit for Australia, but he slowed down over the years. This ball is hit to mid-off, and there's no run. Dougie Walters used to do it for Australia. Craig McMillan.
Did you put both of them in this category?
Both of them was a bit like that. They used to throw both on the ball sometimes when nothing was happening. He bowled a short.
I think you'd argue against that, wouldn't he?
Yeah, but he had that ability of getting a wicket with a bad ball, which is kind of what you're talking about. You can be a good bowler and still get a wicket with a bad ball.
You've redeemed yourself, though.
I think Lottie used to do it a bit. Charlotte Edwards, actually. I remember so often I would watch her bowl, and she'd bowl like a head-high full toss, followed by the most beautifully flighted off-spinner that would come back through and you'd be like, how has she managed to pair those two deliveries? But yeah, there's a few of those sorts of bowlers out there that we don't see as many of the part-timers anymore. But Curtis Camphor, a little bit better than that, but he can bowl some licorice all sorts. This is just back of a length outside off stump and guided down to third for 1. Latham's in that sort of mode now where it looks like he can pick up a single almost any time he wants to.
Yeah, he looks like he's got a lot of time to play his shots, and that's a sign of a good player. If someone looks like they've got time, then you know they're in good form. They're not rushing. Their movements are nice and relaxed. Yeah, I'm just trying to think who else I might have played with or seen that shouldn't pick up wickets but does.
Oh God, what's his name? The West Indian, Kyle Mayers, who picks up a lot of wickets, and when you watch him, you're like, okay, you look like a very good club bowler, but he used to be an opening bowler in first-class cricket, but he's not fast, but he gets a lot of wickets, and quite often not from his best balls either. This is wide outside of stump. So that's my Curtis Camphor ball right there, right? He's bowled that wide of off stump. It's swung away. It's probably too short, and Finn Allen has not gone far from nicking that through to the keeper. Instead, it's been called for a wide, but that's exactly the Camphor delivery that I expect him to get a wicket on.
I know what you mean. That was almost written in the stars there as you were saying it. But yeah, he needs to pick up a couple of wickets here if Ireland got any chance.
This is another good ball outside off stump. Well, sorry, a very good ball outside off stump compared to the last one. Shapes away a little bit, takes the bottom part of Finn Allen's bat, trickles down to third, and they take a single. 88 for 2, New Zealand. This partnership is 88 of 89 balls. We've got a couple of balls to go before drinks here. 3 balls to go before drinks. Latham is on strike. He didn't open today, but did face the third ball.
Almost the same thing.
When you're batting at number 4. Short in at the body from Curtis Camphor, and is turned on the leg side, and they just get one. Just a little bit more control with Curtis Camphor and McBride bowling in tandem than they had with Josh Little and McBride. So hopefully Ireland can put a bit more pressure on.
And Latham plays the ball so late. Even that last shot, you just see him play it right under his eyes. And that's a sign of a good player, especially if it's seaming around and you're playing it late, you're doing well.
Full outside off stump, mistimes this to mid-off, who's up in the ring, so there's no runs there. 129 kilometres an hour, He can get a little bit quicker than that, I think, sometimes Curtis Camphor, but that's about his speed. Can swing it, sometimes he can swing it both ways, can use the seams, got a lot of different slow balls. He's got a lot of different skills. He's one of those guys that doesn't bowl that fast, but because he has so many different skills in his armour, he's always kind of dangerous. Comes around the wicket again to Tom Latham. Hits the bat very hard. He tries to force this on the offside, but can't get it past Harry Tekter. And that's the end of the 15th over here on talkSPORT 2. 88 for 2. Latham 27 off 38. Finn Allen 52 from 30. And the partnership is 88 from 92 balls. It doesn't feel like we're about to have drinks, Kath, but I thought we were.
Maybe you need a drink, that's what it is.
No, I thought in the first innings we had to break at 15, but maybe they're just going to push it.
And that's been the difference. If that was the Irish batter, I'm sure that would have landed in someone's hands.
Or a towel would have fallen out the pants. But I'll allow for Neil Manthorpe to explain that. But you're listening to talkSPORT 2. That was Kath Dalton. I'm Jared Kimber. But now, Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you, sir. Curtis Camphor continues. Looks for the Yorker. Leg stump. Flicked away. Out towards deep square leg. Fielded by George Dockrell, who said between innings that he was looking forward to having a bowl on this pitch, but acknowledged that there were two off-spinners ahead of him in the queue. Camphor took 3 wickets in the first game as New Zealand limped to, first of all they limped, but they bludgeoned their way to victory with the wonderful Michael Bracewell unbeaten 100. And now flying along after 2 wickets for the first 2 balls of the innings. Mark Adair yorking both Martin Guptill and Will Young. The first and second deliveries of the run chase. A remarkable start to the innings. And since then, Finn Allen has rather taken control of proceedings with an unbeaten 60 from 56 balls. Tom Latham playing the anchor role. That one, he slapped that away behind square on the offside for 4 to bring up the 100 for New Zealand. Little too short, little too wide. Couldn't really say it was that wide, but that really was an emphatic cut shot from Tom Latham. Brings him 4.
That was a lovely shot. He just waited on that delivery as well. And that's something that I said earlier he's doing so well, is waiting for the ball till it comes right under his eye line. And then he's just pierced the gap there. That's flown to the boundary. Lovely shot.
You know what? I take it back. It wasn't really a cut shot, was it? I mean, it went with the speed to the boundary of a cut shot, but in fact it was more just a redirection. That's all it was. He just pointed his bat to the spot where he wanted the ball to go, and it flew off the middle to the boundary for 4, and now steers 1 to third for a single.
Yeah, it was just pure timing, I think. When you're timing it that well, you know you're in good touch. And on a pitch that is not easy to time the cricket ball on, we've seen lots and lots of players find it difficult, and that brings up the 100 partnership as well between these two. Completely different game to the first over now, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it was 0 for 1, 0 for 2. So 101 for 2 now as Curtis Camphor is in once again. And blocked nicely by Finn Allen. I do enjoy the way Finn Allen has been so selective. He has, like many dashing stroke players, he is sometimes guilty of getting a bit carried away and playing an inappropriate shot to a ball that didn't deserve it. And on this occasion, yes, he has hit the ball very hard when it's been in his area. Camphor in again, and that one is chipped up into the air and caught at mid-on. Josh Little takes the catch. Curtis Camphor makes the breakthrough, as he so often does in his brief Irish career. And the partnership comes to an end, and I'm afraid I've talked Finn Allen out, because he's misread that completely. Tried to go over the top of mid-on, did he? Perhaps he tried to keep it on the ground and just threw the shot slightly too early, but in the end a very tame-looking dismissal. And a third wicket goes down, and New Zealand are 101 for 3.
And he looks massively disappointed. Having said that, he's played a wonderful knock at a time that was very difficult for the New Zealand batters. And that 60, I think, will be the difference between the two sides in this game. Having said that, that was a really mistimed shot. Which, up until that point, you were right, Manners, he had timed everything and played everything on its merit. But yeah, he'd be massively disappointed to get this far into that innings and make a mistake like that.
60 off 58 balls with 6 fours and 3 sixes to Finn Allen. And Henry Nicholls has made his way out to the middle. Target is 217 for another 10 points for New Zealand in their World Cup Super League campaign, and a quest to qualify automatically for next year's 50 over World Cup, which will be held in India, of course. Martin Guptill, Will Young, both clean bowled by Mark Adair, the first 2 balls of the innings, and now Finn Allen has gone. Caught at mid-on by Josh Little off Curtis Camphor for 60. Henry Nicholls now coming to the crease. Glenn Phillips at number 6, and 2 more. I mean, they're bowlers as well, but I think Mitch Santner is good enough to be regarded. I mean, he's a number 6 really. He's batting at number 8 today, taking the place of Ish Sodhi, coming into the team having completed a period of isolation following a delayed flight from New Zealand. I'd like to know how New Zealanders are able to recover from jet lag so much more easily than anybody else who travels. I don't know whether you've are good or bad with jet lag. Drinks being taken at Malahide, by the way, and I know that they get lots of practice at it because they have to. But I must say, when I go to and from New Zealand, it really does. There's this old rule about a day per hour of time difference, and in my case, it's at least that. I mean, I'm staggering about in the middle of the night, not knowing what time of day it is, whether I'm exhausted or over, for at least a week and a half when I go to New Zealand. Anyway, so Mitchell Santner was up and about and bright and breezy, 3 days after arrival.
I have no idea how he does that.
I always think it must be pills, but sleeping pills, But apparently not. No, the New Zealanders that I've spoken to, they're saying, well, it's just a matter of mind over matter.
Maybe they're more relaxed than us, Manners.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. No doubt.
We're too uptight.
Well, drinks being taken, and I have to again concur with what you said about Ireland having to. Well, you said be brave. I use the term roll the dice and actually try and win this game, because it works if you're behind a game with the bat and you take it deep, and anything can happen. Like you score 24 runs off the last over to win the game because you take it deep. But generally speaking, it doesn't tend to work with the ball. You can prolong the inevitable, but it's a very lucky, very fortunate circumstance when wickets just happen to fall your way. You still need to have a plan, and you need to try and force those wickets. And dot balls, when you're defending a total of 217, don't generally do the job. The next one from McBride is pushed by Latham into the offside, and there's no run.
Well, this is when they need to put on the squeeze now, if they're going to have any chance of winning this game.
McBride, lovely flight and dip there, drift from the off spinner. That one, because of the revolutions on the ball, really curved in the air into the left-hander's off stump, and he's again pushed it defensively out on the offside.
And he hasn't bowled badly, McBride, today. But he's still conceding runs in every over he's bowled. It's not like he's bowled badly, he's bowling really good deliveries. The batters have just been a little bit too good so far.
Yeah, he has been tidy. 3.5 overs for 15. But, that's going at 4 and over, and that loses the game. That's the trouble with defending such a low score. The trouble with trying to bowl. He's got 2 slips in. He has got 2 slips in. That's short and cut, slapped away to Harry Tekter at cover, and there's no run.
And we like that, Manners, don't we?
Oh, yes.
2 slips in, going for the game. Love to see this.
Andy McBride got almost through his delivery stride and then suddenly stopped and turned around and spoke to the umpire. I'm not sure what that was about. And this time it's just nudged out on the onside up towards mid-on. And there's no run. By the way, the other one-day international taking place at the moment, a couple of 100 miles away from Malahide in London. India are 97 without loss, needing 110 to beat England. They've just taken a drinks break at the Oval, so England bowled out only 2 double-figure scores. No, 3 double-figure scores. Joss Buttler, Moeen Ali and Bryden Cass batting at number 10, I think made 15. 3 double-figure scores in England's total of 110 all out, and India 97 without loss, with Captain Rohit Sharma blazing away while Shikhar Dhawan nudges and nurdles at the other end. 103 for 3 at Malahide, New Zealand. They need 217 to win.
And the key here really is for Ireland to do something different. New Zealand just need to keep plodding along, doing what they're doing, building partnerships. Although they've lost a wicket in the last over, they just need to keep knocking it around. I don't think they take any risks at all now. New Zealand, they just need to play every ball on its merit, and they'll just keep ticking the runs over and get to this score, I think, in next to no time.
Curtis Camphor continues now, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Henry Nicholls, and there's no run. You know, something else to love about the New Zealand cricket team is that whereas the majority of international touring teams have evolved into hotel, bus, nets game, hotel, bus, nets game, PlayStation, room service. Not the New Zealanders. Nice open face of the bat here from Henry Nicholls, guides it down to third, and Craig Young fields and through for another single. But Mitchell Santner yesterday was talking about seeing as much of Ireland as they possibly could in a congested schedule, obviously. But they have an enlarged squad, and not everybody has to be present at the games. You know, if there is an opportunity for players to go and see a little bit of the country, Santner was talking about being very keen to get on players as much links golf as possible, even if it wasn't 18 holes, just to get out and see the countryside, meet some locals. This one is slap driven out towards the man sweeping on the cover boundary, straight to him, and again it's another single. But they have, they're not short of friends around the world. There are, of course, the exceptions. There's bound to be a grumpy cricketer or two in most squads, but not less so, it seems, in my experience anyway, in black cap squads. So they are determined, results notwithstanding, to have a good time and to meet new people, make new friends. Camphor in once again, and Nicholls pushes it up towards mid-off. Josh Little comes into the fielding, can't prevent the single.
There is that you can travel the world as a cricketer or a sports person and not actually see the world. That does happen where people are just stuck in hotel rooms and they don't tend to get out. I know certainly from an Irish perspective, when we were touring, we were actively encouraged to go and see stuff. And it just makes the tour a lot more fun.
Here's Curtis Camphor again, and thick outside edge along the ground, fielded by Paul Sterling. He's moved from slip to gully now, and there's no run. That hit his hands pretty hard, actually.
Yeah, and that's the line by Curtis Camphor. If you can just keep hitting that line, make Latham do something different. That was a really good delivery last ball.
Camphor is certainly, like Jared Kimber said, he's developing a very happy knack of taking wickets, not always with his best balls, but he is certainly, he's more than a partnership breaker, but he is a wicket taker, and he mixes it up, and you never quite know what you're going to get. Takes pace off, pace on, swings it a little bit both ways, gets a bit of nibble every now and then. The 19th over comes to an end with a dot ball out on the leg side, and New Zealand needing 217, need 110 more at 107 for 3.
Yeah, you can use bowlers like Curtis Campher to your advantage if you need to take a wicket in a situation like this. He can come in and break a partnership, but you also need runs on the board to do that, because you know he's not going to be that economical. He's going to leak runs while he is trying to take wickets. So he's probably the bowler for this situation. However, at the moment, because Ireland do need wickets if they're going to win this game.
So Andy McBride continues with his off spin. He's got one slip in now, turns it sharply past the left-hander's outside edge, and I think that might have ricocheted off Tom Latham's left pad, the keeper. Tom Latham. Lorcan Tucker's left pad, the keeper, and I think it's a bye is the call. Good delivery.
Yeah, wonderful delivery. Oh, that's close.
Not far away.
No.
It's not off the keeper's pad. It was off the back pad
yeah.
of Tom Latham. Spinning too much, was it? I think it just turned a bit too much.
Yeah, maybe a fraction high as well.
Latham 34 off 49 balls. Henry Nicholls has 3 off 6. New Zealand 109 for 3. As McBride is once again, and Latham plays it defensively up on the onside, and there's no run.
He's bowling well. That one just a little bit flatter, so he's mixing up his pace quite a lot, which is good.
A tiny bit too short here, allows Latham onto the back foot and punches it to the cover sweeper, where the skipper field. Don't often see the capture.
I think that was Simi Singh.
That was Simi Singh, I beg your pardon. It was the beard that initially confused me. As McBride, now he's got 2 slips in for the new man, Henry Nicholls, who uses his feet, comes down the pitch and then clips it off his pads out to Josh Little behind square on the leg side, another single. The first time Australia ever toured Zimbabwe, I happened to be on that tour, and it was a really congested schedule. I mean, they played only 1 test match and 3 one-day internationals, and there was very, very little time. Sweep shot now from Latham. Again, Dockrell fields at deep square leg. Again, it's just a single. But Steve Waugh was captain, and he asked local organisers, the hosts, whether it would be possible to organise a trip to Victoria Falls. And they really had a day to get there and back, and it was a long day, short and cut out towards extra cover, and Simi Singh fields on the boundary. Again, it's a single, and Steve Waugh said it's voluntary, but it involved a 6 a.m. start and a return at around 9 p.m. that night, and so it was voluntary. And of the whole squad and management, he received only 3 yeses. So, in disgust and having a bit of a huff, he then made it compulsory. And the only 2 players that didn't go were Shane Warne, and that was not because he had no interest, but because Shane Warne, being Shane Warne, had already made plans, and he'd already made friends, and he was going out to be invited out to somebody's house for dinner, and he didn't want to let them down. Mark Waugh just said no. Forward comes Nicholls, pushes it square of the wicket on the offside. But he just said no. I'm staying in my hotel room. I fancy a day on the bed ordering room service.
There's no PlayStation back then. Afternoon again, Manners.
Hello, Ian O'Brien.
Not much to do back then either. Not a lot of TV channels to choose from.
Well, in Zimbabwe, there's no cable TV, no satellite TV. There was nothing. It was just the club sandwich.
Work on the tan.
Yeah, that's right. Push it up towards mid wicket now. Henry Nicholls fields, and I must say that it was a long day, and but the players who were reluctant and didn't want such a long travel day all loved it. I mean, Victoria Falls is Victoria Falls. You don't get too many chances to see one of the natural wonders of the world. And Curtis Campher is in to bowl once again, and on the back foot Nicholls defends. He's on 5 off 11 balls, and Latham has 36 off 52, 104 needed for victory, 113 for 3. You
never got to go to Zimbabwe. Never been there, so haven't had the opportunity. But I'd take any opportunity like that when I was on tour. That was I would gleefully get out of the hotel and get out of the room. Yeah.
Here's Camphor once again, and this one is clipped away out towards square leg. There's nobody covering that region. It's a little too full, little too straight from Camphor. Or was it too straight? Or has actually Henry Nicholls flicked that one off stump?
Left-handers bread and butter, though, isn't it? Left hand is just taking anything from middle of the leg through square leg, hits it well. Any left-hander worth salt hits that through the onside for at least a single down the 5
They hit it there on length rather than line, don't they?
It's just so easy, isn't it, for them?
Here's Camphor, overcompensates and goes super wide of the off stump on this occasion, and it is slapped towards point by Nicholls straight to the field.
That's what I call the opposite ball. Short ball pulled, next one full ball driven, straight on the pads, flicked, and then the opposite ball, the width, and I'll say it again. It's not deliberate most of the time. It's a real subconscious over adjustment. I mean, the clearer you keep your mind when you're bowling, just let your body do its thing, the better. But
Camphor in again, and that one is driven out towards cover. Ireland are keeping an extra man inside the circle, so they're trying to apply pressure. They don't want to give easy runs. They are being, and Andy Balbirnie is being proactive. He's trying to induce some pressure.
Yeah, asking the New Zealand batsmen to hit in the air over the top on that offside. And if they can keep the ball sort of 6 inches outside off stump, then with that kind of field, then New Zealand will have to take some kind of a airish route to get up to make good on this total.
It's the busiest and most high-profile summer of cricket for Ireland, for Cricket Ireland, in their history. They've already played India in a couple of T20 internationals, the second of which was an absolute humdinger, real belter of a game, which India won by just 4 runs, both teams making over 200. Now they've got 6 games against New Zealand, little clipped single to...
Sorry, they've been the basis of some good entertainment. Entertaining cricket, haven't they, so far this?
No, absolutely right. I was just looking at the fixtures to come. Here's McBride with his off-spin once more, and pushed defensively by Latham out towards cover. So 6 games against New Zealand, 3 ODIs now, and then 3 T20 internationals. In the beginning of August, 3rd and 5th of August, they play South Africa in 2 T20 internationals. Down the wicket comes Latham, using his feet, but couldn't get to the pitch of it, so defends. And then after that, they have 5 T20 internationals against Afghanistan in the middle and towards the end of August. So lots and lots of cricket. Let's hope that the rain stays away. Oh, that's a quicker one, and a straight honour from Andy McBride, and Latham is undone by it. I think he was slightly befuddled by that one, beaten by the pace, and
he hit it.
I think he got a nick, didn't he?
Onto the keeper's left leg.
Thick edge.
Yeah. Hit it and deflected onto the keeper's pad. So catching that, you're seeing into the future as opposed to playing live.
If you're catching that, you're catching it off the rebound off your left knee, aren't you? You hope it bounces up. McBride in once again, and this one's flicked behind square on the leg side to Josh Little. Yeah, you do see them caught, but they are luck. I mean, you don't see them accidentally caught in the air, because it was almost outside half of the bat rather than edge. Hit the keeper on the left knee. Sometimes you bounce up, mostly not. Sweep shot now from Latham. Hits that really well behind square on the leg side. Cleverly placed, exactly where he wanted, 4 runs.
Just one of the best players of spin I've seen play live. In terms of test matches in New Zealand conditions, in subcontinent conditions, in Australian conditions, sweeps and plays spin so well. Okay, the ball previous to get a chunky... Oh, no, that was Nicholls' apologies. But he just so good. Stays low to the ground. And it is a risk sweeping when the right arm is around the wicket, because it doesn't spin past the stumps. You tend to be hit in front and going on, but he just doesn't miss that many. Latham, such a good player of spin.
92 runs needed off 28 overs. And New Zealand cruising at the moment, you would think. They're 3 down. I think if they were properly cruising, they might only be 1 down. But
there's not a lot of atmosphere coming out of the Irish fielders as there was on Sunday.
When they were bristling on their toes.
Can really, just through the effects, you can hear the noise, and it's just not matching how it was the other day when they were well and truly on top at this stage of the game.
Latham 41. Henry Nicholls on strike now on 12. Simi Singh for his first over. Played defensively by Nicholls on the back foot. Not too late for you to go and visit Vic Falls now, you know, and I would suggest that if
I don't know if I can organise it. I don't know if I can get back before the end of the match.
Simi Singh in. Down the wicket comes Nicholls, using his feet nicely. Pushes it up towards Josh Little at mid-off. This is the perfect time to take your kids as well, if you can organise it during school holidays. And Victoria Falls is unlike the rest of Zimbabwe. It's almost like a separate little republic. Well, there is that. There's the lush rainforest at the top of the falls. But in terms of, that's fielded by Balbirnie. Again, there's no run. But in terms of the economy, it's, like I say, it's almost like a self-contained little republic within the rest of the country, which is often struggling economically. But in the Big Falls, everything's available. It's spectacular. Rafting down the Zambezi River, and that's cut away again behind square on the offside. It is fielded by the sweeper, but it's 2 more runs. They're coming at very easily for New Zealand at the moment, and there just doesn't seem anything that Ireland can do to stem the flow. Or is it a steady trickle rather than a flow?
Not the Zambezi.
No. Whipped away off the back foot out towards mid-wicket. And again, it's going to be 2 runs. The sweeper was a little too straight at square leg. He has to run to deep mid-wicket. Curtis Camphor.
Zambezi and the Iguazu. What's the one up on the borders in South America? Iguazu Falls? No, just the top of where Uruguay and Argentina and Brazil all meet.
I've seen pictures.
Oh, is it Iguazu?
Scott Taylor, he's such a good producer. He produces the cricket, and I think that his confirmation there that it is Iguazu came a little too quickly for him to have used Google for that. So I'm going to give him credit for his general knowledge there.
I don't have God in my ears. I don't have the producer in my ears, so I didn't get that. You could have just played that.
I couldn't. I have to give Scott Taylor credit where it's due, and there is plenty of credit due. 23 overs gone. Ireland were really limping along. I mean, hobbling. 68 for 4. New Zealand are 129 for 3.
So, yeah, those two especially. I've seen Niagara. Been to Niagara. Spent a couple of days and nights there. Wonderful on the Canadian side. That's a room of the view at the top of those hotels.
Tom Latham comes forward again and pushes it up towards mid-off. My abiding memory of the difference between the two, I have to say that safety standards are a little different in Canada than they are in Zimbabwe. So that's pushed away out towards cover once again, and Nicholls up to 16. Latham up to 42. Nicholls on 16. So I mean, there are signs saying you are advised to stick to the paths. But if you want a closer look at the Victoria Falls, you just sort of walk through and peer over the edge, kind of thing. 130 for 3, 87 required. I'd say Andy McBrien is bowling rather pleasingly. And he's doing everything he can. He doesn't look to me like he's trying to bowl dot balls. He's giving it a real rip, and it looks to me like he's got a slip in. He's doing everything an off-spinner can do. He's bowling his most attacking line. He's giving the ball as much of a rip as he can, getting as many revolutions on it as he can. This one is punched up to Simi Singh at mid-on, no run.
Just feel he's a bit one-paced at the moment.
Right, that's the one thing.
I think he is rushing, like he's getting through the overs. He's certainly making both the batsmen hurry when get their head down, but a little bit one pace through the air.
Yeah, that's a good point. Last delivery is again fired in at the off stump, and there's no run played away defensively. So Latham 42, Nichols 16, 87 runs for victory required from 26 overs.
I think a feature of Bracewell on Sunday, and then again today, as well as with Santner, was the loopy one was still there. It still had that one with a little bit of fluff on it, and they were often the one that gripped and turned. There was some big grip and turn at the moment. It just feels he's a little bit flat and sort of undercutting as opposed to really putting some topspin on the ball.
So have you toured Ireland? Have you seen much of the country? Here's Simi Singh continuing, and it's whipped away out on the onside. Well, now that you're permanently resident, mostly permanently resident in England, you can always pop over there. If you can't get to Zimbabwe, you can take your kids to...
We've got to, been once. So Dublin, then down to Waterford, then across to down to Kilkenny, Cork, and go away, and then back across.
Sweep shot now from Henry Nichols. He's 16 off 26 balls, and there will be a single. They're going to scamper back to the second. Direct hit from 60 yards. Well, I tell you what, the Irish are very confident. And the fact that it was a direct hit,
director, we have an
and the
umpire
fact that the batsman was forced to drive Henry Nichols
side angle, please?
Suggests, as Jared Kimber joins me alongside, he's given it out, but I think it was based on instinct, Jared. You've given that out on for those two reasons, haven't you? Direct hit and the batsman looking desperate.
Yeah, I mean, we had a terrible angle, so we have... Also, the Ireland fielders came in as if to say that's out. They're all in a huddle now, and it's out. It's out by a foot and a half.
The wheels are off,
so,
and the bat is short. I have made my decision for the lights.
Now, did they check any towels fell out of anyone's trousers to make sure that that's a legal delivery, or are we just saying it's run out? It has been given. Well. That was Henry Nichols, 17 off 27, run out by Curtis Camphor, of course, the man who brings wickets out of everywhere. New Zealand 132 for 4. I wouldn't say they're in trouble, but they're approaching trouble in O'Brien.
They're in that phase again where they need another partnership as opposed to just being able to sort of push and just keep going. They have to start another partnership, and two quick ones. I hate, add 2 wickets, etc.
Add 6 wickets and they would have lost.
Sorry?
If you add 6 wickets to the total, they would have lost.
6, they've made a real mess of this. But
I completely threw you.
You've done me now.
Sorry.
But Phillips second ODI, and was played well in the first. Played well, created that good partnership with Bracewell. So he has that little bit of, this is how it runs out here, this is how I do things, I've got a little bit of success behind me, and can play some wonderful, seen him play some wonderful white ball innings. I want to see a bit more of that freedom, but I don't think we'll get to see it for a little bit yet, sadly. I don't think we'll get to see what those game-changing, destroying innings is. I don't think we'll get to see that today. But with Latham still there, he does have probably a little bit more of a license.
They've obviously got Bracewell and Santner to come. So slightly stronger batting lineup than we saw in their previous game. And Simi Singh is going to be bowling to Glenn Phillips with a slip in place. It's been a very good pitch for quick bowlers and a very good pitch for spinners, to be fair. Singh comes in again, and this spins, and you hear the moans. They all go up in unison. Inside edge onto the pad and dribbles out on the leg side.
It's a long, just looking at the highlight of the sweeps, it's a long 2 from sticking down in a sweep shot. He down on, you don't get that quick start.
Another good ball outside off stumps. This time Phillips defends it well, back to Simi Singh.
And Camphor, the talisman, he just always has something to say, doesn't he? Something to say in terms of cricketing, not verbally, just always has something to say in a game of cricket. Batted well in the first game, sorry.
3 good deliveries in a row from Singh here, just outside off stump, straight, spinning back into Glenn Phillips, who, like most of the players today, has been very watchful. Times watching this game This one's hit down to long on. It's been, you look at the ticker on the scoreboard of what's happened in the last, 18 or so balls, and it looks very binary, this game. 133 for 4. Latham is on 43 for 59. Phillips.
What's a W in binary?
I don't know what that does if you just throw a W in. There's been a couple of NBs as well, haven't there?
A couple of 2s as well.
Yeah. But there's been a lot of just 0 and 1, 0 and 1.
It's been the nature of the game.
Yeah. Latham 43 of 59. That was Phillips' first run. He's 1 off 4. So after 25 overs, New Zealand still in control of this game at 133 for 4. But we have seen wickets go in bunches at times, and that run out certainly didn't help them. Ireland really struggled in their innings all the way through until George Dockrell came in and started knocking the ball everywhere. And then, unfortunately, they sort of collapsed again at the end. But they got themselves over 200. They certainly gave themselves a good chance on what was a difficult wicket. And then Mark Adair came out and he bowled Martin Guptill. And then next ball, he bowled Will Young. Since then, we saw Finn Allen play a very good innings to put New Zealand back in charge. But I would say the game is 70% New Zealand's at this stage. But Andy McBride has been bowling very well. This is spun back into the pads of Glenn Phillips, who's just slapped this. Almost a straight bat pull between long on and deep mid wicket for 4. He's having none of this.
Back foot lofted on drive. And this is the destruction that Glenn Phillips can do. Okay, 1 from 4. Apologies, but that's from nowhere. In the essence of that little run of play, the binary gone.
Half volley outside of stump. He times this really well, but straight to Andy Balbirnie, no run.
And there's a little counter attack. Is it a good time for a little counter? Is it a good time for on the
clean as you like, and that has flown out for 6.
And just seeing a close-up as those two came together, as Latham and Phillips came together, big smile on the captain and the in-batsman's face as they punched gloves, says to me that this is a bit of a counter-attack. And as a captain, as the batter at the other end, I am very happy for you to be doing this. Pick your balls, pick your spots, but I'm very happy for you just to take the little bit of pressure off later in the innings on the later batsmen. And did it nicely. Yep, from nowhere. Like there's nothing in his setup that suggests that's going that he's trying to whack.
Faster from McBride and push to Balbirnie. It covers off the back foot. So 4.6. So by my maths, this is going for a 5.
8.
Okay. He doesn't. He defends it back up the wicket, and there is no run. 143 for 4. Latham 43 for 59. Phillips now 11 off 9. 74 needed off 145. With 6 wickets in hand, it seems slightly easier than it probably sounds. It seems pretty easy, but if you've been watching this wicket, you know it's perhaps not. But that is the end of McBride's over here on talkSPORT 2. And I think McBride coming towards the end, that's the end of his 8th over. Even though he's gone at 5 runs, he's had about 2 or 3 edges that could have gone anywhere, and he's kept pressure on them. I think part of the reason that they attacked him was to put some pressure back on him there. But he's certainly, if they can get past him, I think that's a long way towards winning this game for New Zealand.
Been the 2 left-handers to the right arm spinner, to the off spinner, and so to the leg spinner to the lefties, to the spinner that's taken him away from him. A right-hander in heading with the spin, you've just got that little bit more freedom of getting it wrong. And Phillips has, and it is time for a bit of quick, I think.
Simi Singh round the wicket to Tom Latham, doesn't spin much, pushed into the covers. They steal a single as Harry Tekter. I reckon that's the 4th time I've seen him fumble. He's quick to the ball, he's tall, he's a good athlete. His hands are a little bit hard out there in the field today.
I said it. Yeah, he'll be tired. That 100, that loss, and then making the mistake he did this morning. He just won't have that zip and zing and vim and vigour. And
have you started talking on onomatopoeia?
Nope. Nope. How do I say
I don't
no?
think nope is.
No, I don't know.
So I think you're okay.
Yeah, couldn't get one there.
Simi Singh comes in again, and he's bowling around off stump, turns this to the leg side. There's no run.
I just he won't have it, and then because he's going to rush to try and get a run out. Then come the fumbles. You're rushing to get things in, rushing to get things done.
Singh again. This doesn't bounce at all, but somehow Phillips has managed to drive this off the back foot as it's squirted along the ground through covers for 4. Incredible timing of what was a ball that looked like it should have been bunted at his feet for no run.
Sort of back foot, then squat drive, and he sort of straightens up the legs to make sure that his back bends and he's got some power through it.
He's hit that from under the knee roll off the back foot for 4 through the offside. Incredible shot. Comes forward, next ball. This is much better from Simi Singh. Does spin a little bit, turns it to short mid wicket. There's no run. Singh doesn't get the kind of spin or drop that McBride does. And
low arm. Real low arm mostly.
It's more of a proper part-timer. He's slightly smarter and more accurate bowler than that. But this one does spin actually and is worked out to deep mid wicket for 1. But he doesn't have the same kind of threat that McBride has for wickets. But economy-wise, they've been finding it hard. Both the umpires have told Ireland to stop throwing the ball into the ground. I love that when the wobble ball became bigger in Test cricket, suddenly all these bowlers could throw the ball in from the boundary on the full out of nowhere. This one is defended on the offside after years of just banging it into the square. I don't know what changed, but certainly Ireland looking for some reverse swing out here. 149 for 4 at the end of that from talkSPORT 2.
Any bowler worth their salt could always UFO it in from the boundary with the shiny side up.
Yeah,
you could pick it up in the outfield and still rush it and get the ball into a UFO so that you're throwing it rough side down and get it to skim in. Any bowler worth their salt could do that. But yeah, it has changed a little bit with trying to keep that ball as hard as possible right the way through.
Especially the seam. But you notice it really in that last Test series when the Dukes balls were going flat in England. That just like those throws were immaculate coming back in. Of just like if this ball bangs any more on this surface, it's gonna end up being a Nerf ball. Like, there's nothing left of it.
Bigger shoulders.
Craig Young, talking about bigger shoulders. Craig Young coming back in. You just said you wanted an over of quick bowling.
I hate saying things after they've happened. It's like, they should have had a second slip in. I hate saying it when you haven't said it. There was this bit before me. It was like, I'm not sure McBurn should be bowling. I didn't get it out in time, but yeah.
No, save it. I think save his overs. Good ball, back of a length. They've got a slip in place, and it's defended by Phillips to short cover. If nothing else, if McBride is the biggest threat of the spin bowlers, just hold him back a little bit so there's something to bowl of him later. And there's nothing wrong. They can use their best bowlers because they've already got overs out of Simi Singh. They've got 3 overs out of him. They've got 4 overs out of Curtis Camphor. They can juggle all their bowlers around. Josh Little has a bunch of overs left. This probably isn't going to 50 overs. Anyway, bowled him! Dragged that back on, and that's what we were talking about. Just chopping and changing it a little bit. Back of a length. Phillips tries to force this on the offside. He departs to 16 from 16, and all he can do is drag Craig Young back onto his stump. And again, Ireland just getting themselves back into this game, Ian O'Brien.
Back into the game. Hit the seam, bowl it hard into the wicket, see what the pitch does. What's this carnival music? This is wonderful.
I thought this
was
Mighty Mouse the other day, but I'm not sure what the tune is. We might need producer Scott to check it for us.
I'm not sure. Can you Shazam that? Look, interesting innings in terms of taking the game forward. Doesn't take any time out of the game. I still think New Zealand's in a better position for that 16 off 16 as opposed to that not having them. But here comes, as you heard the ground announcer say, Michael Bracewell.
Beast. Do you call him Beast? Do you say, hey, Beast?
No, I said Michael.
Yeah?
I greeted him every morning with a handshake, and especially after Lennox was born, his son. Greeted him, looked him in the eye, and I tried to work out how good a night's sleep he had.
And he hadn't.
And we had a little competition, and every day he'd go, so how was it? And I'd know, because I could tell when he was overdoing the enthusiasm, like trying to bluff me. And it was. I
got my best father advice from Ed Cowan, who had a newborn daughter during a Test match. He said the best thing Cricket Australia ever did was get the split rooms. so that his wife could sleep in one
adjoining door.
Yeah, and he started telling me how they would sleep in shifts. It was the best advice I ever got as a parent, because my first son never slept at night. And so, 2 hours each. It's not great, but we somehow got through the night. We weren't getting through them as a partnership, but on individual shifts at work. Craig Young coming in again. Maybe just a little bit too straight here onto Bracewell's pads. He flicks this out to deep mid-wicket, and they're going to take 2 as George Dockrell comes around. You hear the call there. They've got the slip back in place for Bracewell. And again, he scores on the leg side. They've seen that before.
Yeah, I noticed, we talked about, he was playing with Ridgeback stickers early in his innings, Bracewell in the innings on Sunday. About a third of the way through, he swapped bats to the bat he's using here. He's come out with just his regular sort of stick it up the bat, and I noticed that, and I wonder where that Kookaburra's gone.
Young into the wicket. Bracewell into the pickets. Short. He was waiting for that. I think he knew the length beforehand. I think he knew where he was going to go. Young's basically banged everything into the pitch since he's come back on. Bracewell just waited for that, and it's just a beautiful ball shot. This looks like a man who may or may not be in form. I'm going, he is in form.
Yeah, that's like the timing of the first one, where he sort of knee roll-ish and works it out to deep forward square. The timing on that was delicious. There was no flourish at all. That one was hit well too.
He's 6 from 2. Young has had to pitch up. I was actually thinking if Young pitched it up here, he might just play through the line and knock it over long on. He doesn't, though. He just defends it into the covers. There's no run. They've got a slip and a gully in place, so they're not over-attacking, but they do have catches there.
Not sure. Gully.
As it beats his push outside off stump. It's 155 for 5 here after 28 overs. New Zealand needs 62 off 132 balls. We keep saying sounds like a cakewalk, but if you just see if that last ball as it hits the pitch and veers away with carry, and ended up, Michael Bracewell, who might be the most informed player on the planet at the moment, has ended up with his right foot in front of his left foot as he's completely squared up. It is not easy to score on this pitch, and they've done well, New Zealand, to be ahead of the game, but anything could happen. But you're listening to talkSPORT 2 with Jared Kimber and former New Zealand international Ian O'Brien. As Simi Singh comes in straight, full, good ball, and is defended back up the wicket for no run. I tell you what.
Sort of normal picture resumes here with Singh to Latham. It's just like, okay, bowls, defends into the onside. Sort of back to normal this, and Phillips and Bracewell.
Comes in again at the stumps and is turned on the leg side. They take 1. I don't think Ireland is going to be too perturbed at having 2, even though Bracewell's out there, having 2 left-handers again. They've got Simi Singh at one end. They can bring McBride back on. Bracewell's taking an off-stump guard to the off-spinner because he wants to hit everything over mid-wicket.
Still surprised there's no sign of Dockrell. Just in terms of the left armour, can bowl, can spin it. Didn't see him in the first game. They spoke to him at half-time and he said he was looking forward to it.
Yeah, on this pitch as well. Singh comes in again, defended by Bracewell. So he was 6 off 2, he's now 6 off 5. So expect a boundary any moment now. 61 off 129 required with 5 wickets in hand. Could be a tight one at Fortress Malahide, as the Irish like to call it. This one's knocked out to long off. And it's just 1. I think they call it that because of the castle.
Yeah, I was going to say, most teams that call their home ground a fortress don't often have great records. I've been to some fortresses around it.
This ball is defended by Tom Latham, back to Simi Singh, and he is gone just for the 2 singles this over.
They do call it Fortress Chelmsford, don't they? And
Gabatoir?
That one works though.
That one was earned. This is flighted up, well bowled from Simi Singh. Tom Latham comes down. He's beaten a little bit by the flight in the end. He flicks it to short mid wicket. Andy Balbirnie fumbles a little bit, but there's no run there. At the end of the 29th over, 157 for 5. Latham is 45 from 65. And Beast Bracewell is 7 from 6. They need an even 60 runs off 21 overs to come. And the Finn-Allen Latham partnership was 101 off 34. That would have been a partnership. 101 off 104. Latham's been batting quite well, and everyone's been batting around him. It looks like Phillips and Bracewell have come in with a probably told, it's Gary Stead, no, Jurgensen is the coach, isn't it? So Jurgensen might have said, just go out there, if you can hit 20 off 20 here, we win this. And Phillips very nearly did. Good ball from Young, outside off stump, angled across, and is left alone by Bracewell.
Yeah, that was the point I think I was trying to make, and you've probably said it more eloquently. You've edited some words out. A 20 off 20 is as good as taking it a little bit longer, a 15 off 35. Like, a 20 off just makes that easier for New Zealand.
Full outside off stump. It's slightly mishit by Bracewell, but he's just timing them so well it doesn't matter. That's still going to go for 4. Wow. And off the bat, I thought he pushed that for 2, and there was no way that was ever going to be stopped in the end. So just incredible, again, the strength that he has once he, on this new bat. This isn't the bubble. Can you get what? It is the bubble?
No.
Bubble?
This is the one he swapped 2 about a third of the way through his innings in the first one.
Well, I want one, whatever it is.
This is the one he hit the runs with on Sunday, and it's going good for him here again. But yeah, that was more toe than middle, and there was just no catching it.
Another good ball outside of stump, defended by Bracewell into the covers, no run.
A slight slope, but nothing that sort of helps that one run away and just keep, not slowing down as you would kind of expect it. Across the outfield, only a very slight slope, but just in the way that he's hitting the timing the cricket ball.
Slight slope at Fortress Malahide. Halfway through the 30th over, Young coming in with a slippery place to Bracewell. Bracewell just leans on the ball, defends it out to point. I think unless the ball is in a wheelhouse, so whether that's his pull shot or perhaps over pitch for a drive, I think he might just sit on Young after Young took the wicket of Phillips.
Yeah, and this is how he played on Sunday. He just sat in, and it wasn't until he had faced 45 balls, until he sort of got a little bit extravagant, expansive.
Bracewell with the arm guard on. Outside off stump, tries to poke at this. Should have sat on that one a little bit firmer instead of trying to just leave his bat out. You're listening to Jared Kipper and Ian O'Brien on talkSPORT 2.
And that's kind of why I want the second slip as opposed to a gully. I don't think there's a consistent sort of kick bounce that brings gully into the game. I don't think it's a run-saving position in terms of him dabbing it down the third man and it saving the single. I think the second slip is asking him to make a mistake because there's a second slip there.
Outside of stump. Maybe slight change of pace there by Craig Young. And it's pushed to that gully, which is Andy Balbirnie. That's the end of 108 kilometres an hour. That was even slower than I thought it was. 56 required from the final 120 balls. Ian O'Brien will take his headset off. And Kath Dalton of West Ham, Tottenham, England A, England. I don't know if you play in a beach volleyball league that I need to also mention, Kath.
Diddly winks, yeah.
Get in touch with us at cricket_TS on the Twitter. Also at talkSPORT 2. Reminder that we bring you more live cricket on talkSPORT 2 later this month with Ireland's T20 series against New Zealand and South Africa. And you can also listen to the Cricket Collective after the game tonight with Neil Manthorpe. Oh, so much Neil Manthorpe. It's never enough Neil Manthorpe. And Steve Harmison, and they're talking to Richard Gleeson and Ben McDermott from Hampshire. You can find that on the following on feed. This is down the leg side. Simi Singh wants it. I'm not sure what he's really appealing for. As a very violent Mark Adair throw comes in for absolutely no reason and gives away a overthrow there. I don't know what Mark Adair was thinking. The single was completed, I think, when he threw the ball. Even Alim Dar seems to be looking at Mark Adair as if to go, that was no good. I think this is going to be leg byes. Just waiting for Alim Dar to actually...
I think so, Sam, yeah.
I'm assuming that was leg byes anyway. Finally, it's leg byes. The longest pause I've ever seen.
The suspense on that was dramatic, I feel.
Alim Dar pause. This is outside off stump and it's dragged to mid-on, and that is not far away from a catch or even potentially a run-out. That's good bowling by Simi Singh. Latham decided to come down and smash that before the ball. Not for the first time he's beaten in the flight there, and just humps it to mid-on and is almost caught.
Yeah, mistimed shot there. Using his feet, advancing down the track, but a mistimed shot. I don't know, I feel like one wicket could just change the feel of this game.
I don't think Latham needs to be out caught playing a shot like that with especially while Bracewell's here. It might be different if Bracewell leaves, but certainly not. You can also get the talkSPORT app if you're listening online or on your smart speaker. Download the app wherever you find your favourite apps. As Simi Singh comes in again, and this is driven. Okay, this has been a sloppy over from both teams. You've got the overthrow from Markadair that didn't need to happen. Simi Singh has just had the ball pushed back to him gently, and he's fumbled it, and it's gone for one. And we've also seen Tom Latham's absolute brain-free shot. This could be a really important over. There could be a boundary here or a wicket. And there's almost a run out. I've called it there perfectly. Because it's like both teams have having an emotional timeout here, where they have no idea. Bracewell's hit that to backward point. He's taken off, even though it's not his call. Latham would have been run out then by how far, Kath? 3 metres? What were they thinking, the two of them? They were mid-pitch looking at each other. Sorry, it was Latham, not Bracewell, that pushed that on the offside. Complete confusion from the batters. Everyone just needs to have a breath. Latham goes back, flicks this on the leg side out to deep mid-wicket. You can hear again just a little bit of confusion there. I think that was the fielding side that time. Someone said keeper and someone said bowler at the same time. But they come back for an easy 2 in the end. Latham moves on to 48 and need 50 to win. So we'll just have a pause.
Yeah, then there's no need to panic here for the New Zealand batters either. I'm not sure what's going on here.
Flighted up from Simi Singh and defended by Tom Latham. And that's pushed out on the offside. And Latham stays on 48. Bracewell's on 12 off 13. And New Zealand are 167 for 5. And just an odd over all round, because I don't see why either team needed to panic right there.
No, with a 50 to win for New Zealand, so they're at absolute cruise control. I mean, a wicket or 2 here can make it very interesting. We saw in the game on Sunday when we felt Ireland were in the ascendant seat till very late on. Obviously, this is a different proposition with Bracewell and Latham still in, 2 very, very good batters, world-class players. But yeah, you could sense, and I feel like the Ireland fielders and bowlers could sense that there was some interesting decision-making going on in that over. And that just gets you up as a fielder. You think there could be a chance of a run-out, there could be a catch. It wakes you up again, and New Zealand don't need to wake Ireland up at all here.
I like this move, bringing Andy McBride back where you got the 2 left-handers at the crease. They could probably give Simi Singh a break as well at the other end. McBride around the wicket. Oh, this is a good ball to Bracewell, who stands in his crease, guides this to third man off a full ball. He was not in control of that. I don't think he did that on purpose at all, but he ends up getting kind of the middle of the bat because that's the form he's in, and they end up with 2 runs.
Yeah, no foot movement. I feel McBride's been very unlucky today.
Very good, Ted.
He's played a back foot shot to something that was very full. Should have come forward to that.
He's middled it though, which he seems to be doing to everything. This one comes forward, defends into the offside, and for no run.
Yeah, I feel for McBride because he's bowled well. He's created a lot of half chances. There's been some chances that could have gone to people's hands, but haven't. It's been challenging for him.
This is a good ball here. You can see that coming out of the hand, a little bit of extra fizz on the ball, and it's just defended out to backward point for no run.
Yeah, and exactly that. He's bowled really good lengths. He's got the ball to spin. He's been so unlucky.
He's going at around 5 and over, and he deserves to be going at far less than that. This one is pushed to short cover, and there's no run. He's also had 2 edges hit the keeper's pads as well, rather than just going to the gloves. They've had 2 slips in for the spinners, again, as Andy Balbirnie comes in for Bracewell. I'm not sure he's getting enough spin right at the moment to justify that, but they've got the left-handers there. I think they might as well attack. An attack they do, and Bracewell, of course, comes down the wicket, flicks this on the leg side, and is he going to take a single out to Singh? He does. 169 for 5.
And it's one of those
170 for 5.
It's one of those days as a bowler, you look back at your figures and think, I felt I bowled well.
I had those days a lot, Kath.
Did you?
Figures never backed up. Never backed it up.
Is that what you always told your coaches?
I'm the only leg spinner who never got wickets from half trackers. I don't know how. I certainly bowled enough of them. This is a sweep. It's a top edge, and I'll tell you what, short, fine leg has not picked this up. Josh Little did not realise that was coming in his direction. I'm not sure even if he did. Andy McBride's got his head, a hand in his heads again. I'm not sure, even if Little picked that up, he would have caught it. But he did not realise that the top edge was coming over his head. And again, McBride is frustrated. We saw the ball he almost bowled Finn Allen before. It's the end of his 9th over. New Zealand need 46 from 108 with 5 wickets in hand. It's tenser than it sounds, and when it's tense, there is no better man in world cricket than the soft hands of Neil Manthorpe. But I'll leave you with Kath Dalton first.
Yeah, the frustration there for McBride. Slapped the ground as he walked back to his mark, just really frustrated. He's bowled well, he's created chances, it's just fallen in no man's land, or it's gone past slip. I feel sorry for him today.
Simi Singh, that's flicked away by Latham over mid-wicket and all the way for 6. Absolutely nonchalant now, I think, and now that the target is down to a manageable 50 or so, 40 in fact. Now with that 6, I think Latham has decided that it's time to kick for home, and he's done so with a nonchalant little flick over mid-wicket for 6.
That was a lovely shot. Timing, just pure timing.
Slip stays in place, and rightly so. The big appeal for leg before wicket, up goes the finger. Another twist in the tail is there. If anything, it might have bounced a little bit. It might be quite high, but I think it's hitting. That looked pretty straight. A little bit of turn and grip for Simi Singh. And Latham has decided not to review. He's on his way. He had a little chat to Michael Bracewell at the non-striker's end. And I think Bracewell, in his 4th game, has just given it the look at the boots. The skipper saying, do you think that was hitting? And I'm not sure that Michael Bracewell was all that forthcoming in his support for a review being taken. Alim Dar had the finger up almost immediately. Was it hitting leg?
Yes, I think so. But a very well made 55 by Tom Latham off 73 balls. He batted really well, timed the ball magnificently, played square of the wicket with ease. But there's another wicket down. 177 for 6. Can there be, Manners, another twist in this tail like we saw on Sunday? Is this possible for Ireland from here?
Well, Mitch Santner's come to the crease, and he's a very, very fine cricketer. So it is possible. I think they need... Well, of course it's possible. It's not likely. What do you think?
Possible but not likely is a very good way of putting it. I just sometimes funny things happen in cricket, and it seems to be happening a lot to Ireland rather than for Ireland, and you never know. Bit of Irish luck is required here.
Exactly right, yeah. Well, as I said, Mitch Santner has come to the crease, a very, very fine cricketer with one day and test match hundreds to his credit, and he's also a very cool and calm character, and it's unlikely that he's going to do anything rash. But Tom Latham gone for 55, and so 6 down now. You have to say that they might have plenty of time left if they get over the line, New Zealand, but it's turned into another limp. It was a limp for much their way to victory in the first game before that crescendo of runs in the final over, and they scored 24 to come back from 154 for 6, chasing 301. And we just had confirmation from Hawkeye, by the way, that ball was hitting leg stump. Simi Singh in once again to Mitch Santner, and second delivery in a row. He's just blocked it away defensively. Just 40 required from 104 balls. Singh once again in, and that slap down the ground from Mitch Santner was right in the slot. It was asking to be hit, and that may well be deliberate from Simi Singh, but Mitch Santner's just eased it back over the bowler's head for 4.
Oh, this was a lovely shot. Full swing of the bat, over pitched, and just punished him. Anything that's too full, I feel like he's just going to keep hitting straight. It was a lovely shot.
Simi Singh in once again. This time Santner sees the length as different. It's not there for the drive, and is happy to just block it back to the bowler. 36 runs required for victory. 217 is the target. 216 all out, Ireland, in 48 overs after being asked to bat first in difficult conditions this morning. The new ball did something as well for Ireland when New Zealand began their run chase, but it was really hard for the first couple of hours this morning.
Yeah, it was very challenging. It shaped around everywhere, nipped off the seam, swung in the air. Very, very difficult for the Irish batters, and I do wonder, had Ireland have won the toss and decided to bowl, what sort of score New Zealand might have posted in similar conditions, because this isn't a convincing run. That was a lovely shot. Little shuffle down, straight over mid-on's head for 4. Lovely shot.
Only 32 required now, and that is chipped away out towards Simi Singh at mid-on, but no run. Bracewell 19 off 20 now. Mitchell Santner has 4 off 4, 185 for 6. McBrien in once more, and that's a little bit slower through the air and a little bit higher in its trajectory. Lands in the right spot and is treated with respect by Bracewell.
So I think New Zealand have done a lot better than Ireland, is use their feet against spin and look to hit straight.
Slipping a gully now, and there's an appeal for a catch at gully. It certainly couldn't have been an appeal for LBW, because he was 2 yards out of his crease on the charge. Umpire would have to guess there, and they were just asking the question whether there might have been some bat involved.
It was a very loud ask.
I think born out of hope rather than expectation. Blocked defensively again by Michael Bracewell once more. He's bowled well, Andy McBrien. He's in his last over. Figures don't do him justice. None for 46, but I think he's done everything in his power, everything that an off-spinner can do to bowl for wickets. He's bowled an attacking line. He's spun it. He's had catches in the right places, and he hasn't had much luck. His over comes to an end, his spell comes to an end, and his 10 overs yield a return of none for 46. But as I said, I think he's been a little bit better than those figures might suggest.
Absolutely agree. I do feel sorry for him. He snatched his cap off the umpire there and looked disgruntled with that spell.
I think he's still sulking about his innings and how he gave it away.
Would you be?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, his job was to bat 30 overs, and he lost patience. He got to 28 off 48 balls. That doesn't matter. That's a low strike rate, but he lost patience and gave his wicket away with a wild drive in just the 19th over, when he had the temperament and technique to get through that really difficult period with the 2 new balls on a seaming pitch under grey skies, his swing as well. I think he's still cross with himself about that. Thick inside edge now as Simi Singh is into Mitch Santner, and they scramble through for a single to backward square leg. I tell you what, I mean, if he had batted time and hadn't given his wicket away at an important time, I mean, Ireland slumped to 64 for 4 when he was out in the 19th over, and they really just didn't get out of second gear for another 10-15 overs. But if he'd batted through and they'd made 240, which is entirely conceivable, I think this would have been a very, very good game. Next one again flicked away behind square on the leg side. 31 required for victory. Simi Singh in once more, and forward comes Michael Bracewell playing defensively, blocking it onto the offside.
Yeah, I agree. I think another 25-30 runs makes it very interesting. And it would have been a different type of chase as well.
Down the wicket comes Bracewell, and he's launched that for 6. He's just managed to get to the pitch of it perfectly, to find the elevation, to ease it onto the grass banks.
Oh, it's a stunning shot, isn't it? Used his feet, straight bat, full face. Sticker's name is what we talk about as batters, and he's hit that dead straight over mid-on for 6. It's just pure timing. Held the shape at the end as well, which is something I like to see.
It was a delicious shot. 25 required for victory now. Bracewell moves up to 25 from 27 balls, as Simi Singh is in once again, and he uses his feet again, doesn't quite get to the pitch of it, and then turns it against the spin, behind square on the leg side, and they are able to go through for a single. Only 24 required. New Zealand will pick up another 10 points in their quest for automatic qualification for the 2023 50 over World Cup in India next year. And it'll give them a 100% record. They're the only team with a 100% record. It's their 8th game. It will be their 8th win. Many teams ahead of them have played as many as 16 games and only have 8 wins. South Africa and the West Indies really struggling for automatic qualification. Really struggling. And last ball of the over, pushed away behind square on the offside. Not that we ever expected New Zealand to have difficulties, but I have to say that 5 of those 8 wins will have come against the Netherlands and Ireland, which they expected to win.
Yeah, definitely expected.
But they beat the Netherlands with 12 players at the IPL. 12 of their first choice players at the IPL, so it was a second string squad.
Just shows you the difference in the two sides. And fair play to Ireland, they have competed at stages during this game, although at the end of the day it will look like an easy victory for New Zealand. There have been passages of play where they are competing. I'll tell you, that game on Sunday will still be hurting them. They'll still be pretty gutted that they didn't. That would have been a historic win as well.
Yeah, exactly. It would have been a 4th test-playing nation. A victory against a 4th test-playing nation in the last 13 or 14 months. England, South Africa, West Indies twice, and victory in the first game of this series against New Zealand when they seem to have the game in the bag would really have confirmed the strides that Irish cricket is making. New coach now, formerly coach of Auckland, Heinrich Milan. He's out of isolation now. He missed the first game, but he's having an influence, that's for sure. That's full. Josh Little back into the attack, left arm over the wicket and nudged away down towards Craig Young at fine leg for another single.
Yeah, and Irish cricket has made good strides. I think it was Sri Lanka when they first turned into a full nation side. They won the World Cup pretty quickly, if I'm right. Is that correct, Manners?
Well, only 11, 12 years after they got test status. That's right, yeah.
Ireland's still pretty new to this, so...
Josh Little in once again and pushed firmly up towards Simi Singh. They take a single. It's hit straight to Simi Singh, and he attacked the ball, did everything right, picked it up cleanly, got the throw away, didn't hit at the non-striker's end, but it was a bit of a sketchy single. I'm not so sure that that was entirely necessary, but replays suggest that Mitchell Santner would was comfortably in his ground, so maybe I'm being a bit harsh. 22 runs required now from 88 balls. Here is Little again, and short pull shot, getting to an absolute mess with that, does Bracewell. A little bit of extra bounce, he gets to bottom edge, it bounces up and almost cannons into his stumps.
That was very close. I thought I was going to bowl him as soon as he hit that shot. I thought I was going to crash into his stump, into his leg stump. Got a little bit lucky there, didn't he?
Yeah. I'm just, you don't want to lose a wicket with 22 required and Matt Henry, Jacob Duffy and Blair Tickner to come, all bowlers. And it's unlikely to be a problem. Josh Little in back of a length and defended by Bracewell.
I think bring Mark Adair back on. Get him to bowl some Yorkers. His best delivery, those 2 deliveries he bowled at the start of this innings were sensational. Why not? You've got nothing to lose as an Ireland team right now.
So I'm sure wherever you're listening to us, you'll be aware, and if you're not, I'm about to tell you that India thrashed England by 10 wickets in the first one-day international at the Oval in London. That one is full and straight and whipped away out towards George Dockrell, who hasn't had a bowl today. He was hoping to have a bowl. He told us after his top score of 74 in Ireland's innings that he hasn't been called upon today. And in another warm-up one-day game of international status, albeit unofficial. South Africa have been beaten by the England Lions by 6 wickets in a warm-up game. So that was 14 players aside, so it's not List A status, not official. Little in once again, and that's pushed up towards mid-on Simi Singh Fields, and there's no run. 36 overs gone, 196 for 6. So the South Africans requested, they had these 2 warm-up games against the England Lions before the ODI series against England begins at Chester Street in Durham on Saturday, and they requested that the first game, which took place today at Taunton, was all our batters bat and all our bowlers bowl, only 11 on the field at any one time, but they wanted to give everyone a go. They've got a huge squad of 17, so not everybody did have a go, but they used 14 players. I think it might have been 14 or 15, and 14, it was 14. Here is Simi Singh, driven down the ground, and misfielded by the bowler off his own bowling. So Will Smead made 90 for the Lions. Ben Duckett made 85. And it's just like magic. I've got Scott Taylor, our entrepreneurial producer, giving me the scores in my ear as Simi Singh is in again, begins a new over, pushed out behind square on the offside. And so if I magically say South Africa posted a total of, then Scott would come into my ear and tell me exactly how many what the target was for the England Lions. That's pushed away by Mitch Santner, I beg your pardon. 318 for 9.
And Scott becomes like your Google.
The Lions made 321 for 4.
Ah.
Inside 38 overs. So South Africa had a good old belting there. Flicked away out towards deep mid-wicket and caught. Simi Singh has a wicket. Mitchell Santner's gone. And with 20 runs required, New Zealand lose their 7th wicket. Now this really is turning into a hands and knees job. New Zealand, every time they get back onto their feet and begin sauntering towards the finish line, they get another body blow and sink back to their hands and knees, and it's going to be back to a crawl over the finishing line. But we're into 9, 10, 11, all bowlers. Mitch Santner is a very, very fine all-round cricketer, and with 20 runs required, it is just possible. We've seen it. We've seen games lost from a situation like this before, but again, it feels unlikely, but it's not impossible.
It's not impossible. I have no idea what Santner was thinking on that delivery. He's picked out the only player on the leg side on the boundary and literally hit it straight down his throat. That was possibly the easiest catch we've had in this game so far. That's just not a good shot. That's just terrible batting. I have no idea what he's thinking there with 20 needed on the board, knowing that Matt Henry, although Matt Henry can hit a long cricket ball, no, Matt Henry's in next. You just knock it into a gap and rotate the strike, give it to Bracewell, surely. But obviously not. So we've got a game on our hands here. I feel something happening, Manners. Maybe it's the Irish blood in me. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I also just wonder, what is the modus operandi for New Zealand here? Do they just carry on crawling and try and get there in singles, or do they I mean, 2 or 3 batsmen have perished in pursuit of boundaries, and trying to get this done, trying to get this job finally finished. It's pushed away defensively by Michael Bracewell, the batsman having crossed. I mean, this may not be a particularly appropriate or eloquent analogy, but Ireland have been like the unkillable cockroach here, and New Zealand keep trying to stamp on it, and it keeps running away, and they won't be put down. New Zealand are now 197 for 7, chasing just 217, and ironically, this is a big irony in the way that the world ODI rankings for teams, was that a no ball? That was a no ball. last ball of the over was a no ball. Belated call.
He's called that, yeah, very late.
So everybody had actually changed over. They were about to start the 38th over, and a very late call, and it was a no ball as well. So good spot from third umpire Jareth McCready. So that he'll have to bowl that one again, and it's a free hit. And Michael Bracewell braces himself for a free hit. How premeditated will it be? How will he know exactly where he's going to try and hit this?
Yeah, however target area he's aiming for here.
Deep mid-wicket?
For sure.
Simmy singing, there it goes, deep mid-wicket, all the way for 6. He knew exactly, that's a good catch. That is a terrific catch by a young man in green shorts and a white t-shirt on the grass banks. And he's not even celebrating, he's taken a brilliant tumbling catch and he's just tossed it back onto the infield. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, I now think that the last minute hiccup is no longer an option.
I agree too. Just shows you one ball changes the feel of a game. That was a great catch in the crowd as well.
Really was, wasn't it?
Catch of the day.
Diving forward, tumbling down a grass embankment, and he's hung on to a beauty there. 13 runs required. I don't think that Ireland are going to upset the apple cart here. Sorry, I was just saying that England supporters who were aware of these things, despite being thrashed by India today by 10 wickets, because of the way the ranking systems work, and it's a hard thing to explain, mostly because I don't understand it, but if Ireland had won this game against New Zealand, England would have gone to top position, number 1 ranking in the world in ODI cricket, despite losing by 10 wickets today. Here's Josh Little, left arm over the wicket. Punched away by Matt Henry. Good shot. He's not the worst number 9, but he is number 9 for a reason. But they'll come back for 2. A lovely piece of timing.
I saw him earlier in the season, early on actually, around April time, play against County Select 11 at Chelmsford. I was doing a bit of commentary there, and he hit a wonderful 50. Matt Henry, so he can play. That was a lovely punch drive off the back foot for 2.
Weren't New Zealand in massive trouble when Henry came in and made...
They were, yes. Huge trouble.
They were like 50 for 6 or something. Josh Little in and now going around the wicket, and it's a flashing cover drive from Matt Henry, which makes no contact with the ball.
Yeah, nobody could get Matt Henry out. They managed to get everyone else out, but Matt Henry made some runs that day, so shows he can bat.
He made 60 or 70, didn't he? Yeah, it was a very useful contribution with the bat. It's not been a glorious tour for New Zealand, of the Northern Hemisphere so far, it has to be said. Just beating Ireland in the first game. They're going to crawl to victory in the second game. Lost all 3 tests to England. A flashing drive from Henry again. It's in the air. There's no gully. Ireland had 2 slips. They have at various times had a slip and a gully, and that one has gone through at chest height through where gully, in the region of where gully might have been had there been one. And they pick up another run. Just 10 required now from 75 balls.
And Bracewell's just staying nice and calm, isn't he, at the other end? Not doing anything too dramatic, just ticking it over 35 or 36 balls. He just seems to me like a very calm batter. He's got a lovely temperament.
Just, I think, all round, with the ball in hand as well, and just as a human being, he just seems very equitable and calm and unflappable. His nickname is Beastie. And I'm sure there's a sense of irony in that, you know. He is a big man, but I reckon it's because he's so calm and unflappable, and that they call him Beastie. I think there's a sense of irony. Next one, back of a length, and pushed away out in the offside. No run.
He doesn't really act like a beast, does he?
That's exactly. I think, you know, it's easier to picture him telling bedtime stories to his 6-month-old son than it is, you know, getting into a bar brawl. not that you'd want to, because he's a big chap. He is a big man. Full length delivery, big appeal for leg before wicket. It's hit, I think, contact outside the off stump there, I think, Michael Bracewell. So Josh Little looks around for some support. He says, are we going to review it? I think he's saying to his captain, Andy Balbirnie, why not? We've got one. Let's just use it. You know, you never know.
Thanks,
we might
Paul.
get lucky.
Player review for caught behind on-field decision is not out. TV umpire to
Hang on a
director.
sec.
We have a player review
It's for caught behind.
Caught behind.
I
The
thought it came off
on-field
his
decision
pad.
is not out.
That's why I thought it
checked
must
the
be an
front foot.
LBW.
It's a fair
appeal.
delivery. Can we start with front on, please?
Well, it was caught clearly by Lorcan Tucker, the keeper, but I thought it came off the pad, and that's why I assumed it was an LBW appeal, and a very, very optimistic one.
Ball is close to bat. Can we confirm that with Ultra Edge,
Yeah,
please?
it would have been a ridiculous LBW appeal. So they are appealing for a catch behind, but it came off the flap of the back pad.
Yeah,
Yes?
I think so. I don't think he's hit this.
I think the Irishman knows
Just
well.
waiting
that-
on Ultra Edge here.
But you can never be certain until the third umpire, Rolly Black, has gone through
Ultra
the
Edge coming
protocols. Here we go. No
Just take it
inside
back,
edge.
please. Flat line as the ball passes the bat. Contact with pad. Impact well outside off stump. So can we have Paul back on field, please?
Right. Well, I like that. It's good common sense. That impact well outside off stump.
No
He's
ball
not
tracking,
going to go.
Playing a shot and impact well outside off stump.
Yeah. So it's clear that the impact is well outside off stump. I said that it's another set outside the off stump. So we're not going to go through the full formal protocols of going to ball tracking. No need. Would have been a waste of time.
It would have been complete waste of time. I think Josh Little was just saying, you may as well have a look at it.
10 to win for New Zealand. Oh dear, hello. What's a wide full toss way down the leg side? I think Josh Little was trying something fancy there. I don't know whether he's going for the magic ball, a trick ball, but wide's called, and 4 of them, because Lorcan Tucker dived to his right, got a little bit of glove to it, I think, but was so wide, so woolly, that he couldn't prevent the 4 byes. What was he trying?
I'm still trying to work out what he was trying to bowl there. Whatever it was, he got it completely wrong. That's for sure.
212 for 7. The target is now just 5. We're in the 38th over. So in terms of balls to spare, comprehensive win, but New Zealand have stumbled and tripped and fumbled their way to losing 7 wickets from chasing a very modest target. And credit must go to Ireland for that. It's easy to criticise the favourite team, the bigger nation, and say that they've been careless, and actually they have been from time to time, and there are a couple of them that won't be best pleased. But we must be careful to pay due credit to Ireland for their ability to keep scrapping.
Yeah, they've just been relentless in a way. Obviously, from a talent perspective, New Zealand, highly talented side, world-class players. Ireland still learning the ropes of this type of international cricket. But they've never given up, and that's really good. I like that.
Simi Singh in, and the game could be over. It is. Down the wicket comes Michael Bracewell, launches his third 6 onto the grass bank over long on, and New Zealand have won this game by 3 wickets, having won the first by just a single wicket with 1 ball to spare. They've won this one with 11.5 overs to spare, but by just 3 wickets. They reach 219 for 7, and they take another 10 points in the World Cup Super League. There's another game to come in this series, but well, for the Irish, so close, but no cigar in the first game.
Online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Big hitting live ball-by-ball commentary as Ireland take on New Zealand in the second one-day international.
Balls and it's full and straight and smashed through cover for 4.
On talkSPORT 2.
You're listening to the following on podcast from talkSPORT. I'm Neil Manthorpe and I'll be joined by the former Ireland international Kath Dalton and former New Zealand all-rounder Ian O'Brien to look back at the Kiwis' 3-wicket win in this second one-day international to seal the series 2-0 with the game to come. Plenty to discuss over the next 15 or 20 minutes or so. You're listening to Following On. So for the second game in a row, Ireland lost the toss and were asked to bat first. They struggled against a seaming ball under heavy overhead conditions and a helpful pitch. They made 216 all out in 48 overs with a top score from number 7 George Dockrell of 74, which helped them recover from 61 for 4 to make a respectable, if it transpired, not competitive total, although New Zealand tripped and stumbled along their way, having won the first one-day international by just a single wicket with 1 ball to spare. They got home this time with only 3 wickets to spare, but 11.5 overs remaining. 219 for 7 with a top score of 60 from Finn Allen, the opener in just his second one-day international. And Tom Latham steadied the hiccups and stumbles in the middle order with 55. But Ireland fought and scrapped and almost made the impossible come true, having made 300 for 9 in the first game. They were attempting to defend 216. They couldn't do so, but you cannot fault their commitment and their ability to make New Zealand scrap. And Kath Dalton, they tried to win it in style. There were bursts of boundaries from time to time, but every time they threatened to take control of the run chase, Ireland took another wicket.
They did indeed. They kept going, and that was so promising to see, is that type of fight. And when you're out of a game and you know the opposition are starting to hit cruise control mode, it can be easy just to let your head go down and stop fighting. And Ireland didn't do that. And every time they took a wicket, you just got a little sense, or maybe something's going to happen here. After Sunday, you just felt New Zealand weren't looking 100% confident at all stages during that game. And had Ireland scored another 30 runs, another 25, 30 runs, I think they would have been much more nervous than they were.
You know, Brian, a win is a win, they say, but my goodness me, New Zealand haven't done it in style, have they?
A win is a win, and a win where, well, a lot of guys got to go have a bat. so the positive is that there's some guys got to spend some time out in the middle in both games, which is you never undervalue in terms of at the start of there's 4 more games in this tour, so more people got bats, which is, as opposed to demolishing the scores 2 down and middle order, lower middle order don't get a bat, but not at their best. Ireland very good in some important parts of the matches, just not good enough for long enough, which is. That's what you see of teams of these two ilk, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I think consistency is the difference between the two sides. We saw New Zealand being a lot more consistent for longer with the ball, and that was the difference, I feel.
There's only 1 score from an opener as well in these 2 games. There's only been Finn Allen in this one. Guptill got 50, but both the two Irish openers, 5 and 0 for Sterling, and then 9 and 2 for Bell Burns. So in terms of runs at the top and then creating a partnership on the way through, Finn Allen at the top today created a partnership and batted through with a few players, and Guptill did yesterday. Irish at the top, both openers were out sub 30. It's tough. It's tough then. You're on the back foot. Today, okay, both the openers, well, Finn was there, but didn't get to face by the time New Zealand had faced two deliveries. But just having someone there through that batting through with the middle order just made things a lot easier.
So Michael Bracewell is a name that won't be particularly familiar to regular New Zealand cricket watchers, I guess, unless they're talking provincial level. What a couple of games he's had. He was given his chance in the first game only because of the absence of Mitchell Santner. He made a truly astonishing 127 not out to win the game. And once again, he was calmness personified. And here he is talking to Alan Lewis.
The bowlers got off to a great start there. Matt Henry set the tone with three maidens in a row, I think, which sort of really set the tone for us as a bowling unit. And then Jacob Duffy on debut was outstanding up the top there as well. So it made it a lot easier to come in when Ireland were under a lot of pressure to bowl.
Well, and of course it was spin, and in that department you're 10 overs, 2 for 26, but crucially the important wickets of Tekter and McBride, who've been in form in this particular series so far.
Yeah, they both played beautifully the other day, and fortunately enough it's a different wicket and it's spun a little bit more for us today. So yeah, I think we were able to, as a spin bowling unit, extract some turn out of that wicket and again put Ireland under some pressure. And yeah, the wickets fell my way today, but it was a total group effort out there.
And we were a little bit intrigued on comms, Craig McMillan as well, that you suggested to the skipper that ball was going to hit the leg stump and he should move on his way, and of course you end up perfectly with 42 off 35 deliveries to finish the game. You must be really pleased with that.
Yeah, I'm really pleased that I was able to see the game through and be there at the end. And I think, yeah, it's one of those ones that you're always in as a chance with the bowling side. So yeah, I'm pretty pleased that I was able to see that game off and be there at the end.
Well, you've had a wonderful series so far, Michael. Many congratulations on all your accolades and awards. Congratulations.
Thanks so much. Cheers.
Thank you.
Michael Bracewell, whose nickname, ironically, is Beastie. He seems incredibly gentle for a man with a nickname like that. But here's Ireland captain Andy Balbirnie on defeat.
This morning it was inclement, it was overcast, a difficult toss to lose and difficult up front.
Yeah, it was. It's always tricky when the ball's nipping and spinning and, 20 overs into a game. We had to batten down the hatches a bit there and try to get some sort of a score on the board. We managed to do that. It still wasn't a good enough score in the end, but the way we scrapped with the ball showed if we had maybe found 20 or 30 runs from somewhere, we could have been even closer to maybe a win. But that's the way it goes, and I just have to practice my tossing over the next couple of days.
Well, crucially in the middle, a fantastic innings from George Dockrell, ably supported, but just that special partnership that was required.
Yeah, I think if we had a big partnership, someone to bat with George for probably a longer period of time, we could have got a 230, 240, which could have been very competitive. George is in brilliant form. He hits the balls into really strong areas in the ground, and he's a powerful guy. So it's great to see him in form. Andy McBride up top showed some real patience. But we've got to come back on Friday and hopefully get a win.
And you must have been happy at the end the way the side scrapped.
Yeah, we were. I think we could have maybe scrapped a bit more. We went through a couple of phases where we were maybe a bit kind of dead in the field, but that's down to us and creating an atmosphere to create that pressure and not relying on wickets to do that. So there are some positives out there today, but it's another kind of loss and we're disappointed.
Okay, many thanks, Andrew, for your time. Thank you.
Andy Balbirnie, philosophical, but he was right. Another 25 runs could have made all the difference. Here's New Zealand captain Tom Latham.
Tom, you must be very pleased with that result today.
Yeah, it was a great performance. I think winning the toss was obviously pretty crucial, and even though we did that, it was important we put the ball in the right areas. And as Brace has said, the guys up top, Matt Henry and Jacob Duffy, set the tone for us, getting a couple of early wickets, which is always important in that power play. And obviously the ball was turning as well. And I thought the spinners, through the middle, all three of them did a fantastic job. And to restrict them to 216 was outstanding. And then obviously with the batter was obviously off to a bit of a shaky start, but I think the way Finn came out and played was outstanding. Absorbed a bit of pressure and then put it back on them, and it was probably similar to the first innings where we couldn't quite get those partnerships together, but we managed to get over the line in the end.
Well, your spinners really, after that initial stages, really took a grip, didn't they, with Michael, Satner, and obviously Phillips. They did a really good job for you.
Yeah, they did, and I think it's really important through the middle stages of one-day cricket where you need to take wickets, and obviously the wicket assisted them a little bit, but you still got to put the ball in the right areas, and I thought they did a fantastic job, and the fields that they wanted were really good, and I guess asking them to play good shots off our good balls, and we managed to keep taking wickets, which is really important through one-day cricket.
Have you come in at 4 after 2 balls before?
No, never before. As I said, obviously a little bit of a shaky start, but I guess the way we were able to absorb a little bit of pressure, and then Finn, he's such a powerful player, and for him just to take a little bit of time out of the game and then put it back on them, I thought he played outstandingly well.
He certainly did, and obviously, again, the man of the moment who loves Ireland so much, Michael Bracewell, finishes it off for you.
Yeah, obviously showed his composure again at the end. I think, him in that role, which is slightly different to what he's used to. Being in those situations, being there, not out at the end is really important for him. So, he's obviously building a lot of confidence, and hopefully he can take that on for a few more months now.
Well, listen, many congratulations on your win today, Tom, and obviously the series 2-0, and all the best for you on Friday.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Tom Latham, the Black Caps captain, who made 55 today. Ian O'Brien, just like when a batsman isn't timing the ball and he still manages to make a score, sometimes bowlers are lacking rhythm, but they still manage to get through 10 overs tidily. As a team, when you're not playing your best cricket and you're still winning, that's very often a good sign.
Mentioned it in terms of bits and pieces. A couple of little bits, the glue that held things together with Guptill and obviously Bracewell doing something ridiculous on Sunday. And then those little bits of glue. So Finn's 60, Finn Allen's 60 today, and then Bracewell sort of holding that batting together again. Latham as well today. Bowling bits and pieces started well today. Middle with the spin was okay, and then as soon as the quicks came back for their second spells, they didn't really get it. They didn't really, couldn't really find lines and lengths and the right fields to match. And there was some good hitting, especially Dockrell. So yeah, when you're not at your best and enough people have good enough games, it is a good sign. But you'd rather have a little bit more from fewer, if that makes it, yeah.
And Kath Dalton, this is the first game particularly was a golden opportunity missed for Ireland to add New Zealand to the Test-playing nation scalps of South Africa, the West Indies twice, and England in the last 12 or 15 or 13 months for the Irish. Andy Balbirnie, the skipper, genuinely disappointed there. I mean, it wasn't like, we can take some positives from this. There was none of that sort of cliches. He said that they were 20 runs short, and he really meant it when he said, we want to win games of cricket, and we're going to come back on Friday and try to do that.
Absolutely. And so they should. They have to have that mentality that they want to win games of cricket and not just survive. Survival does you nothing to win a game of cricket. You have to go out there with mentality to win. And their top order hasn't fired yet. And one of the key players being Paul Sterling. 2 innings now so far, and he hasn't fired. If Ireland are going to win, he has to fire at some point. He has to get a big score on the board and set a platform up. If they've lost 2 wickets early on, it just tenses everything up. And obviously on that pitch, it was difficult to bat. But maybe he should have sat in a little bit longer and tried to build some sort of score.
He's got to get in line first. This is the first thing. Out yesterday, bowled through playing over the top of one. Out today, LBW, I think it was, missing another one angled back into the stumps. From the outside looking in, watching the replays and watching him and knowing him a little bit, having played against him and played with him, doesn't want to get in line to the quicks. Doesn't want to get in behind it. Doesn't really want to commit the chin over the ball. There's an element where he plays through the offside. He's a predominantly offside player, but at the top of the innings, those stumps, a little bit of a new ball, it just felt like he's a little bit back, a little bit behind, a little bit tentative, and stumps are all over the place if you're just a little bit behind as an opening batter. And look, that may be why he hasn't. I was talking to Jared Kimber earlier. That may be one of the reasons why he hasn't progressed in terms of the T20 competitions around the world, the IPLs, but you don't play against those quicker bowlers as often.
When I've seen him bat, he always looks to go offside. He looks to get inside the line of the ball. You're exactly right, Ian. He goes that way, and that movement it makes him so susceptible to an in-swinger. So they set him up, they go out, 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 and then eventually they're going to bowl one back in, and he doesn't have an answer for it at the moment. I just feel like he could just punch those back down the ground straight. He'd score more runs.
Even if he was just a fraction more positive, he would be in a better position. If he was Dockrell backing away, hitting it over extra cover, back away, hit it over extra cover, because he hits the ball well. He's got a wonderful eye. It looks awkward when you do that at the top of the innings, but maybe something for him.
Finn Allen, you mentioned him, the fact that he made 60. Now, Mark Adair bowled Martin Guptill and Will Young with the first two deliveries of the innings. And so New Zealand chasing 217, they're 0 for 2 after 2 balls. And Finn Allen, who has a career strike rate of 140 and is one of the most exciting, innovative, creative batsmen in the game today, has just reined it in. He's played within himself. He played an innings of enormous maturity. He hit a couple of glorious shots. We did see some of the best of Finn Allen, a couple of sixes over long on that went almost as high as they did long, and they went very long. But the way that he didn't just tee off like he might have done had they made a start of 20 without loss.
He played a lot of first-class cricket this year and played at the top of the innings and didn't have a lot of success, had some good 20s and 30s in the kind of way that you'd expect a T20 player to score some good runs at the top and have some freedom. There was that, I think, paid off a little bit today. He had the confidence to sit in without looking twitchy, without looking scratchy, he restrained it. We spoke about the hands going and withdrawing some shots, and then he earned the right, as we hear the saying, he earned the right to hit through the ball at a couple of times, and a 60 that made New Zealand's innings very, very, very different in the partnership with Latham.
As for Ireland, Paul Sterling is their senior player. He's got over 5,000 runs. Just seems to me that he might be a little inhibited by the fact that so much that the team is reliant so much on him, and so much depends on him and his form. He is an opener. That's what he does. Is what he's always done. And so it would sound ridiculous to suggest that he maybe pops down to number 4. But he somehow needs to be uninhibited, apart from the technical aspects, as OB says, getting into line. But he needs to be uninhibited and just allowed to relax and go out there and play like he does on a T20 maybe.
Yeah, and his MO is to go for it. He's known for his power hitting. He's known for having a high strike rate and being aggressive. So he's got to go one way or the other. He's either got to look at it from a technical perspective and think, what can I do differently to that delivery that's getting me out? Or do I just get really aggressive and actually come down to those deliveries and try and pump them back over the bowler's head? So he's got to look at what his strength is as a batter. It's very difficult in the middle of a series to change something technically. Although it is possible to do, it is quite challenging. So he needs to have a real think about how he's going to play that and have an answer to it.
Just looking for a reason. I wonder if the change of coach in terms of trying to play to trying to make sure you do well in the coach's eyes. Every player wants to do well in the coach's eyes. I wonder if there's a change of coach and he feel he may not have that trust bank to play his normal game. I wonder if that's just had a little effect on him being slightly more reserved.
So, very quickly from both of you, both formerly New Zealand and Irish internationals respectively, OB, Kath, what do we expect in the third one-day international, and also just looking ahead to the T20 series, which we'll be bringing you live here on talkSPORT 2, the first one on Monday?
I think we'll see Ireland go out with aggression and look to be as competitive as possible. And they'll go for it. They'll go for their cricket. That's what I expect to see.
I thought they did exceedingly well today on the back of that horrific loss in terms of how that would have felt to them. And I hope they keep pushing hard like they did today, and especially through the T20.
Hope you've enjoyed the first couple of one-day internationals. If you missed the second one-day, then here are the highlights for you. Henry in, big appeal for leg before wicket, up goes the finger. I have to say that looked very, very straight, and umpire Paul Reynolds didn't have to do a great deal of thinking about that. Bowled him, he's left that one alone. Andy Balbirnie, and Matt Henry clips the top of off stump, and Balbirnie has gone, and Ireland in all sorts of trouble at 5 for 2.
This one does swing, but into the middle of McBride's bat. Again, he just holds his pose a little bit better, and that's going to go for 4. Good timing. The slip and a gully in, and there's an edge. And I said before, maybe they could have had an extra slip in, but I thought their tactic was right. I was wrong. And he flights this up, and he's hit this off the toe of the bat, straight to long on.
Oh, my word.
And Glenn Phillips completes the catch. Full outside off stump. This is good footwork. He sort of walks into this drive in the end, and then just punches it past mid-off.
Down the wicket stumped. Bracewell turns it past the bat of Andy McBride, and, well, his patience eventually snapped. Slog sweep, and he's hit it really well. Great connection. 6 runs, first 6 of the innings.
It's outside off stump, slog sweep, beautiful connection. That one's gone above the press tent and out. Oh, actually, it's bounced back off something because he showed he's got it in his hand for 6. And he's edged this, and that's gone to slip, and he's gone. Oh, he gives himself room again, and this time he hits it for 6 to Dockrell.
George Dockrell on strike. Low full toss, and it's heaved out towards cow corner, and I think he's going to get 4. He will. Phillips in again. Slashed away in the air and caught. Blair Tickner takes the catch. I enjoyed that from Glenn Phillips.
Coming in again. Leg cutter slow ball. Pitched up. Gets the edge. And goes out exactly what I was saying a couple of balls ago, hilariously. And Simi Singh just tried to run that down to 3rd. Unfortunately, just nicks it through.
Martin Guptill. 2 slips in on Mark Adair. Bowls in! First delivery. Yorker straight through Guptill. What a delivery first up. Adair.
Yes.
Bowled him.
Yes.
Bowled him. Goodness gracious me. So Craig Young bowls the second over, and Tom Latham drives it beautifully through the offside for 4.
Adair comes over the wicket. This is hit straight up in the air by Finn Allen. It's gone very, very high, and it's gone. Oh, geez, he's cleared it by about 30 metres. I thought it might have gone a metre or 2 over, but wow. Short, down the leg side, helped again, and that's another 4. Oh, this is getting messy. This one does turn, and Finn Allen turns it out to mid-wicket, and they run through for a single, and that's his 50.
Camphor in again, and that one is chipped up into the air and caught at mid-on. Josh Little takes the catch. Curtis Camphor makes the breakthrough. They're going to scamper back to the second. Direct hit. Direct hit from 60 yards.
Definitely try and score 20 runs again in this over, and he has. Slog sweep over the press tent again. This probably isn't going to 50 overs. Anyway, he's bowled him! Oh!
There's a big appeal for leg before wicket. Up goes the finger. Another twist in the tail is there. Flicked away out towards deep mid-wicket and caught. Simi Singh has a wicket. Mitchell Santner's gone. Simi Singh in, and the game could be over. It is. Down the wicket comes Michael Bracewell. Launches his 3rd 6 onto the grass bank over long on, and New Zealand have won this game by 3 wickets, having won the first by just a single wicket with 1 ball to spare. They've won this one with 11.5 overs to spare, but by just 3 wickets. They reached 219 for 7.
Hitting live ball-by-ball commentary as Ireland take on New Zealand in the second one-day international.